Hey guys, just recording this before I went into work today, but I was just recently asked, what are S.A.D.B.O.I.S greatest assets? And I didn't really want to tell you. I felt like I could just show you.
I feel like our team's greatest asset is our flexibility.
In this set, and an explosive 2 barriers.
We're always ready to hop in anywhere on the map and make it a Bonanza.
What a great shot from sight there. Gets both barriers, gets the game.
First asset I want to show you. Oh yes, CECC 2023. Who could forget that?
By far, it has to be playing on IME's app. We have dropped a single set on that map this entire tournament.
Our team's strongest asset, one word, S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Next, big finish. Slop comes in with the energy burst. Doesn't have the follow-up, and now it's right back up to 3Z Breezy.
Or maybe you're more akin to the weeklies. Primetime Tuesday, back to back to back to back to back to back.
Open up this window of opportunity. 2 energy bursts here.
I think our team's strongest asset is striking. Okay.
Looking now once more. Joker now able to find it there.
Go us.
I mean, I'm feeling like a core overflow right now. I'm taking the phrase, I'm swapping it.
Back to back to back to back to back.
And for all the casters and slot haters out there that keep saying this, I am not a one-trick. My striker pool is deeper than yours.
Back to back to back champions. Did we lose one of those?
What I think is our strongest asset is the fact that we have the best team comms in the entire world, in my opinion. Bomba! Bomba!
Oh my gosh!
To this last one here.
I mean,
We're gonna prove that we
I'm trying to
own
prove
last-
that I
what
can
is
get
this
higher than 50.
What is this one? Doesn't
We are the best.
They are little cowards.
We're in it to win it.
I'm feeling like a core.
Trying to make it the Dubu Cup.
What is this one right here? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read it real quick. Oh, December 2023 Dubu Cup. Oh, of course. I'm sure that's going to be there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the Dubu Cup. We are coming at you with the winners' finals about to take place. My name is Gordo. I am joined here by Spooked Alter, and we have got ourselves a hell of a matchup taking place between Core Overflow and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S to determine who is getting themselves directly seeded into that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be here. My first time casting for a Dubu Cup, and it's a crazy game coming in. As you said, it's Core Overflow, which is going to be having Slop, Joker, and it's also going to have, I'm forgetting who,
Slop, Joker, and Leo Leon.
It's Joker and Leo Leon, yes, thank you for that. Leo Leon, Joker, and Slop, which is a pretty good team, but Joker has been in that midfield role, and I think he's been putting on an excellent performance in it so far, even though he might not be used to it as he is in that forward position more often. Still very, very strong.
Definitely here, but a big opponent coming up against them here. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S got to cover them the last time I was here on stream in their matchup up against those EU favorites. Now continuing their winning ways as they make it all the way here to the winners side finals, and anticipating, as you saw in that promo that we led in with, another title to their name on top of everything they've already amassed for themselves. Nassel Season 2 champions, as well as all of those weeklies, the Atlanta event, and everything else they've already got in their trophy case. They want to add a Dubu Cup to it, and that is likely, or at least going to want to start with a win here in the winners finals. Could always make that run through losers if they have to, but I'm sure they would prefer to take it in a little bit more of a straightforward path.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely, as we just saw in the video that showed, they've definitely won quite a few tournaments, a few weeklies, and a few other like big name tournaments that I don't think anybody actually knows about. But regardless, they've shown off as they are quite literally, if not the strongest team in Omega Strikers right now. But hey, whenever a Titan like that falls, it's definitely a big upset, and it makes some really good content.
Exactly, and that's why we are all going to be looking forward to whatever result we're going to end up getting, looking to find out what our map draft is going to look like for this start-off, lead-off best of 3, but certainly going to be a high-stakes one here to determine who is going to be getting themselves in a super favorable position to be able to take the whole dang Dubu Cup As always, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are going to come in as that favorite, just so dominant across the board. So instead, let's focus a little bit more on those core Overflow boys and their new roster that they've brought out together. A little bit of a role swap coming on through here for Joker. Now been playing a little bit more in the midfield lately.
Yeah, I mean, Joker, he has a ton of picks. I mean, everyone I think is used to seeing him on that Octavia, which is really strong because it forces out that ban, which means S.A.D.B.O.I.S will hopefully more often get to play that Luna that he likes to play in that goalie position. And he has been saying he's not a one-trick, so we're going to go ahead and see, though, if it is banned, how well he fares on other picks like Mako that he's been talking about, and other stuff as such. And with Leo Leon, which is a really strong forward, has enough picks where you can't ban them out. So Joker, S.A.D.B.O.I.S definitely taking those away, and Leo Leon gets to play whatever he really wants.
Yeah, and that's really, really valuable for them. I do wonder if there's any kind of role swapping capability within the team here. That's something that we've gotten to see on some teams before, where, you know, if you feel like you have the right setup, you can kind of change up who's playing what, especially when it's between forward and midfielder, or between scorer and midfielder. There's really that kind of opportunity that, well, you know, you can still swap up whatever gear you want. It's not really as closed off the way the goalie is. So depending on what the setup is, could maybe even see that get changed around a bit. I don't think we've gotten to see any of that out of core Overflow, though. It's really mostly been Joker piloting stuff like the Now or stuff like the Octavia. And that Octavia was a pick for Joker even while he was still in that scorer role. So it's really interesting to see that he's kind of leaning into that a little bit more and trying to play for that pick as much as he can.
Yeah, I mean, it seems here that we are going to be going on to Core Overflow's first pick, which is going to be Atlas's Lab, which is a very good map for all of these players. I mean, I think it's been called Vaughn's Lab for a reason. However, still, anything could happen here. I mean, this map does enable more damage-based characters because of that extra damage from that center, stage hazard, per se. And that will enable just so much ways to play, and it makes it so that the map is either open or closed depending on how you can time it around it. So we're going to see here how that's going to go. And then I see the next map is going to be Night Market, which is a way more close quarters map, way more focused on that 1v1. And we'll be seeing a lot more probably of a brawler based comp, maybe double brawler with that Era and that as goalie, and then, you know, Julian X, or we might see a Mako get thrown in there as well to just really help boost Bells on the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They have been messing around with that comp before in the past. And then third, if we get there, is going to be Clarion Core Test Chamber, which is a very, very fun map, in my opinion, because there's so much different stuff that happens and so much different stuff you can do.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and we're going to have to see about that Mako in particular. She is freshly buffed off of that quick patch yesterday, and it does mean that we might get to see a little bit more of it. Both goalies have been playing around with that pick a little bit more, and we will see if Clarion Test Chamber is going to end up coming on through, and whether or not that pick is going to end up being relevant on any of these maps. Is we could even see something like a Mako Mirror if that is what ends up actually coming on across on any of these maps, because we are looking to get onto Atlas's Lab for the very first round of today. If we are lucky enough to go to that game number 3, I agree, the Clarion Test Chamber will certainly be a really interesting one to get to check out, but we got to get through a couple of games before we can get on there. We are in to character select for Atlas's Lab. Let's see what these bans end up being here.
We are going to be seeing a hover on that Mako from the side of Core Overflow, so it seems that they don't want to see that in play. I mean, it does, it's like an Era, but just a little bit different and a little bit more helpful in other places. And then on the side of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, they are going to be banning the Now.
Yeah, going to be a limitation there on what Joker's been going for. Yeah, he's just going to insta-slam that Octavia then. So, you know, now Octavia not beating those allegations, going to keep on going for one of those or the other. S.A.D.B.O.I.S is going to lock in the Luna in the goal there. And Octavia coming through for both sides, it would appear. And that's Zentaro going to round out the composition.
Yeah, so it seems we have a more of a normal comp on the both sides of here. Maybe a little bit more damage on the side with the... I can't actually tell because they have the Luna goalie on one side, but on the other side they have an Amy with the Juliet, and that's a lot of damage too. But, I mean, they're probably not going to be scaling too much for damage here. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that is Leo Leon on private here. Do have to call him out there. He's playing the Zentaro, so we'll have to see how he's going to be able to pilot this one. But that was a super early KO already found for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and they are not letting up, although here comes S.A.D.B.O.I.S rocketing out of the goal, using that boost to be able to secure a goal barrier for themselves and see what they can move forward with. But Bells, a little bit of a scoring opportunity here. Full force now available for both sides. No goal coming on through yet. Actually going to be Leo Leon finding a KO there on Vaughn inside the goal. And now a power play available for this side of Core Overflow. What will they be able to make happen with this one? Doesn't look like too much. Only 1 second to go until Vaughn's going to be back and available, but it's going to be Leo Leon finding one of those barriers first. Bell's going for the score, going to be the core flip coming out of Slop. And Joker going to take it on towards the bottom side, passing it back over, looking for a score up themselves with the beat drop. But not going to be able to touch the core with it. Rocketed back over there off the back of the whammy and cleared out again. Slop doing a good job of keeping the aggression up while still keeping up the defense, but it hasn't resulted in a good scoring opportunity yet, and Slop forced to save another one there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot happening. Both barriers are open, so right now, any team could really get a score. It seems right now, though, the Core Overflow has the advantage, but there's Joker dribbling, getting that core flip, trying to get it through, and now we're going to see here, he's going to core flip. It's not going to go anywhere because You Are to Lose is just ready to stop it. Vaughn helping on that defense. Bells, unfortunately, can't land that dash punch now. Joker has that speed. Yeah, he's coming in, but there comes Slop out of nowhere from his goal box into another one for that first goal of the game.
Great setup there and great defenses coming through from both sides. Some really great passing maneuvers to try to find scoring opportunities on both sides, but neither one able to get it through for a very long time until we are well into overtime. Really looking super competitive, at least in this very first volley here, as that was just round number 1. Vaughn going to find himself already staggered early on here in the second round of that first set. Is going to be able to recover here pretty nicely. Leo Leon has been plenty dangerous on this Zentaro historically and is still looking to keep that pressure onto Vaughn here. Flip comes out of Slop as he looks to knock it up towards the top side. Bells taking a ton of damage as a result. Going to have to walk away and try to get some of those orbs, but this gives an opportunity for Joker to go for the KO. Hits the center, takes him off the bottom. There's Leo making it a double KO, and You Already Lose has his work cut out for him now, trying to clear out and buy some time coming into this respawn, and it looks like he's going to do it. That barrier stands the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, You Already Lose definitely showing that he is having his goalie time show right there. His experience is able to hold that barrier, almost even got their barrier with the core flip. He didn't get it, but that is okay, because his goal wasn't to do it. Goal was to just at least save his, delay for his team, and now they're back and getting their own KOs, as we're going to see Vaughn take Joker off the map. Now they have the power play on the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Vaughn's doing some dribbling here with his goalie, making a play for Bells in that corner, which is going to get that barrier. Vaughn speeding to get that last one, going to get the goal, and he will find it between them, as that's going to be the first goal on the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, Vaughn does it all there, able to get the goal barriers opened up, puts it in the goal, and is going to be able to tie us up at 1-1 in set number 1 as we get back over onto the field here. See who is going to be able to take a lead early on. Going to be Slop coming out of the goal once again, looking for that score, and Joker throwing down the beat drop early on to be able to make sure that he's going to be able to keep that damage output onto Bells. The stagger comes through as that core flip is blown, but is going to be punished immediately as Vaughn takes one off the side. These Octavias can just keep pumping out that damage off the back of the special, and now it's a 2v2 with the goal already opened up for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Off the center, pass to himself. Vaughn looking for a score, knocked back away by Slop, though, to find that second barrier. Now looking for the score off the Oni's blade. Leo Leon will find it.
Wow, what an insane goal by Leo Leon. It's hard for me to remember that that's him because it is the name off, unfortunately, but these things happen. But what an insane goal. I mean, we're seeing here that he's able to put on quite the performance that he needs to, and he has the way to, he just knows when to use his passive. He's able to calculate when he gets it and how to make the most efficient play out of it. But we're seeing right here, right now, where Joker is moving up with core flip. Unfortunately, he's not quite able to land it, though.
Yeah, not going to be able to quite find that path that he's looking for, but pass back up now, going over towards Leo. Going to be the core flip used by Slop. That Amy's turret going to be able to keep pushing forward for You Already Lose. Going to be able to keep the defense there. There's the core flip as well. Tries to snag it away and is going to be able to find a KO off the top is Leo Leon. Still has his own flip available as well as Joker looking to use that movement speed off that flow state to be able to move it forward and find the second barrier. Another KO for Leo looking to close out set number 1. The beat drop comes through from Joker and it's put in the top by Leo Leon. 3-1 set number 1 for Core Overflow.
Wow, what an insane goal. I mean, we're seeing here right now, Joker is just able to get into not just the position that he wants to be in, but also able to find where Leo Leon wants him to be and cover both of those angles and able to make these passes. And now they are rewarded heavily by getting that super surge on that Zentaro.
Really, really big rewards there. And yeah, this is going to be absolutely brutal for S.A.D.B.O.I.S to have to deal with up against Leo Leon. He is so adept at being able to use that super surge on this pick, and it's just so well attuned for being used on Zentaro.
Yeah, and also Vaughn able to pick up Twin Drive there is really good for Octavia, but the Joker may have got something just equally as good, which is a Dash Awakening, which means you are that much faster, and also Aerials, which does help with the primary a little bit. So overall, this was, I think, a stronger draft for the side of Core Overflow, but I don't think S.A.D.B.O.I.S were put at too much of a disadvantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They do have some recovering to do one way or the other, as multiple members going to find themselves chunked incredibly low, but they're going to be able to strike back and take Leo Leon off the map. Doesn't matter for Joker, though. He goes in and snags both of the barriers while they're distracted, pumping it off the center, looking for that shot off the boost from S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Not going to be able to put it in the goal quite yet, but they buy time for the respawn to come through here for Leo. Leo now going to look to take control for himself as the whammy fails to connect onto the core, onto the top side, clears it back out, and Joker can put it in the bottom corner. Core Overflow coming alive.
Wow, what an insane goal. We're seeing here just how well a Joker is able to use that flow state and use his abilities to navigate. Having that, which we didn't really talk about, was a chrono start with a spark of focus. So they have that ton of speed on that dash, but also just that extra time it's around is so nice. As we're seeing here, though, Zentaro over here, Leo Leon is able to get both barriers. Now Joker's rushing in to get it, but that glitch pop save was amazing, and Bells was able to capitalize on that score attempt by getting a KO.
Yeah, looking like an Asshole Season 1 Leo right here as he is completely taking control on that Zentaro, but just like that, loses out on both of his barriers, and Bells is able to put it in the bottom corner, tying it up at 1-1 in set number 2. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S been falling a little bit behind, but they still have scoring opportunities there, and their forward and midfielder can always connect together to be able to find some of these scores, especially once they end up with one of those power plays.
Wow, but right there, as we're seeing here, Joker with an amazing beat drop is able to get both the barriers and get some stacked damage, as we're going to see Leland's get that KO, and now they're pushing for the barrier. Leland has core flip, trying to stay alive to use it. Joker is dribbling for his core flip. He has it, probably going to make the core flip right here, and it's going to lead to that goal barrier, or that goal getting smashed through, and they still have a core flip for next round.
Such straightforward stuff coming through there from Joker, able to build up the barrier, or build up the energy, rather, is going to be able to find himself the barrier, find himself the flip, find himself the goal, and now can keep on pushing forward for some more. Bells, though, going to snag it away from Slop, off trying to clear it out there with that whammy, and it's going to be able to find a goal barrier for their efforts. Does get staggered for it, though, and now an opportunity for the side of Core Overflow to be able to come on back and go in for that core flip, going in with the rush as well. Can't quite get the right angle, but is going to be able to save themselves for the KO. But as I say that, it's a double KO coming through for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They're going to be able to open up the goal. They're going to be able to turn it into a score. They're going to be able to take us to round 5.
Wow, what an insane turnaround from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. I thought they lost that draft, and I still think they probably did, but it doesn't matter, as they're showing with what awakenings they're able to get. They're able to just make quite the performance and make quite the comeback. As we're seeing here, they're able to just pack back and forth between themselves in order to make sure that they don't lose both barriers, but just one, which is really good on that map like Atlas, because you don't really need both. Having one is just fine. As we're seeing here, they're having this pressure, which is going to lead to a double barrier drop, and now He Already Lose has that core flip, wants to get it to Bells, but Bells is getting taken off the map, and now we're seeing here Vaughn has that beat drop, getting it through that corner, and that's going to lead to the first set being taken for the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, for there being 2 sets now on the scoreboard.
1-1, going to be a best of 3 from here on out. Really well done by the S.A.D.B.O.I.S to be able to come back in this second set from having been down early on. And there's that cast to last will be likely going on over to Joker's Octavia unless it can get snagged away here, and they are going to choose to deny it.
Yeah, I mean, Castellast is just too strong on that Joker. You have to take it away, but he still gets access to Sagger Swagger, which is really good because the KOs, as we just saw, are starting to come more and more often. So, unfortunately, making sure that Bells doesn't get an Awakening that affects him at all, and Joker still gets one that's really good for him, especially with the new buff to its speed not being 10% anymore, but being, I believe, 12%, is just overall really fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how powerful that Awakening is on the Octavia that you end up having to steal away Castellast on the Julie. We'll have to see if that ends up paying off for them, but early on here, it is looking like complete control going over to Core Overflow as they will put it in the top corner and score the first goal of the set.
I mean, that was just insane. We're seeing Joker has that speed to just keep up with that core. He can dribble it wherever he wants. All he really wants at this point is like another quick strikes. And then he's just even faster and he can hit the core more often. But his build right now is already insane for Octavia. And we're seeing here he might be slightly leveled down from Vaughn, but he's still able to just help out just as much on the field.
Yeah, it's absolutely been terrific for what Joker has been able to put together here, and Vaughn trying to make the same happen here off the back of his own Chrono Boost, and, you know, still has access to that Twin Drive, so it's not nothing, but is going to find another KO there for the side of Core Overflow, and Joker going to look to get a breakaway here on the bottom, going to force the elusive out and find the second barrier, passed back down by S.A.D.B.O.I.S now, going in for the scoring opportunity. A nice save found by You Already Lose, going to be able to clear it back out at the last possible moment, but now setting up with their own flips available, both used, neither finds the core, neither takes out Vaughn, but finally Leo Leon going to be able to find a way to do the latter, knocked back up at the top by Joker as he moves on down towards the center, trying to put it into the bottom of the goal. Can't find an angle there either, as the crater will be dodged away from. Leo looking for another shot, not going to be able to put it past the rest of the team as Bells looks to take a control up on the top side, finds the KO on the goalie, finds the second barrier, looking for the score with Vaughn, and will find it. What a comeback from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Wow, what an insane round that was. I was not expecting Slop to get taken off, but Bells just knew how to capitalize even on a situation that looked like he couldn't get the barrier. He was able to actually get the goalie hit in themselves, which is arguably better because you can't really defend without a goalie in the goal box.
You really cannot here, and now going to have to come back and look for more as the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are going to look to take a second scoring opportunity here, moving it towards that second barrier. Already were able to secure the first. Bells very low on stagger, though. Still just trying to avoid any potential damage coming on through from Leo. Leon does manage to open on up the goal, but now going to be becoming aggressive for the side of Core Overflow as they look to push forward with their own base drop. Don't quite find it there. Is going to continue to be a push up onto the top. Vaughn going to be knocked aside on the other end and is going to be given back over to Joker as the flow states are still up for both Octavias, trying to find themselves a barrier on the other side, but Vaughn with a little bit of a breakaway here, not going to be able to find the score off the core flip.
Yeah, I mean, as we're seeing here, Vaughn is low HP, but you don't need the HP when you're in there with the ball, able to push it in with your primary just enough to make sure that he stays alive, and he saves all that energy for having core flip for potentially the last round of this set. I mean, really? On the side of, S.A.D.B.O.I.S, they have almost two core flips. They already have one, but we're also seeing on the side of Core Overflow, they almost have two, but it doesn't matter. You don't need core flips if you could just play the game really well, as we just see Leo Leon destroy both barriers and destroy that goal for putting us on set point on both sides.
Leo, that was absolutely nuts. He just completely stuffs a core flip with his own core flip and turns it into a double barrier score. That was incredible from him and is going to take us again to round number 5 in the third set. This first game has been so incredibly close, but Bells and Vaughn are looking to make it not so. They want to turn this back around and take the lead back for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and they're gonna do it. Bells puts it in with the core flip in the bottom corner.
I mean, just absolutely insane turnaround for them. I thought that they were going to be on a uphill battle, but it seems that they didn't even need those awakenings. That edge was just not good enough for the side of Core Overflow, as S.A.D.B.O.I.S was just able to make such a good comeback into this game, and now where they're actually in the lead, and we're going to be seeing Octavia get demo, which is so strong, especially with when you have Twin Drive already.
Really, really good stuff here. Vaughn now able to piece himself together a build. And he's been denied before, and oh my god. I mean, Bells is taking the L's in this series. He gets himself Deadeye here to deny it away from the Luna. He's got a hell of a Juliet build right there, I gotta tell you.
I mean, yeah, but when you play at this level and you're this good at Juliet, you don't need those 1-2 punch. You don't need those prize fighter awakenings. You just need to make sure that the enemy doesn't scale too hard, and then you can make sure that you're just able to outbalance whatever they were left with. So, hey, I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah, Bell's rocking very near to baseline Juliet here, but he doesn't care. He's going to put it in for another goal. 1-0 here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S as they are looking to take game number 1 in a series that they were starting to fall behind in when they have the worst of the awakenings by far. They have managed to come back and look even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they just look absolutely fantastic as right now they're pressuring for 1 barrier, 2 barrier, looking for that 3rd, and there's the dash punch from Bells coming through and making sure he gets that 3rd one. For now, where we thought that the S.A.D.B.O.I.S were losing, they are now at match point in their favor.
Just one more score will do it here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S as they attend to the field once again. And it has been so quick on their scoring in this set in particular that Demolitionist has really unleashed Vaughn as they find a 2nd barrier goal already open, looking to push it through. Denied there by Leo Leon as he looks to take it back away, and Joker with a bit of a breakaway opportunity, but it's still a power play. There's still no goalie available for Core Overflow. Will they be able to capitalize on the opportunity? Joker still keeping it on the right side of the map, is going to be able to keep that power and is going to be able to buy time for Slop to respawn, but he's going to lose his life in the process. Vaughn looking to take it on towards the bottom. Leo not able to maintain control of the core as it goes back on over to Bells. Bells looking to put it past the goal, but Slop will be able to clear it back away. You already lose. Knocks it back over to Vaughn, looking to get it into Bells' hands. Vaughn going to get KO'd off the top. You already lose. Trying to set up a score with the sentry turret, but not going to manifest itself. Instead, it's going to be pressure on towards that top barrier. Will not be able to push it forward quite yet. Leo able to open up the goal, looking for the score. Here is Joker, but it sneaks past him, and Vaughn back and available, looking to clear it back out. The Oni's Blade not going to be able to stop it. You already lose, keeps on the defense. Vaughn with a scoring opportunity, or Bells rather, but not going to be able to push it forward with the Fire Flurry. Instead, it's going to be Vaughn taking it back towards the bottom, but the defense and the mounting midfield presence will not be enough. Bells puts it into the top corner.
Wow, what a insane game as we saw Core Overflow put on it quite a performance, I do have to say. Even though that they lost, they still were making quite amazing plays, and still, even on that last set, they still were threatening both barriers being broken, open gate, even with their goalie gone. I mean, just what a performance. It just seems that, unfortunately, that they didn't snowball hard enough, which could be attributed to Bells being able to take away their best in slot for nothing on him, and, you know, being able to just outmatch those awakenings that they did get with his just overall game mechanics.
Yeah, Bells, my weak side king, has somehow managed to come up with a huge performance there, even while doing so much work to deny everything there. He comes up with still 6 goals, still 8 KOs, not a low amount of damage output either. It's nothing to scoff at. It's not exactly what you'd hope for on the Julie, but still really able to, you know, match Zentaro by Leo Leon in number of KOs and able to still accomplish plenty, even while sacrificing so much to make sure that they are not going to be having to deal with these best of slot awakenings on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, being able to match Leo Leon there for KOs on a Julie where you were not given your bis that often because you were busy denying the enemy's best in slot, it's just such a good just overall accomplishment to feel, because you can just tell how strong this Bells guy is on the Juliet. He's able to just match a Zentaro with a Super Surge, and I believe 1-2 punch as well. Like, that is quite the build a Zentaro can have.
It really is here, so with that said, it is looking like we are going to be moving on to Night Market for game number 2, and the queue is already coming on up. So, gonna have to see some adaptations from the side of Core Overflow if they want to come back in this series. A rough showing for them on their choice of map. Now it's going over to the map of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, which is going to be Night Market.
Yeah, I mean, this map, as we all know, it is definitely a little bit more S.A.D.B.O.I.S favored. I mean, they've been running this comp map for a long time. They have that knowledge of what to do, and they're definitely going to be running some type of brawler comp to make sure that B.A.S, as we just saw what he's able to do when he's not even cared for that much, what happens when he's nurtured to the highest extent, given all those buffs.
We saw no ban, right? Not crazy here?
Yeah, not crazy.
Oh, it's because of name off. Okay, so, all right. Well, we do know it is going to be, the starting awakenings are 1-2 punch and Deadeye. We'll see how that affects what they want to go for. Probably no Deadeye Juliet this time around. I think Leo Leon's probably going to be opting for the 1-2 punch, but looking like that Era Mako Juliet comp that we've been hearing about will be locked on in here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, I mean, we did expect that ban would come through, or not that ban, that comp would get chosen, and it makes a lot of sense here. And now we're going to be seeing the awakenings were 1-2 punch and Deadeye, which means that Juliet has that 1-2 punch again, and both Juliets actually have it, but then S.A.D.B.O.I.S cannot be denied that Deadeye.
All right, well, Leo Leon with the nameplate back on now, going to be losing out, or at least going to be trying to see what they can make happen even without access to that ban. This composition now going to be coming on out for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S here, and we will get to see a little bit of that freshly buffed Mako and what they will be able to accomplish with it. S.A.D.B.O.I.S not able to keep up the defense, though. B.A.S puts it in the goal nice and early.
Yeah, what an incredible first goal. I mean, it's always good to get that one in because now you have that goal, you have that level advantage. As we see here, y'all and B.A.S are already level 2, so they have access to that other ability that these teams just doesn't have access to yet.
Yeah, going to be looking to bat away at this core wherever they can, but so far not quite able to find too much value off of the Mako. It is super, super early, of course. We were able to find the first score one way or the other, going to be able to come in with that core flip, and you already lose, going to be able to find the first of the barriers alongside the rest of the team, trying to use that drum and bass to buff up this Julie and have her be as viable and powerful as they possibly can for B.A.S, who has already been chunked pretty low, dangerously close to that staggered state. This comp does not feel very good once your Julie has been taken off the board, so definitely going to be looking to try to keep B.A.S on the field as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that B.A.S is nerfed is definitely, as we saw, very needed because he's such a strong, just player when he has nothing. And then we're going to see the KO come from Leo Leon. They tried to get that KO on the slot, but it's not going to happen. And now we're going to see the power play from Core Overflow as we're seeing a core flip supernova in the net. They're able to get one barrier and stack damage on Vaughn, and there's Vaughn going away. And now they're definitely going to be looking to get another KO here, continue this power play, trying to drop damage, but they're able to dodge it so far. Leo Leon is finding himself also low. There's B.A.S who just came back, already gone, and now it's just Vaughn. There comes Vaughn, or Vaughn, I said y'all, but I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
It's still really great stuff there coming through from Leo and Joker as well, able to find themselves KO after KO, using their core flips effectively, opening up the goal, but not quite able to finish the job yet. Leo going to knock it back down to Joker, trying to use that Vice with the power cord, going to use the Supernova to find another KO as well. And if the S.A.D.B.O.I.S can't stay on the map, they are not going to be able to find too many scoring opportunities. Joker knocks it back away. B.A.S trying to clear it out. You already lose, helps out, and is able to buy enough time. Those ensnare drums going to keep Leo stuck onto the bottom and going to guarantee a nice shot that comes through off the magical Maelstrom. A little bit of synergy between the new character and that era here, but not going to be enough to find the KO as B.A.S and Leo trade back and forth, both staggered, but Leo the one who finds himself with the core. Vaughn trying to knock it past him as the magical Maelstrom is channeled once again. Another KO comes through for the Joker, and this can be his opportunity to score. Knocked on towards the bottom. The defense still up for You Already Lose. Pass to Leo into the bottom corner, and finally they managed to find a goal for Core Overflow.
I mean, what an intense rally that was. I mean, we saw the KOs were going from both sides to both sides, but it does seem that Core Overflow has that level advantage because of just, look at that, Leo Leon and S.A.D.B.O.I.S already at that level 4, and Joker able to use that Supernova to dodge that dash punch was very, very skillful and tactical, just knowing that that ability makes it so you basically have unstoppable.
Yeah, definitely now going to be coming back on up and looking for Slop to be able to move up towards the top. A double KO comes on through for Leo. A huge power play here for Core Overflow, but cleared back away by You Already Lose. Leo has the core flip available. He wants to use it. He wants to score, but he cannot quite get on towards it and is just getting thrown around by the remaining members of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They will manage to clear it out. They will manage to buy ×3 spawn. They will keep this rally alive. Slop going in for a scoring opportunity. Not going to find it. The Supernova connects out of nobody, but the core flip from Joker. The double KO from Leo, and it's 2-1 in set 1 for Core Overflow.
Wow, that was an intense just work of coordination, just seeing that these players that might not be used to each other have already throughout the week of Dubu Cup have been able to just add in that much, just teamwork and coordination, as that Corfield came out and then came Vice secondary, but then Juliet came to assist in that damage and that knockback and able to get those KOs for that easy goal for them. Just such a technically skillful and just mechanically you need your teammate to know what you're wanting there. It's super skillful.
Really, really great stuff that's been able to come through from them so far, and they have been challenging the S.A.D.B.O.I.S throughout these 2 games so far. Now looking to take a lead again in this game number 2, but an early KO is found off those snare drums again. Such a great KO setup tool and a really good lineup of the perfect pitch there from You Already Lose to be able to keep things cleared out. It's now a double KO for Bells as he has an opportunity to try to open up these remaining goal barriers. Knocked back away by You Already Lose. Leo Leon trying to get the clear back out, and Slop not able to get past the defense as Bells punches it in for the second barrier, but knocked back away as Vaughn is looking to push it back over and get it into Bells' hands, but Bells has already been staggered away, and now there's a chance for Joker and Leo to get their turn on the offense, moving back over towards that right side of the map, but it gets cleared away yet again.
Yeah, but we're seeing here Leo Leon finds the dash punch, is able to get that KO. Bells is already looking staggered, so we know that Leo Leon doesn't have to commit much other than an ultimate kill him, but he has Joker there for a reason who's able to get that KO, and now it is a 1v3. Leo Leon's able to use his ultimate, get that last barrier. Now it is just another power play on their side. The dash punch unfortunately doesn't commit to that. He doesn't get the ball in there, but they're trying. Vaughn is trying to surrender, but this team only knows bloodshed, only knows the crimes, and they're just trying to get it through. But now that everybody's back, they're fighting through. Here comes the nuke, trying to make a play here. The Vice Lightning isn't enough to get it through, and now that everyone's revived, dash punch comes in from Bells, but not quite able to get the barrier or the goal.
No, it's going to have to come back over to You Already Lose, who continues to bat away these shots. Really good lineups on the perfect pitches so far, utilizing this new character to be able to keep up the defense, but down a member means they just have to buy time until they can get Bells back out of the field, but Bells does arrive, and they do still have some time to play with. That snare drum, this time the perfect pitch misses, and Leo Leon's able to put it in. First set going to Core Overflow in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely a good first set to get, but then again, last time they did win the first set, and then S.A.D.B.O.I.S made a comeback, so they're going to have to make sure that they can draft excellently here to make sure they're the strongest they can be, but Julia getting that knife's edge is super good here, and I think that means that they definitely probably just already won that draft, because Luna is able to get that team player, which assists your team so much, especially in a power play. When you can pass to either one with that extra speed, it just means that you guys have that ability to keep the speed on them 24/7. And Era being able to pick up the Monumentalist on this map is also really good for Vaughn here.
It does look quite good for Vaughn, and does mean that they're going to have to rely on him to be able to come on up with those buffs to be able to get these kind of plays for Bells because of how powerful these awakenings that have gone on over towards the rest of the squad have been. I do think the Egoist is pretty good on the Vice as well. You'll love to have that extra boost of movement speed, especially on such an immobile character when she's not blinking around the map. And that is going to be a KO found very early on here by the S.A.D.B.O.I.S as Bells looks to take control, does find one barrier, does find two, with an assistance of the Bewitching Beam from Vaughn. Here comes the Magical Maelstrom, not quite going to be able to put it in yet, and it is going to be Vaughn trying to receive at midfield, knocking it back on over to Bells, goes in for the Bewitching Beam, gets it back into Bells' hands, but Bells not going to be able to knock it into the goal in time, and Slop will be able to clear it back out. An opportunity for Leo Leon now to take it back on towards the other side. The Crater going to knock it back over towards that barrier, but not going to be able to find it here yet, and the damage on the Joker substantial. While he channels the Supernova, going to find himself staggered and nearly KO'd, but gets knocked out of that Flame Flurry just in time.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing here Leo Leon's able to block that core flip with his Fire Flurry, and now they're trying to push y'all, trying to get this last barrier, but Vaughn is there to assist as that Maelstrom is coming through closing off the bottom. They have to go through the top, and they're not quite able to get it because Vaughn is there, shrinking Leo Leon, making sure he's not able to make these plays, but Joker has that lightning. There comes the nuke assistance. It's not able to do much, though, but there's Bells with the bounce off the top, able to get that dash punch through and get that goal for the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Really nice stuff there from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They put it back into that top corner, and they pair up with Bells to be able to ensure that that scoring opportunity comes through at just the perfect moment. Now, a little Supernova channel very early here. Going to take Bells low, going to take Bells off the map, and that's the cornerstone of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. composition off nice and early. What exactly will Core Overflow be able to do to respond? Leo Leon going to look to get some abuse onto You Already Lose here. Goes in for the core flip, looking for the shot. Will find one barrier for it. Now Joker with the flip available for themselves, going to look to keep that pressure up, but they both get locked in the ensnare drums, thrown around, and it has to get cleared back out by S.A.D.B.O.I.S using that core flip. But look at how low Leo Leon's been taken from that repeated damage. Will get forced off of the play. It does give an opportunity here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S to regroup and look for another offensive angle. Bells, the only one with the core up the top side, but gets cleared back on out by Slop. And we will continue to duel with it in the midfield.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing here, Vaughn's able to get that Maelstrom, trying to put all this pressure on them, which they have, but still, Slop is putting on an excellent performance in that goal net, able to defend his heart out enough for them to get out with no barriers dropping and a KO for them, as Vaughn is going to find himself off the map, and that is going to lead to them getting not one barrier, but two, and now that dash punch from Leo Leon unfortunately couldn't replicate what Bells could do in the top corner, and now that Vaughn is back, they don't have the power of the power play anymore, and they might be able to switch it around and get one barrier. Will they be able to get the second? No, because Joker's gonna core flip and smash it through for the first goal on the side of Core Overflow.
1-1 now. Core Overflow striking back. Will need to keep that up here if they want to take us to a game number 3. Remember, they are already down 0-1 after that game at number 1. Now try to use this new composition to get themselves back in and competitive here for the rest of the series, but that's going to be a double barrier found very early by Bells and Vaughn, but Bells going to get taken out for it very early by Leo. Cleared back out by Joker. The Crater not going to be able to push it any further, and You Already Lose still going to be locked down on the defense, but there's the core flip coming through from Leo. Nice block again. Going to keep that top barrier alive, but Joker is not done yet. Knocks it back over towards Leo, who's looking to put it in to that barrier, but still cleared on out. Bells back onto the field, going to look to take back control and find the score that he started earlier. Slop comes back out of the goalie box, blinks back in time, goes in for the flip to try to get that barrier, but nobody can get it past You Already Lose. The Supernova gonna get stuffed back away by Vaughn as they move back over towards the right side and do not relent on this pressure. Vaughn takes the bulk of the damage here, but is able to clear out the core once again using that magical Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing here Vaughn is taking, as you said, the main source of damage here, but he's managing to stay in this corner, stay alive, and still add to the game. Make sure his presence is known and able to just assist Bells as much as he can. And right here, we're seeing Bells almost gets the core into the prime position, but not quite able, as Joker is able to make sure that that's not able to happen. He doesn't want his goalie to have to face that Julie in that 1v1, but it's going to happen eventually, and he's going to be able to crush that ball into that top barrier for that goal.
Really good positioning there from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Again, able to get it past Slop. You don't have too much reach on this Luna, so if you can sneak it into those corners when she has the cooldowns down, that is the best recipe for being able to find the goals, and they do it time after time. You Already Lose, taking a ton of damage here early, going to have to use the flip to clear it out, but now nowhere left to go for that Supernova. Nearly taken down twice in a row, but Leo's not able to get the job done, and that means You Already Lose still going to be there to clear it out, and that means Leo is going to get taken off the map. A big scoring opportunity here for Bells and Vaughn as Slop and Joker have their work cut out for him. The goal gonna get opened up, knocked off the top from the perfect pitch. Vaughn puts it into Bells, stuffs it back against Slop, and that's a set going over to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Wow, what an insane set. I mean, we've seen this here from last game, but whenever you get that first set against the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, that does by no means mean that you have the advantage. It's almost as if they're just feeling out your comp, feeling out your team, so that they can just come back with the best countermeasures you've ever seen, even if they have less awakenings, because it doesn't matter to this team. And now we're being able to see Bells is able to start sparking up, and now he's going to be able to grab that spark of resilience, and Vaughn taking so much damage, and now that is going to be so much help when he has that stagger swagger.
Absolutely here. Really solid draft coming on through here. Do want to see how much that missile propulsion is going to be able to help Slop to be able to keep on it, doing things from across the map. Maybe going to have some more time to be able to spend in the goal arc. Not going to have to blow so many tools to be able to have an influence on these scoring chances, because You Already Lose is such a difficult goalie to get past. And you often need that third member to be able to make sure that you actually can find angles to get out of these goal barriers, especially up against this Mako. This time it is going to be found there by S.A.D.B.O.I.S, going to be able to get on through, keep up a little bit of pressure, but only going to be able to find one barrier for it. So it will be traded back out of the other side. B.E.L.S now pushing in for the second. S.A.D.B.O.I.S has to go evasive, and that means it's an easy second barrier for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Open goal opportunity now. They knock it back away with the perfect pitch, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S able to come in with the header and open up the goal on towards the other side. Just needs to be able to find the clear now. Is Joker going to try to use that power cord? Blocked again, but B.E.L.S gets it in the top corner again, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S has used everything in his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot you could do against a team like this. They are in their groove. They have those awakenings. They've already, figured out your comp at this point in the game, even though the game isn't that far in. But this team is just able to do that, and they're able to get one barrier here. Leon tried to get the dash punch, but he got put into the jail. And now we're going to see a KO, though, from B.E.L.S here. Joker able to get it through, and now they're trying to fight through. Leon's putting pressure onto y'all, making sure he can't help that Vaughn trying to get through, but Vaughn was able to solo get that barrier, and now he's pushing to get the goal.
No way.
He's not quite able to get it, though. So close, yet so far, but Leon's able to find a KO onto B.E.L.S again, who just seems to be positioning a little bit too close to the edge, but now Vaughn might be pushing, trying to get another solo play like that again, but Leon's going to be able to get one barrier, trying to look. They're able to get the second one? No, they're not, because now the power play has ended.
No, and now it's going to be a power play coming back on over to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S do not want to let this opportunity slip. Magical Maelstrom coming in through the top side, not quite going to be able to find its way onto the goal, but B.E.L.S looking to find a dash punch into it one way or the other. It's going to be Vaughn, actually, who puts it in there with the Bewitching Beam. S.A.D.B.O.I.S in the strike war gets it back and forth, but the Bewitching Beam is just too much.
The Bewitching Beam was too much indeed, as we're going to see that Vaughn was trying to score almost that entire time, even when B.E.L.S was dead, and he finally got a good opportunity when they weren't just focused on him. And now we're going to see here how he's going to make this core flip work into this. I think he will be able to position, trying to crush this in now and get this second set over with, but unfortunately I'm going to caster curse him, and his core flip just got wasted.
Yeah, does end up whiffing that one. We'll see if that ends up making a difference here. On the verge of a 3-0 set here are the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, would be such a big momentum boost for them in a series that they are already winning. And there's the double KO for Vaughn. It looks like it might already be said and done here, unless S.A.D.B.O.I.S can pull off a miracle. Second barrier will fall, cleared back out. There's the counter flip from You Already Lose, pass to Vaughn, pass to B.E.L.S, and all three S.A.D.B.O.I.S put it in for a second set win.
Wow, I mean, y'all core flipping right there, he was just in the perfect spot to either pass up or pass down, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S, there's unfortunately nothing he could do. He couldn't go block, Vaughn, because then, he just passes, or if he covers the pass, he just scores it himself.
Such good stuff there, showing how these three have been playing together for so long, and they really have got these kind of baseline fundamental plays down pat. Doesn't matter what characters you're playing there, you can always go core flip, pass, score. And they managed to put it in the goal there once again. With S.A.D.B.O.I.S without teammates, he just has no chance there. Cannot find his way in.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like the side of Overflow had more damage, but, I mean, Vaughn has been finding these expert Maelstorms, as we're seeing. They're able to just cause evades, cause so much damage, and cause KOs if you don't have that evade ready.
Definitely here is now coming into what could be the final set of the series. An early KO comes on through there for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and there's the early goal to go alongside it. 1-0 here, 2 more goals until the S.A.D.B.O.I.S move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and an insane, just play there. They're able to get those KOs, get the goal. They're just able to pass between each other. Vaughn and B.E.L.S are just two kings that understand how to operate off of each other, know what each other wants, able to make these plays as we're seeing right now. B.E.L.S is pushing up, trying to get the barrier. Unfortunately, he can't quite find it. B.E.L.S has the ball, has the shrinks, trying to make sure that he can keep this forward pressure on, making sure Joker doesn't have as much as he can do. B.E.L.S coming in out of nowhere with a 1 barrier, 2 barrier, looking for that third, and he's gonna find it. There's the goal. And now, suddenly, we are on match point of what could be the last game.
Could all end here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S and for Core Overflow. Core Overflow would be moving on down to the lower bracket, but they do not want to give up that easy. It's a double barrier off one shot for Bells. A huge opportunity now available for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S to end it all here. They've got the core flip available on their goalie. They move in for the shot on the right side. Not going to be able to find it. Vaughn has a core flip of his own. He gives it to Bells for the dash punch, and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S will close it out 3-0 in the final set. The most decorated team in Omega Strikers is moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, as we saw from Core Overflow, they put on their best performance. They tried their best to fight this team, but Night Market, Mako, Era, Juliet is just such a strong comp. I mean, Bells just has everything he wants there. He just has all of those buffs, all that speed, and he has that mid gate too that he can grab, and he's forcing all these opponents to fight in such a short area against that Juliet. There's just not a lot you can do. As we saw here, he had 12 KOs.
Such a really great Juliet performance here from Leo Leon, but it just does not end up being enough. It's really about the goals at the end of the day, and there were 9 goals to Bells' name there. They set up the comp around him, they enabled him at every opportunity, and when they found the KOs, those KOs mattered. They used the power plays to be able to push in and to be able to find themselves score after score after score, and as they built up a lead, as we started to get into these back-end sets, it was just more and more one-sided. They know how to be able to utilize their advantages, and they pushed it through here in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw there from that match, we're going to be seeing the S.A.D.B.O.I.S head to Grand. I'm pretty sure that was the expected outcome, but we can't say Core Overflow didn't do their best, but maybe they'll be able to fight their way through losers, able to make some plays, make some games, and they're able to, you know, come back and get their rematch. But unfortunately, I think that might be hard as heck to do because you have to fight through so many other teams, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S now are just waiting.
Definitely here. So going to have themselves a little bit of a break here as we gear on up for the lower semifinals that are going to be coming on up next. I believe we are going to start getting pieces in place for an interview with the winners here, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, in just a few short moments. Figure out exactly where we are with that one, but till then, plenty of game left to talk about here, Spooked Alter. I mean, what a great showing here from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. I was really impressed with what we saw, especially in game number 1 out of Core Overflow, but just didn't end up being able to push it all the way through, and was still a comeback angle that the S.A.D.B.O.I.S were happy to capitalize on.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to just capitalize on so much, and it was just so impressive to see, honestly, that they were able to just make such a performance there. I mean, it looked like from each game, they lost that first set, and it looked like the other team capitalized on draft, but no, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S were able to just understand what they needed to do, and even with what I would think is not the right awakenings or what would be better awakenings for the side of Core Overflow, they were just ready to just destroy and make those plays happen.
Definitely the case here. So we are going to have an interview here with Vaughn off of the victorious side here of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. He'll be talking a little bit about his experience getting here to grand finals as soon as we can get Surplus and Vaughn on in here. So looking forward to that one. Looking forward to what he has to say. I mean, you got to see him a little bit in the intro video here talking about his team's assets, or the trophies that they've won so far, and definitely looking to earn themselves another one.
Yeah, they're looking to earn themselves another one, and here they are. And so we're going to pass it on to Surplus here. It has been Spooked Alter and Gordo.
Thank you again, Spooked Alter and Gordo. Y'all rock that cast, by the way. And I'm here with the ever elusive, the one man, the myth, the legend, Vaughn here. Vaughn, what a game. A 2-0-2 Core Overflow. They're moving on to the losers bracket. You're in the grand finals. You've got your day set up right now. By the way, love the sweater. Can you talk about it a little bit more?
Thank you. I just felt like I needed to believe in the power of friendship, so I busted out my finest attire. It is I gotta turn it. It's time to duel. Hey, and it was time to duel in those strike wars and that bone-chilling Octavia mirror. So help me power up to get the win. Surplus.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about that duel as well. It was 2 amazing duelers, yourself and Joker, playing on that Octavia mirror on Atlas's lab. What was running through your mind? What was the strategy there for your team as you saw that Octavia mirror come to fruition?
Well, and I think it was no secret to Huss or I. We literally talked about it. I think that Octavia boils down to an mirror. One is if the players of our similar skill, which I am of similar skill to Huss, it comes down to which team can play through it better. And if I had to bet on it, I would bet that my team that's been playing together for half a year can play around an Octavia better than a team that's recently formed. So I think it's just one of those moments where I trusted my teammates a lot, and I knew if we were on lab and Caleb got a comfort pick like Amy or even the Mako, right? Like I mean, you saw him in that series. Like he's going to be able to hold it down, even if I make a mistake. So that was all that went into it. I'm not afraid of the Octavia mirror. The character is very, very frustrating to play with, obviously. But Ali was willing to, eat up one of those trainings in the set that we lost. And then otherwise, I'm confident that at least in midfield on any day, I can beat anyone in the world. So it worked out nicely. So I was really happy with how we played game one.
Awesome. And I do want to talk a little bit about Night Market. That was y'all's pick as well. Going down 1-0 in this set. What did you tell your team that, I mean, again, is a very, very knit together, very tight-knit team. What did you tell them coming into the series to clinch the win there?
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard not to get down on yourself when you're down 2 levels across the board. You've been slaughtered on repeat. I think 80% of their kills happened in set 1, I want to say. And it's just hard because we picked a comp that needs trainings to come online, especially because we didn't really use Deadeye well at all. They had like 2 excellent Deadeye users and then 1-2 punch Julie to finish off kills after we burned Elusive. But we played a lot of scrims leading up to this week, and we practiced a lot of comps where we would just force character combinations that did not play for KOs against KO comps. And it's just a matter of keeping your mental resilience strong and understanding that as drafts go on, you're going to get more tools to deal with that damage, which you saw as Ali picked up some sparks. We had more defensive tools available to us, and it all managed to work out because at the end of the day, all it takes is a extremely large like Julie dash punch in their net, and you can score. It doesn't matter how many times you die as long as the ball goes in their net. So that was kind of the logic. I was really sad because there's a Deadeye Luna start right there, and I didn't take it, but I believed in Ali that if we played a comp that can play through him on Night Market, that he would be able to take us home, and I thought that all 3 of us played really well. I was proud of everyone, myself included. I thought we all fired on all cylinders, so really satisfying 2-0 to cap off that series versus Cal, who are very difficult opponents, so it was not easy.
It wasn't easy. It definitely looked like a slug match out there, and I do have another question so far. We had to unfortunately say goodbye to Team Arc and Dubu Strikers, so out of the 3 other teams in the bracket, Demons Raw, BunnBunn Bonanza, Core Overflows, and yourself, who do you think is going to meet you in the grand final?
Well, it feels harder than normal, actually, because I would confidently say Demons Raw almost every time, but those Core Overflow guys, I don't really feel like Huss was even firing on all cylinders. Like that was a performance from him that I don't think is up to his standards. So I think if he is able to play at a higher level than what I feel like his inconsistency had in Winners Finals, that team can beat any of us, like hands down. Like he is so good, and he's just only role swap. He's already a top dog in the role. And obviously Leo and Slop are proven commodities as well. So it's really a toss-up between the two, but I also can't sleep on BunnBunn Bonanza as well, because we played them in winners quarters, and our games were hard. It was a 2-0, but the stats don't tell the story of they made us work for it. So I still always give it to Demons Raw. I always expect to see them in the finals, as I view them as our rivals, and I think Kainub arguably is the best player in North America. Definitely someone that I look up to in my position. Like I view him as someone I have to beat to be able to win a tournament. So I'm going to give the nod to Demons Raw, but all it takes is one good game out of Cal, and that's an upset. And honestly, BunnBunn Bonanza is so much better than I gave them credit for like a week or so ago. It really is anything, but I will still put my money on Demons Raw for now. We'll have to see what happens though, Dylan.
We'll have to see what happens by the end of the day today. We will only have one more team standing, so congratulations, Vaughn. We'll see you in the grand finals. We're coming up on a banger match here in the loser semis. Demons Raw versus BunnBunn Bonanza, a team that's pretty much always been the number 2 versus a team that's proving themselves in the losers bracket and wants more clout here. I'm going to have to give it to our casters here, and Fudgy, Brickbat, take it away.
Hey, Brickbat, take it away. Yeah.
Everybody. Hello, hello. 123 teams have entered the Dubu Cup, and now we are down to 4. And after this series, we're going to have 3, but we'll see which of these 2 teams will enter that illustrious podium position as we are getting into game here for Demons Raw against BunnBunn Bonanza. Of course, BunnBunn Bonanza, I think the team that's a bit interesting to see here. I think we're very, very well used to a podium finish from the side of Demons Raw, but we'll see if the tides can turn here from our newly formed team, and a team that a lot of people had actually put at the bottom of the power rankings out of all of the teams in the North American Strikers League. So seeing them here is definitely an interesting story to tell, Fudgy. So going into this game here, what do you want to see from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza to potentially, you know, rewrite the history books here and send Demons Raw to what would many consider be an early home?
Yeah, BunnBunn Bonanza, like you're saying, is a team that I wouldn't say many people expected to be here. They have been on a pretty insane tear through this bracket, especially. They had lost to some teams that people wouldn't really expect them to lose to. There have been some talks about scrims, about them being a questionable team. But they've already been 2 NASL teams, with one of them, I heard the last game, the match they just played against Student Dubu Strikers, being a bit of a stomp. So they're looking better than ever right now. I've seen the Juno ban. I was about to talk about that. I was going to say I'm expecting the Juno ban because that is kind of become Liari's signature pick, and the Era ban to deny any like Mako Era comps, any Era double brawler comps is a really good ban to target on Night Market, especially versus the teams like S.A.D.B.O.I.S and Demons Raw that have shown that they can pilot such comps. But the Kazan being hovered, you never know. Snake might be feeling like this character's a little good.
Yeah, and it does look like the starting awakenings are heavy impact and glass cannon. Of course, something that's very, very good on someone like the Julia as well as the Zentaro, the extra knockback and the extra cooldowns, something that both characters benefit a ton from. And we also see actually a heavy impacts come out from both Kainoob and Liari. Why don't you run us through why that's so good on the now, especially on Night Market?
Yeah, so the secondary is actually an impact, and you're always hitting like 3 guys with that, so you're getting just like insane value off of it, especially on a map like Night Market, where it's so small that you're going to be hitting more things with your secondary more often. There, you just saw hit the core Liari, and I'm still like need to figure this out, whether the heavy impact counts on yourself for that. But Snake also having heavy impact is going to have that extra dash punch range to immediately get that first KO. And now this one barrier shouldn't stand for long, especially with Gumi right there in the front. But they're still going to be able to stand. LilyBunn holding it down with Scyther 12, and Liari's back online. And both people are 1 barrier apiece, but Kainoob does have flip.
Yeah, and Kainoob, if he elects to use this core flip defensively, means that Liari will not find anything right now, giving maybe Scyther 12 a little bit of more time to find that KO, but instead of finding the KO, they find the barrier instead. Now the flip does come out, but it's blocked away by Gumi and Kainoob. Now LilyBunn with possession of the core sends it down to Liari, but Gumi is there, playing a little bit more offensive here on this Mako as the core gets flown around the map. Now, LilyBunn and Liari, the ones find themselves on the defensive here as Kainoob now passes it down to Snake, but it's going to be intercepted by Scyther 12. The dash comes out, but nothing quite found yet other than the stagger from Kainoob. No dodge to work with here, as now LilyBunn's going to find the core with the cyber swipe. Now that forces the defensive core flip coming out from Gumi. Now Snake going to try to work the core upfield as Kainoob's going to find himself flung off. Now Snake with a good strike war win almost takes that barrier, but it's going to stay alive with the eject button. Snake now helping Gumi on the defensive here. Core goes back and forth for a little bit as now Kainoob is back up and ready to go. Liari, a few redirects from a core flip herself. LilyBunn, though, having to defend now against Snake and Kainoob. Snake, of course, critically having that flip, which can open the goalie barrier at any second now. Liari also finding a flip herself, but it won't even matter. LilyBunn is the one to find the first goal in the game. A nice little offensive play from the IME goalie, getting that first point picked up.
Yeah, ridiculous plays from both teams coming through. 2 power play situations that both teams were able to hold on both times. And with now 2 flips online, still going through all that. Liari having to burn it with Snake threatening a lot of damage. And now Snake the one being threatened with the DPS this time. We're going to see a lot of focus coming from Scyther 12, who's really come together on this brawler pick has been sort of role swapped, was known as like a pretty good goalie. Played forward too, like all like a bit of a flex player, but that's BunnBunn with the glass cannon is going to find a KO on Gumi, who's running a little bit too far past the yeesh line, and it's going to be now no goalie. Noob though has been on that Gumi 2 account, has been kind of grinding out. That goalie is going to be able to cover, only losing one barrier in the process. But right now, this Mako pick has not been working out the exact way that Demons Raw wanted, and that's KO though.
Yeah, and a KO find on BunnBunn is critical, of course. Goalie down means that the defensive capabilities of your team do kind of go out the window, but it looks like for now, Scyther12 using some of that flex roll position to play goalie and keeping the core alive, but it's not going to mean anything as now Snake finds himself in front of an open goal with a flip, and there's only so much you could do. 1-1 tied on our first set of the game here.
Yeah, so both goalies in that round both get KO'd on the other opponent's half, so I'll say it's a bit of a goalie moment. Goalies, sometimes they forget that you can get KO'd with stagger because they're so used to having that buff on their side. And when you're in your own goal zone, it's super hard to KO you with something like a dash punch because you have that knockback resistance. But once you enter the opponent's side, you are prone to really anything coming your way. But look at this damage coming on the Noob. Scyther12 really has been known for this Antaro pick, has hit some pretty nasty clips even. Oh, this almost goes in, but BunnBunn with a great glitch pop saves that one. The Noob, yeah, I was going to say, needs to find that ult to cool down to be able to heal up, which is, it's funny to see all these KOs, now, seen as a character to kind of prevent this, but you need a little bit of scaling before you can really become unkillable. Now you kind of either need some CDR to keep your ults up more often, your secondaries to heal up, or just give your team more staggers so that you have more time. But none of that has been picked up yet. Ooh, the flip trying to find an early KO like it was able to before, but it's not going to work out this time. And that's going to be Snake, though, who's being able to get a 1v1 with BunnBunn with the speed boost, and that's going to be enough to just do a single strike war. Will be all it takes to bring this to a 2-1.
Oh yeah, and that was excellently played from Snake as well. Getting that 1v1 strike war against the goalie, if you are winning those 1v1 engagements, which of course you can do with a dash punch on Juliet, but even without it, if you're finding those sort of situations, things will be looking very, very good for your kind of finding all of these opportunities like here, like Snake is finding right now. Dash punch isn't going to find the goal, but it's going to be finding Liari instead, but it just gets followed up immediately by so much aggression from Gunmi and Noob that it's going to take the set over to the side of Demons Raw.
Yeah, ridiculous cooking going on there. The double ult to block the core flip from the Mako, who really just forces the barrier to be taken. There's just no other option there. It's going to be rewarded with something good. There's a lot of options here to take. I'm really curious. The team player is shown to be really strong, but the Chrono Boost is going to be ended up being the one being taken. Aerials will land nonetheless to the Mako. Mako, with these dash awakenings, just becomes an absolute menace. Just gives your whole team egoist speed once you get two of them. So looking out for that's really scary. And the heavy impact, pretty much always affecting your teammates, is going to be really big as well. But no one's ending too unhappy, I would say. I'm really looking at Scyther12 with this egoist, especially. It kind of feels like a lower tier pick compared to the rest of the options, but everyone's been building flip pretty fast this game. And Zentaro is definitely a character that ends up building that flip faster than others, being able to a ton of multi-hits in the kit. So another way to get barriers and to get goals, other than finding KOs or just finding really good 2v1 plays, is going to be really, really important for BunnBunn Bonanza and something to look out for.
Absolutely, and I mean, set one, we already saw a few KOs, which to me is indicative that we may have a bloodbath coming onto our hands soon, as Noob already low on stagger, actually going to find himself staggered, does have that flip to work with, but it looks like BunnBunn Bonanza will try to blow it if they have anything to say about that. It is going to happen. Noob going to be finding himself taken out of the map for a few seconds, but now it's going to be Scyther12 looking to find it. The flip does come out, but Snake is going to find a return KO now at 2v2. It's going to be found here on the map now. Noob back up as we get into overtime here. A nice pass from Gumi to Snake allows him to get a nice little bottom pocket. And the first point in the set goes over to Demons Raw, who are looking really, really good coming in the set.
Yeah, super interesting interaction there. Scyther12 has Egoist, which means you can evade. You think that you could evade after you use your energy burst, but you actually still are on cooldown on your evade after you energy burst, so you can't just evade immediately, even though you have the energy. So Snake, knowing this, knows that even with the Egoist, the ult dash punch will KO Scyther 12 and leads them to a power play win directly after the flip. And speaking of flips, Liari's going to use the flip to get the second barrier. And it's going to be Scyther 12 now trying to play that midfield a little bit more and fill in that spot, but the positions have returned to their original places. LilyBunn holding down the midfield as well with the Imi pick. No, like a big fan of this Imi pick for that reason. Yeah, the double barrier, they all kind of converge onto the center, knowing that Kainub's going to go for it. And Scyther 12 is going to finish off that one. A missed flip from Gumi is going to allow yet another point to BunnBunn Bonanza.
Yeah, and that was such a great defense from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. I think going into this tournament, Liari did say that her team's biggest advantage is the flexibility, having players that have all had a really long stint with goalie and forward. So being able to kind of play whatever role they so please, and in those situations where you need to bunker up against kind of what are defensive specialists in the side of Demon Raw, I mean, that's definitely no small feat, as now we're going to be fighting LilyBunn, KO'd out of nowhere. Now Liari and Scyther 12 have to make this goal here. It's going to be Curtains on this point, and it's not going to be found, but Liari with the flip is going to pass it to herself. An excellent save there means that it's going to buy enough time for LilyBunn to come back up now. Liari and LilyBunn trying to find possession of the core against Snake. Snake has the cooldowns, finds the strike, does not get the goal, and he's going to find himself KO'd as a result now. Reversal of fortunes now going in the favor of BunnBunn Bonanza. And Scyther 12 now trying to find a goal. The ensnare drums do come out, but nothing is going to be found right now from the side of Scyther 12. LilyBunn now trying to send it upfield again. Snake is back, and Scyther 12 is out. Kainub and Gumi now looking to bring the core upfield to their forward. Snake not able to find possession of the core, but it doesn't even matter. The hit stun on LilyBunn means that she cannot react to that core, and it's going to be 2 points on the set going over to Demon's Raw.
All right, super small interaction. I also want to point out Liari. There's this you basically have another evade. You can use your ulti as an evade. So there's a 1v1 versus Snake Liari had to protect while LilyBunn was dead to play goalie, and Liari ults backwards to try to counter a dash punch. But there's another form of a dash punch found. Kainub just uses the primary plus flip to get a KO. Really strong combo near the edge, but yeah, that flip's going to be enough to get through with the combination of strikes, but it's going to get all the way past. Liari has flip in front of the goal net, in front of the goal right now, open goal. Scyther 12 going to try and break through once again as this midfielder, but it's not going to be able to do it. Snake's going to be able to get it past the firewall sentry before the turrets can reach. And it's going to be another set win, and it's going to be really hard if Kainub gets something like Manu here. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. Instead, hey, if it's me, I'm taking quick strikes. If it's Kainub, we'll see what Kainub takes. But that's going to be a pretty big awakening pickup.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be among Titans picked up. I know that this is a bit of a controversial awakening. I think a lot of people think that it's not really great, especially because it's going to make Strike Wars so much more difficult, but a lot of people love it, absolutely. The extra size, especially on a Julie and Mako, which both have a lot of melee abilities, a lot of abilities that scale with size. It's going to bring a lot of value to the team, so we'll see how it does play out here. And I also want to draw attention to this, like the positioning that BunnBunn Bonanza had at the end of the last point. I mean, again, bringing up the team's flexibility, Liari ended up playing that forward position when she realized she had the flip, she had a goal win condition, and Scyther 12 actually playing that midfield Centauro, which is one of the brawlers that you could like pseudo play midfield with. I mean, we saw it even with like PLX and teams like that just outright played the character in the role. So I think that's where we see the composition or like the sort of team play of BunnBunn Bonanza really shine. But as I say that, Demon's Raw is currently on a roll. They're looking so strong right now, already taking both goalie barriers off the map. And now Kainub has flipped to work with, but it doesn't even matter. Snake is going to be the one finding a goal immediately against LilyBunn, and now we might be 2 points away from a clean 3-0 sweep from Demon's Raw.
And that was ridiculous. Did you see that? Did you see the flip into the backwards glitch pop, which actually saved it, but it just didn't matter because Snake was just ready. It was prepared for LilyBunn to have an insane save like that, immediately strikes afterwards, wins the strike war, and then is able to score on that despite the insane glitch pop save. So just really, even when you play out of your mind, it's not enough to get past Demon's Raw. You have to play better. And that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. They're using these flips to get in. They're winning the correct strike wars. Gimme still has flip, but might get KO'd soon if nothing's able to come up in order to save him. but it's going to be Liari once again. They're kind of splitting up. Liari moving a little bit more forward, but here goes. Scyther12 has abilities. He's going to try and use them. Cancels Gumi's secondary. Really important against Mako. This counterplay is to stun the Mako while the secondary is going on. But right now, really fast, Kainu's not able to get this barrier, though. BunnBunn still able to hold it down. Uses Cyber Swipe to save. A lot of damage coming out from Scyther12, even though staggered. The missile prop not going to be enough to knock away. The orb grab at the last second to stay alive is huge. And now Gumi's sitting in the goal with like pretty much no cooldowns, but it's going to be able to hold anyway with the help of Snake and Kainoob. Now Scyther12 still staggered, but has been honestly sitting pretty. Snake not having the cooldowns in order to deal with the staggered Scyther12 in the right timings. Gumi has the secondary there, and it's just so annoying to deal with this speed when you can't cancel it. The flip is used to stun Snake, doesn't catch the core. But once again, in the net of BunnBunn Bonanza, are they going to be able to hold it down? Just both teams taking their turns, doing a little bit of S.A.D.B.O.I.S lore, sitting in the net with 3 goalies. That's what both teams kind of have at this point. A little bit of 3 goalies just sitting in there, but it's some crazy angles coming out from these Doritos. We're going to have to see if it'll be enough, but oh my goodness. The ball just bounces between all of them, perfectly ends up with Kainoob hitting it at a crazy angle. I think there was a drone there. It was, hey, 2-0, match point, or map point.
Yeah, that was that was insane. I mean, the core was basically just traveling around the world over and over, going back and forth, and Kainoob basically finding that one opportunity to get the goal and absolutely took it. So for now, it looks like BunnBunn Bonanza is going to be back against the wall here on Night Market. It is something that they're going to have to win if they want to take the series off of Demon's Raw, I believe. But it's just so hard. Snake going to find himself staggered, but it won't even matter. It's going to be Lilybun KO'd instead now 9 seconds before the goalie comes back to play. Gumi dribbling slowly upfield, has the flip. This may be curtains, but no, Liari holds! Scyther12's going to be gone. Lilybun's back up, able to snag 1 goalie barrier. Can't be made 2, though. Now the Fire Roll Sentry is out to just keep the core stalled a little bit longer. 2 seconds until Scyther12 comes up. But just as he comes up, Snake puts it into the net, and Demons Raw take the first map of this series in a nice 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and a low-key draft take ends up being huge. Snake had Specialized plus Extra Special that game. The Extra Special kind of felt like a deny to the IME until you kind of look at it and you think, oh, Snake's just going to be able to do this really high damage ulti over and over and over again. At the very end, getting like a KO and the goal off of that ulti. So really showing the strength of that awakening. Honestly, I think it's a little bit underrated. Extra Special in general on all characters. It's been nerfed a few times, but it just comes in so clutch, being able to have your ulti up that much more often and at the start of every round. So great stuff from Demons Raw that round. Really, some of the sets were a bit closer than the others, but that last set especially, even though Liari was able to hold it down 1v3 for a bit, just being able to find 2 KOs and multiple KOs onto the opponent's goalie shows a certain level of dominance that you kind of come to expect from Demons Raw.
Yeah, and there's a reason. Yeah, like you said, there's a reason that Demons Raw is essentially part of the pedigree of the North American Strikers League. They are a dynasty team for a reason. I mean, Juliet, a character that I think can deal a lot of damage herself, but obviously kind of, I feel like the general sentiment is that she does pale in comparison to things like the Zentaro, especially when the Zentaro can get a CDR training like the heavy impacts. But Snake proving me wrong there. I mean, 29k damage, beating Scyther12 by 1k. I mean, obviously, more importantly, finding so many crucial KOs onto Lilybun that basically stopped any playmaking from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza in its tracks. So, I mean, things are looking really tough. It does look like right now that Demons Raw is currently sitting, a cut above BunnBunn Bonanza. But, if I am BunnBunn Bonanza, what am I looking for coming into this next map? Just maybe sneak a map out against this team that looks so good right now.
Yeah, and we're on the application, which is a map that BunnBunn picked, to be clear. Night Market, the Demons pick, which makes a lot of sense because, I mean, Demons, we've seen them beat S.A.D.B.O.I.S on that map. So when they're able to beat indisputable top 3 teams like that, up-and-comer teams, you're looking forward to playing other teams on that map as well. But we see the Rasmus ban come out. I had known that Kainoob prefers to not play that matchup, which makes a lot of sense. there's a lot of logic behind, if you think you're the better team in general, then why add a sort of like some chaos into the mix by letting there be a Rasmus and Liari known to pick this Rasmus midfield, and they would have been totally comfortable of picking the Julie Rasmus. But instead, we're seeing Gumi pull out the Juno goalie. So, what do you got to say about that, Rick Matt? I know there's a lot of things that have been said about this.
Oh, yeah.
Lately.
There's been so many things said about Juno goalie. I think Vaughn, a massive proponent of the pick. Even though it recently got nerfed, there was a reason it was nerfed. With eject button, this character could be so oppressive, basically, essentially doing Aimi's job of being that third forward, blinking forward, but better, essentially. I mean, it's such a low cooldown, even though it was recently raised by 2 seconds, it is negated by that, by that reduction of eject button. So coming into these sets, especially if Gumi can get his hands on something like the hot shot, on something like the 1-2, he could be an absolute menace basically anywhere on the map. But as I say that, Scyther 12, trying not to let that scaling happen, grabbing the first point of the game and maybe hoping it to close it out just as fast as Demon's Raw did last set.
Yeah, and also, as kind of flying under the radar for me, I know people have been picking Mako midfield. I'm personally not a fan of it because it's just so much easier to get stunned, but you just have a ton of hitboxes. And that trap, when you can do setups like that from the front line, what are you gonna do? There's the prison sentence just sent into their goal for both of those members, and Snake gets the dash punch KO. It's so hard when you get the core trapped by the Mako ulti when you're that deep in. It becomes really, really difficult to do anything as the goalie. You just have no options, because if you hit it back, they don't even have to strike, because they can just wait for the back of the Mako ult to hit it first. Look at that, Kaya Noob, already super familiar with this pick, accelerated the core by using the secondary in order to send it right at the goal. It's just so weird. What do you look at this? What do you do? What do you do, Brickbat? What do you do? This Juno character, you just send the primary out, and then you can't strike, because if you strike forward, it hits the primary, and if you strike away, it hits the primary, and I'm sad.
I mean, yeah, it's such an impressive composition, and of course, Gumi, a top-level goalie, is going to be extremely well-practiced on it. I mean, so much pressure, but as I say that...
What do you do? What do you do?
That's a weakness.
Sector special is Yeah, I hate everything. But no, both these players really showing, both goalies setting up their forwards really well, and sometimes just kind of doing the job themselves. But Snake is going to be the one to find the pick this time. Has flip as well. This barrier should be found soon. There's 2 flips, 1 for each, and this flip's either going to tries to find a pass, but Kindnew's not quite ready for it. Might not matter, but will matter unless Kindnew's able to score this one, which he is able to find the open bottom corner, not covered currently. They thought they had made it out of the respawn, but sometimes the respawn gives you too much of a sense of comfort. I think this is a real thing that people have issues with, but aerials on the Juno goalie is going to be really annoying to deal with, unless the Chrono Boost, which is also just a deny, and you don't really need the extra range on your primary. Some people don't like it even. Some people think it's bad.
Yeah, and notably, the Juno goalie, of course, being so good playing that third forward, but becomes only better with that sort of dash awakening, being able to basically be anywhere on the map at any point on a low cooldown. And I mean, we saw as it went back and forth, it was a 3-2 set after all. I mean, this is a tale of which team could get core possession on the enemy side of the field faster. Juno goalie and Amy goalie, both of their weakness is when the core gets in front of them. They're not able to play that third forward and have to rely on some less than perfect defensive capabilities, and we're going to see that right there, basically. I mean, you're able to find those goalies, or those goalie barriers so fast, and you're able to convert so easily if you are able to get in the face of those type of goalies, and we're going to see Scyther 12 and Lilybun do just that, essentially, at that point.
Yeah, Scyther 12, also no stranger to the Julie. When I think it's Scyther 12, I do think it's just Julie and Zentaro as the 2 main forward picks. That will be picked by Scyther 12. Oh, great play there. It avoids the strike war to win it, basically, by hitting it around Gumi, and gets the barrier via that way. That's the bit of the problem with this Juno goalie pick, is that once you get right into the face of Juno, then you have more options, and it gets a lot more scary. Like there, Scyther 12 able to get the goal afterwards as well. Just really good plays from there. Gets the barrier and the goal. Whichever team gets the goal in their goal box first will tend to have a lot more trouble, because that's where Aimi and Juno both struggle the most. They do a little bit better on the opponent's side than on their own. But Scyther 12 looking for a KO this time.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like BunnBunn is quite aware of the win conditions, just playing so aggressive, basically being on the midfield line, and a critical KO actually coming out from Scyther. But Gumi is able to hold on with an excellent strike core win. Now Scyther 12 with a core flip. It's actually going to be defended away, but it might not matter, as now 2 members of the side of Demon's Raw is going to be found. Eventually the goal barrier does go down. Valiant attempt though by Gumi. Now BunnBunn with a Firewall Sentry is basically just going to confirm what Scyther 12 was looking to do, and all of a sudden, even though it was a close set 1 going to Demon's Raw, it's a 3-0 sweep on set 2 for the side of BunnBunn Bonanza.
Yeah, and hey, there's a reason why BunnBunn Bonanza picked this map. They are extremely comfortable on it. Even after that first set, just Scyther 12 finding a bunch of picks, just some combo picks, just some staggered opponents doing a really good job of getting things done. But it's going to be a second spark for Scyther 12, but the team player will fall to Gumi. And when you want to get the core out more often, things like team player are just so good. I mean, I say it like that, like you're not like team player isn't great on every single goalie in the game, but Monumentalist will also fall to Liari. So I think that's huge. Honestly, I think if you get Monumentalist now, it sometimes is just GG. Depending on how the game's going, if anyone has any sort of strength to contest you with. But Scyther 12 finding the pick, and you're going to have this Monu now in order to get this barrier. It's just going to get so much harder and harder. But Glitch Pop going to accidentally own barrier, but might not matter if they can score. And the Monumentalist secondary plus Scyther 12 strike is going to be able to find that goal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially too, we were talking about how volatile the game state can get when one goalie barrier goes down. But you know what makes that even more volatile? A Demolitionist now with Monumentalist. You're going to have so many cooldowns, and you're going to find so many extra opportunities with that. Now, admittedly, nerf cooldown, but I mean, look at that. The nerfs are not playing its effect right now. Even with that 6-second cooldown, it's going to give them now so many more opportunities to have cool presence in the midfield, in the forward position, helping out Scyther 12, and already, I mean, contributing to the oppressive forward play from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza coming into this game.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I really don't like Mako forward is that you are more susceptible to being stunned, and that's another set just taken just like that, 12-second goal from Scyther 12. But trying to go back to this, I don't like Mako forward. I do not like the pick. I think you get stunned too often when you're using your cooldowns, even by accident, just by random abilities being used. For example, this Monumentalist now that just is going to be able to hit the secondary on you to cancel either your primary or your secondary when it's being used. Either Lilybunn's also just going to be able to throw things at you across the map whenever she wants to. So it's just, you have to deal with all of these things, and it's just really, really annoying. This like Super Surge being picked up, Knife's Edge picked up for Scyther 12. Honestly, if a Waking Draft like this, I would start leading towards it to be Curtains, but some interesting pickups found all around. Nonetheless, the heavy impact and 1-2 punch are going to be really, really strong on Gumi, and Kai Noob and Built Different is definitely not a weak awakening on Julie. So not like going to be either way, but 7-12 is just like absolutely Julie gapping this game. It's just finding picks over and over again. Immediately the goal is found afterwards. Juno's just not able to hold it down. Gumi just is not given the option to show off his goalie prowess because you're playing a very offensive goalie and not giving the opportunities to play offensively. And even when you are, sometimes you're just able to hold it down with the help of this now plus Aimi combo doing a really good job. The extra special also extremely powerful. Ooh, almost a double KO, but not quite. Instead, Scyther 12 is going to use that dash punch to get the barrier. Yumi's going to get the reaction and or read. And there it is, look at that! Like, you're playing forward, Mako, so your secondary just gets instantly canceled by a random punch by Julie, and then you get scored on because you just lost it like a 16-second cooldown for free, basically. Like, you got nothing out of it, and now you just, like, your character just sucks because you have one less ability for fun. But now Scyther 12 looking for the kill!
Oh my god!
No, just absolutely dominating the forward position this game. It just gets the barrier after, has flipped.
Wait, is that it? No.
And it's not going to quite be it. But then found! Like, what is going on, BunnBunn Bonanza? Uh-oh. It might be a BunnBunn Bonanza. BunnBunn has flipped right now. Snake has to 1v3, and it's just brawler player's not going to be able to do it. A single forward in the net will not be enough. And that's just, is that the fastest 3-1 you've ever seen in your entire life, Brickbat?
I don't even know what to say. We couldn't even... we couldn't even analysis really that fast. We were seeing 10-second goals, 12-second goals. Scyther 12 with so much offensive pressure. I mean, we didn't even get to talk about the fact that Aimee got Super Surge, considered one of the character's best awakenings. But I mean, that Knife's Edge as well. So much KO pressure, so much that you have to be afraid of like coming out from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. And I mean, just like you said, it was it was looking like a Lily BunnBunn Bonanza there. I mean, basically playing a third forward, Liari just
7 assists.
An absolute wall in the midfield as well, and Scyther 12 finding KO after goal after KO after goal after KO after goal. I mean, 7 assists from the goalie. Like, what do you do? Yeah. What do you do when you're a poor little Juno goalie? And even though this pick is considered so strong as a third forward pick, as I said, going into this game, perhaps Aimee but better. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this game is a solid point of evidence. On the contrary, I mean, it was just Gumi couldn't do anything. Gumi was just getting basically sat on. His forwards could not help him bring it out of the net. And I mean, with that, it's just what do you do when basically everyone in the game is 2 inches from your goalie line, has a flip, has a way to send it in, has a dash punch. I mean, it's just it was such a closeout from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. I mean, basically getting the victory con, recognizing what they wanted to do and executing on it basically flawlessly. It was a complete shutout after that second draft.
Yeah, like a few things you can look on in retrospect is it was an extra special start, and honestly, like if you are Demon's Raw and you like the Bandis Rasmus, then people are going to like picking this map against you if they know that they get basically a free ban. They can pick any of their comps that they're more comfortable with and play the map a little bit more normally, as Julie's obviously going to be really strong on this map either way. Scyther 12 showing that after 7 KOs, 7 goals. But like you said, Lilybun just an absolute menace because they had to ban Erasmus. They can't look at extra special start and say, well, like we can ban Aimee here so we don't have to deal with the Aimee turret the whole game, especially like knowing Lilybun's going to pick it. Like they knew Lilybun was going to pick Aimee, but they knew that Liari would have picked Rasmus. So you have to pick your poison, and the poison they picked was a little bit too strong for them. Just really MVP performance from Lilybun. I really again, Scyther 12 and Liari both just doing an insane amount of work as well. Liari, as soon as that Monumentalist came online, was just taking over the game. Scyther 12 just every time, it's 7 KOs to 2 doesn't seem like oh, it's just 5 KOs, but how fast the games went and how quickly the conversions were after each KO, every KO is basically equivalent to a goal when it comes to that sort of level of play. So we are going to Atlas Lab Game 3, so a bit more of what you might consider an even map. There are sometimes things go crazy with the damage. I know in a certain interview video, I think Gumi said their pride is their comps, but I kind of think they got a little comp gap last game. So we're going to see if they have a better comp for Atlas Lab. I mean, I'll just say just comp gap. There was some crazy, clear, BunnBunn Bonanza played it insanely well and definitely outplayed them in every respect, but they'll need to pull out something. Palms, not comps? All right, I misheard it. They said palms, but maybe they have Gravity in there right now. Maybe they have Coach Gravity giving them some words of encouragement, helping them out. I thought it was comps. They have the best comms in the game. I'm so sorry. Yeah, their comps suck. They know it. Let's be clear. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Atlas Lab. You have any thoughts on it?
I mean, Atlas Lab is I would say the closest you could get to vanilla Omega Strikers, right? The vanilla flavor of Omega Strikers. It's Omega Strikers distilled down to its core. It's an open map and a closed map that varies in between. Its map gimmick is not too unpredictable nor over centralizing as something maybe like Obscura's might be. It can be played around, it could be strategized around, and I think this is the map that we've seen by far and away the most composition diversity. We've seen core control teams, we've seen KO teams, and we've seen everything in between on that spectrum here on the map. So, I mean, if you are going back to the basics of Omega Strikers, you're going to have to, I'm going to favor personally the side of Demon's Raw, the pedigree team, the team that has been around the block, has topped out the ladder and the tournaments basically at everything that they've attended, been, very comfortable again, like I said earlier, very comfortable on the podium. So, I mean, if you are BunnBunn Bonanza, you're going to have to think a little bit outside of the box on a map that does enable that, but also enables a lot of the tried and true compositions that we've come to know and love in Omega Strikers. So we'll see what they have to pull out here in this final game.
Yeah, and look at the hovers. This is going to be interesting if these end up getting picked. The Now, like, proven to be really strong, was picked game 1 by both teams, picked by the team that won the second game. So maybe, we're going to fall back on that a little bit, especially on a map like this. No ban coming out. That's pretty crazy. Maybe it's interesting too, because say like they don't really want to ban I.Me or Juno, which are probably like the kind of bans you're thinking of banning versus this team, because maybe Gumi wants to play the Juno if like Luna or something that Luna wanted to, or Gumi wanted to play gets banned, or I.Me even like could be picked by Gumi or Kai and or Kai Noob. So we do see the I.Me pick come out from Gumi, which I imagine will be mirrored. We're kind of going through. It looks like it's be full mirror comps is what I'm expecting here for this Julie. If this Julie's locked in, because I.Me goalie, like what else are you going to pick after a game like that? And I'm interested to see the start real soon.
Yeah, and just for clarification too, this is Demon Raw electing to choose no ban. Like, this is part of their strategy. They want to leave the compositions over. They don't want to pinch themselves in a composition. So I'm interested to see. I'm interested to think about the thoughts behind that. But well, I mean, yeah, this full mirror coming out here, I'm super excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, they probably must have just known it was going to be a full mirror. And if they thought maybe they think that okay, well, this comp is just the best comp you can pick. So I mean, at worst we ban something worse, and then they get to pick something worse. So like, why ban anything if you're just going to pick the best comp and you think they're going to mirror you anyway? Because like, what are you going to end up like? What do you ban? Juno? Like, maybe you just want them to pick Juno, but immediately finding a KO, like insanely fast round, or kind of like wake up call. Z.A.B.O.I.S, which is a huge wake up call. They just know they need to win. Sector 12 forces Kai and Noob to use that evade, scared of the dash punch, and reasonably so after what happened last game. But Sector 12 looking for this barrier to get this level 2, have the ult, maybe use that to get the second barrier. But instead of going a little bit slower, ooh, a lot of damage found on that dash punch, which can be really important. Forces Kai and Noob to ult as well. Now Kai Noob is going to be a target for the next bit of time. As you see just Sector 12 hovering around him, but Liari is going to be trying to push the core forward this time. Oh, really good primary, but covered by Gumi. And finally, the first barrier is taken. So, extra special Knife's Edge start. I'm really interested to see. Knife's Edge has been more and more prioritized as a training the longer it's been out. People love the speed. It just gives you so much more presence over the map if you know how to use it and you know how to not get punished by a Julie that also has Knife's Edge. But both, once again, extra special start for BunnBunn is something that they're going to be really happy about, and Gumi kind of feels the need to pick this I.Me to equalize. Ooh, that was awkward.
Yeah, we are going to see one barrier down for both teams coming into this as well, as we saw so much damage actually being traded back and forth. Scyther 12 looking for a dash punch KO and looking so fierce. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, the Juliet with a Knife's Edge, if you are playing around it, it can be mitigated. But if you're in a situation where you're going to be pressured, you're going to have situations kind of like what Snake did right there. Finding a KO, of course, a reverse KO going to be found by the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. So we're going to have a brief little 2v2 as we're going to wait for both forwards to come back up. Oh, and then almost the goal stolen away by the side of BunnBunn Bonanza, but it is going to be saved by Gumi, and now we have an open net for both teams. As the core slowed down a little bit, Lilybun finding a nice little KO, and there it is. A nice passing play between the two forwards of BunnBunn Bonanza is going to find their first goal of the game.
Yeah, and Lilybun, once again, just showing mastery over this pick. That gets the last barrier, like pretty much solo, and then just finds a random KO that kind of forces Kainu to play really, really far back. There's like just no forward pressure for them to deal with. Forward from advance to deal with. And here's the flip from Lilybun. Not going to find anything unless it sets up Liari here, but isn't going to quite be able to do that. And this is another reason why Now is so good, because double goalie is really, really good, and Now is really, really good at being a second goalie with these double creations. And they're able to get this, do what really BunnBunn Bonanza weren't able to last time. Even without flips, they're able to get that last barrier. Kind of perfectly spacing that. Wins a strike where Lilybun's not able to make it in time. What an awkward situation. Maybe one of them thought the other person had cooldowns, but everything had been used up. And that's another thing about I.Me and eject button goalies, is that some might say that eject button does flashy things, but just doesn't win you the game. sometimes. But yeah, sometimes you use too many of your cooldowns forward, and then you have to deal with too much forward pressure, and you don't have the cooldowns to deal with them afterwards. And which is again something that now is good for. But Snake's going to find the dash punch flip to get a KO, but it's actually going to kind of find an own barrier at the same time from cross map. Kind of going to hold on to this flip, not going to use it for this barrier, and it's going to be punished for it. Might be punished for it if Scyther12 is able to find this goal, but. S.A.D.B.O.I.S forced the flip, but is able to find it cross map. Insane angle there, gets right around Liari. A stun from Snake is going to help that out as well. The flip comes through from Kainoob, and the IME turret comes in at a really good time to just make it pretty much impossible to save that one. And that's going to be the first set going to Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and again, we are on Atlas's lab. This is a map that both teams are very, very aware of and very, very used to playing on. And I think we see some of that comfort there coming out for Gumi, basically knowing what he has to do, where he has to clear, what he could do to sneak away, things like that final goalie barrier that we saw. So if that continues, I mean, this will be the pace that Demon's Raw is setting, and it might take him to a victory on the map. And you know, going into it, I mean, Super Surge and 1-2 for Gumi and Scyther12 respectively, these two characters probably getting what a lot of people consider their best in slots. I think that's a lot of volatility all of a sudden added to the game, especially as this is a Pummeler's Knife's Edge. Oh, sorry, it was 1-2 going over to Snake. It's a Pummeler's Knife's Edge 1-2 from the side of Snake, and he's going to find so many KOs. But as I say that, it's actually going to be Gumi going to be the one flying off the map for now, as Liari trying to get it up to Scyther12, but nothing's going to be found right now. And all of a sudden now we see that the three-pronged assault coming out from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza, but it's going to be saved away with an excellent strike timing by Gumi. Oh, and again, it's going to be found, but eventually you give them enough shots, they'll put it into the goal. Scyther12 finds out on his third attempt, and it's going to be the first point of the set going over to BunnBunn Bonanza.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you get every perfect save if eventually there is no save to be had, and that's exactly what BunnBunn Bonanza find, and that's the type of plays you need to find for either of these teams if you're going to get these goal barriers, because of how good both goalies are, how good both teams are in general. Great strike where there is going to get a barrier, and you talked about it earlier, but I would be really unhappy if I had to deal with this Super Surge goalie, and your goalie doesn't have a Dash Awakening, as I mean. It's just going to be really, really hard. There's going to be more forward pressure directly put on top of your goalie. But Snake's able to find something in return, but LilyBunn's going to find something in return instead. It's going to be able to use that Super Surge in combination with the Glitch Pop, kind of a classic combo, and he's going to get barrier as well. LilyBunn gets a KO. Solo gets a barrier, and it's just once again just like saying like, yo, you should have banned this IME, but hey, another KO found by LilyBunn too with the flip. But so close, almost in the same situation as earlier, is even using the ult defensively now. Kainoob has flipped those, probably going to stay up. Gumi also has the flip to make a connection, but the first flip's going to be found. Hits it towards the eject button, but the eject button's not going to reach it in time. And it's going to be Kainoob, this with the reverse power play. With Snake down, they're still able to get the goal there.
I mean, Demon's Raw just took advantage of all of these super small, normally inconsequential mistakes. I mean, with Flame Flurry from Scyther12, trying to predict that core flip coming out from Gumi. We saw LilyBunn miss one glitch pop, and that basically just made it so that Kainoob could find a goal against essentially a really strong defensive core of Liari and LilyBunn. And so if you're going to beat Demon's Raw, you cannot make mistakes. Like you mentioned earlier, you have to play better than them outright. You have to beat them at their game of playing, you know, tried and true Omega Strikers, and that's what they are doing right now, getting one goalie barrier, but it won't even matter. LilyBunn finds herself in front of a Juliet Dash Punch. Only so much you could do even with the evade, and that's going to be 2 points going over to Demon's Raw, and it looks like, I mean, if this goal goes in for the side of Demon's Raw, it might be curtains coming into this final set. It looks like this, right now Snake is maybe one awakening off from basically becoming a Juliet that can kill you from anywhere on the map.
Yeah, once you, I mean, especially if a mirror matchup, winning early is just that much more important because you just get those better awakenings. But Kainoob is going to find a KO. Snake is going to find a KO. The goalie is down. This time it's the once again Brawler 1v3, except this time it's not Snake. It's Scyther12. But Scyther12 must have that goalie gene from all those hours of playing goalie before being officially a Brawler player, and is able to hold it down 1v3. The barrier not even taken and it's going to be now Liari and Lilybun who are going to be able to hold it down. But Snake has DC'd, it looks like. So this is extremely scary. Snake's internet has been just gone out, and I mean, you just have to play it out. You can't just wait, because like, what are you gonna do? So it ends up they lose the point for it as well. And I mean, like, you can say, I mean, there's gonna probably be a little, I don't know what the exact ruling is on this, but I imagine both teams are gonna wait for Snake to reconnect. But Scyther 12 able to hold it down, like, adds up, leads to the team not losing the set, because hey, maybe Snake DCs, and maybe this isn't that bad that Snake, at least they lost the point and Snake DC'd, because if they'd won the point and Snake DC'd, then he would still be DC'd for draft, and maybe he'd pick like Deadeye or something, and then would be stuck with that. But that all depends on who wins this set, which can really go either way.
Yeah, and I mean, finally this. I feel like after the first set of Game 2, we've just had non-stop action so far this series. So, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to sit down and actually do a little bit of analysis finally. I mean, we were mentioning earlier, I think Snake, who, rest his soul, we're waiting to come back right now, was so close to having this Exodia build with the Knife's Edge, with the was it heavy impacts? I can't see again.
It's like 1-2 punch.
It was 1-2, yeah, 1-2, yeah, 1-2 Knife's Edge pummelers. I mean, that's a Juliet that could kill you from so far away. And like I mentioned before, Atlas Lab flip flops between a closed and an open map with the black hole, and so if you want to keep that black hole up for Snake to find a lot more opportunities where people have to respect that explosion damage, but at the same time respect Snake's KO damage, there's a very thin margin that BunnBunn Bonanza will have to play essentially. And so I think that goes back to also this set being such a crucial win. I think I'm not entirely sure, but I think if you're BunnBunn Bonanza, you're praying that Scyther 12 got more experience this set so that he would be in front of Snake to deny maybe that kind of that corner piece, or the sort of linchpin awakening that would really bring it all together. But I mean, we'll see coming into this, and I mean, we are going to be waiting out. It looks like we did have a complete Wi-Fi shutdown from the side of Snake, so we're going to be waiting for him to boot that back up. But oh, and there he is. Hey, we're back and playing. We're back into potentially what is the most critical point of this entire game, and already Scyther's going to find a KO right on his Snake. Welcome back to Omega Strikers. Snake, glad to have you back, as you to find himself waiting another 12 more seconds. Oh, and a double barrier goes down. Flip comes out from Gumi, but not gonna find. Oh, that wasn't a double barrier. Wow, it really looked like it. But now Snake is back and ready to play. Gonna find a KO, but they're gonna lose the goalie barrier in the meantime. Now Lilybun trying to play defensively. Pass goes up to Lilybun. Lilybun is able to find it, and Lilybun with a critical strike will win, but it's not gonna matter. The final goalie barrier goes down, and now Gumi trying to find anything. The glitch pop goes wide from Lilybun, and oh, she holds against the dash punch against Snake, and it keeps going. The core is there. Liari needs to win this midfield interaction. She does, but the dash punch from Scyther 12 goes wide. Now Lilybun has the flip to work with. Scyther 12 does find the core, has no dash punch to confirm though. And now Lilybun has to hold it down against one more assault from Demon's Raw. Has the flip, elects to use it, but it doesn't matter. Almost has the demon angle right there. But now Snake has the dash punch. It doesn't matter. It's blocked away. And now the flip is gone from Liari, but it's there. Snake has the flip. It doesn't even need it. Wins the strike war against Lilybun, and potentially the most important point of this series goes the way of Demon's Raw as they find themselves in a 2-0 set advantage.
It's so tough because you have to wait for the reconnect, and then everyone has to deal with overtime core speed, and then it goes absolutely ridiculous. Honestly, though, you should kind of the twin drive on Liari. I was thinking about that. Is going to have full double charges, so huge deny now. Kaya Noob getting this Monumentalist is honestly great that you get first pick on to Kaya Noob here, because like, although you're going to lose out on some other things maybe later on the draft, it really isn't. There's kind of a bit of a stale draft, not too much that's like too strong being picked up by anyone. You're definitely more happy if you're Demon's Raw here because of like what's on the board. Lilybun, Deadeye plus Super Surge could be ridiculous. That's something to look out for, is another way for Lilybun to carry, which has just kind of been that's the narrative I'm going to be forcing down, is that Lilybun is just 1v9 every game and is just going absolutely crazy banana mode. but that's kind of what's happening a lot of the time. A lot of great barriers and great saves are going on the back of LilyBunn, but I mean, everyone on both teams is playing really dang well, but Scyther12 hasn't been able to find these conversions while Dash Bush is up in front of the net. That was a big problem that happened last time and during overtime for that last point, and it's been happening this time as well. Scyther12's been doing a great job of finding KOs and getting these picks, but hasn't really been able to have the same goal scoring that Snake and Kainoob as a forward duo have been able to have. It's what I would say if Scyther12 just didn't win like 3 strike wars and then dribble against the wall and then punch it in. Like, that was insane.
Scyther12 absolutely kind of taking what you said to heart, it seems. Maybe he's listening to stream, and he's going to find himself in a really good position, too. Just a few hits away from getting that core flip and able to take 1 goalie barrier right off the bat. And I also want to talk about this. I don't know how I didn't bring it up this entire time, but let's not forget, LilyBunn had IME banned against her pretty much permanently the entire of the regular season of the North American Strikers League, and we're seeing right there why that's the case. Absolutely so oppressive, finding so many chinks in Demon Raw's armor, and it's just so good from the side of LilyBunn, basically playing this third forward essentially better than Gumi is right now. But as I say that, we're going to find a KO on Liari. Scyther12 able to find a reverse power play for 1. Tries to make it 2, but nothing is going to be found right now. But LilyBunn, the specialized training Juliet, finds 1 victim, and maybe trying to find another as they're going to find themselves in front of the goal. And Kainoob with an excellent angle sends it past the 2 forwards, and that's the first point of Demon's Raw's set going for Kainoob.
And you were talking about how Snake already has Knife's Edge 1-2 punch and is just looking for 1 more piece of Exodia to finish the game off. But LilyBunn just once again finds a full flip. Gumi maybe just kind of messes up the flip a little bit because the ult's there. The ult ends up breaking the flip out of it. But now almost a really, really awkward situation. They're not able to convert the power play. Almost own barrier, but they're able to keep it steady nonetheless. And now they just need to find a way to keep it out, and they do force Kainoob to play a little bit farther back. And now LilyBunn is really scary here. It's going to have this dash up soon. It has it up now and isn't able to get anything off of it quite yet. But unless Scyther12 can score here, LilyBunn moving all the way forward is no longer in the net because of the pick that was just found by Snake. And now Scyther12 has punched, but suddenly LilyBunn is going to cover the other angle, and that's the power of eject button super surge. IME, just LilyBunn completely showing it off, getting the goal, and is going to be first pick deservedly in this draft.
Oh my gosh, and so many options here as well. Team player, timeless creator, can even deny away something like the Demolitionist or the Hotshot. Ups in for that. The timeless creator, especially with an extra special, especially with a super surge. I mean, this is such a crazy page from LilyBunn. We already were talking about, again, she's able to play that third forward, able to play so aggressively, finding even like KO is basically, again, a third forward in this game. And with this timeless, she's going to be able to extend her presence even longer. So we'll see what goes on. Interesting, though, team player does fall to Gumi, and we saw that, when the core speed goes up, it does favor Demon's Raw a little bit, who seems a little bit more comfortable. But as I say that, again, we're going to see a Snake basically taken off the map right as soon as, they start putting their hands on the keyboard.
Yeah, that's true. This just keeps happening, and it's just insane. How early these picks are found, how prepared they are for just these slight mispositionings, and exactly like they just know how to punish. Like this BunnBunn Bonanza is just going absolutely ridiculous. And Snake's already looking at getting KO'd again. The last draft, once again, it's really weird because both teams got some interesting things. Like Snake with this demo is really, really scary on a double barrier map, especially even with the nerfs. If you get both, if you get a double barrier situation, it's just so scary. Because if you dash punch for 2 barriers, then you're just looking great. But Scyther12 gets the dash punch, moving extremely quickly right now, and now with the pummeler speed as well, looking for an opportunity to get this other barrier, but hits it towards Snake, who kind of gets jump scared by it and hits it back, which is real. Sometimes you just hit it at someone, and they'll just, if they're not ready, then it's kind of a dribble away, but they're going to find the barrier, and they're going to find the KO right after. We're going to use the power play, but Demon's Raw are going to be the ones to immediately find that power play. LilyBunn not able to save it in time with just cyber swipe, and now 2 points away from finishing off this match, despite that looking like what tables turned last set.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the power of their team player immediately able to find a goal basically instantly off the core speed, and now we're going to see the IMEs exchanging flips. It won't matter too much. Scyther12 able to find 1, but Gumi's going to be the one actually taking a page out of LilyBunn's playbook, taking that second goalie barrier. Snake immediately able to follow up, and now BunnBunn Bonanza find themselves back against the wall. Potentially the final point of this entire series. BunnBunn Bonanza, if you want to reverse sweep, you got to start showing up now. And now it looks like Scyther12 and Snake are going to be exchanging blows. The core flip from Snake is going to go wide. Now, Liari and LilyBunnn trying desperately to dig it out against this flip that Kainoob has. It actually does go wide, which means Liari now with a position of her own with a flip, able to get one. Scyther12 now needs to confirm if they want to keep their hopes of this series alive, but nothing's going to be found right now. And now Scyther12 actually able to heal up a lot with that Stagger Swagger pickup. Not going to be sent off the map for now, but they're not able to find that last barrier. Now Liari again with LilyBunnn in a familiar position, trying to hold out against Kainoob and Snake. They are going to pull it out now, but a nice little firewall sentry from Gumi will prevent any sort of offensive play from being done in return. Now flip comes out, not going to be found, not going to sent off, and that's one goalie barrier down. Scyther12 now dribbling, trying to wait so desperately for the cooldowns, but the core eventually goes back to the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. Now Snake with an opportunity, not able to find the core as we get into overtime here, and LilyBunnn snipes away the core with a nice little dash forward. BunnBunn Bonanza shows up, keeps themselves in this series, and now 2 more points from BunnBunn Bonanza to bring us to that much coveted final set of the series.
Yeah, the Super Surge, once again, just showing its value, showing how much more forward pressure it gets. Gumi still with no Dash Awakening. The aerial's not picking up earlier, but it's going, there's absolute chaos on the side of Demon's Raw's field right now, but the flip is going to be used for really not too much, which is a bit worrying because you need to be using the max value of all these flips, but once you're in these nervous situations, both teams have been ending up kind of using their flips for not optimal usage, but it's going to be the second barrier taken, almost Super Surge once again coming in clutch, but not quite. Instead, it's going to be 2 flips, and this is really scary. I mean, you got to really choke all of your flips here if you're going to lose this Demon's Raw, but one of them's already been used, which is really scary. Liari uses one to clear, is also really scared because of the low stagger. Ult used on Kainoob to try to bait out that flip, but isn't quite used. Kainoob holds, but it's going to be the turret that comes up in time. Kainoob tries to wait for cooldowns, but waiting for cooldowns was not the right answer. But instead, they're going to find barrier nonetheless through all the pressure it comes after. The Monumentalist isn't going to be enough to break through. Scyther12 is now defending. Gets a great clear. Liari's looking extremely low, though. He's waiting for that ult, waiting for that secondaries in order to heal up. But the Cyber is used. It's a little bit nervous, and because of that, you have no cooldowns to stop Kainoob from shooting it through both members of BunnBunn Bonanza and finishes this one off 3-1. Wow. Just Demon's Raw. And what I would say is a lot closer than many have expected. Were able to break through and are going to make it to the losers finals and secure their top 3 spot.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one small step up, one misread of the situation from LilyBunnn, and Demon's Raw were there, ready to pounce, ready to basically just send BunnBunn Bonanza packing. And I mean, excellent play from the side of BunnBunn Bonanza. Of course, so many critical saves from LilyBunnn, so many amazing conversions from this goalie. I think kind of the star of the show in this series, but it wasn't going to be enough against, again, the pedigree team of Demon's Raw. And I mean, going into the next season of the North American Strikers League, if the Dubu Cup is any indication, I mean, BunnBunn Bonanza is still looking really good. I mean, they got knocked out, yes, but they got knocked out by what I think most people in the community consider the second best, if not the best team in the region. Of course, S.A.D.B.O.I.S is going to be the one sitting pretty in grand finals right now. But I mean, I think a lot of people agree that that's a matchup that could swing either way depending on the day. Of course, we've seen multiple series of these two teams go back and forth. So honestly, if you are BunnBunn Bonanza, you're going home, but you're going to go home with your heads held high. An absolutely stellar performance from a lot of people, from a team that a lot of people kind of had bottoming out the power rankings for the North American Strikers League. So again, LilyBunnn proving again, people kind of forgot, this IME pick from her is absolutely crazy. She might be the best IME goalie basically in the world right now. So if you're against the side of BunnBunn Bonanza, you might have to consider banning it out or finding a strategy specifically to KO it. Because, I mean, from what it looks like, from what we saw in that game, if you give them kind of any composition that could work around it, they could go toe-to-toe with the greats and look really great doing it.
Yeah, I mean, even though BunnBunn Bonanza lost, they like there were some doubters. There were some doubters saying like, oh, this team like should not be in NASL for whatever reason. But they've really like shown that like no, this is not only just an NASL level team, they are a top contender. They went the distance against Demons Raw, who are the last, if you like, S tier winners. So I mean, what are you like? There's really nothing you can say about that. But also really cool stat though. I mean, S.A.D.B.O.I.S, the demons that lie beyond in grand finals right now, 2-0'd both teams in losers finals right now. The next match will be Court Overflow versus Demons Raw, but both these teams have already lost 2-0, not even taking a single set off of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S themselves. So, which like S.A.D.B.O.I.S, like they're probably comfortable. They're expecting Demons Raw to win, but I mean Core Overflow have been looking really strong lately as well. They beat S.A.D.B.O.I.S in the last tournament they played them against, not including this one obviously, or today when they lost, but in Super Surge Sunday, right? That's when that was the legendary S.A.D.B.O.I.S not getting top 2.
Yeah.
Fell in losers finals to Core Overflow. So like a lot of back and forth, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S looking really scary right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like, I mean, we're in the top 3, right? I started off this cast with 123 teams coming in with 4 left, and now we're down to 3, which is now even more selective. And I mean, we've basically got what's left are the 3 dynasty teams of North American Omega Strikers: S.A.D.B.O.I.S, Demon Raw, and Core Overflow. Of course, Core Overflow, I think, being the interesting one, having a kind of a bit of a rebranding lately. Again, that team was formed by Elo, Heaven, Streak, and Int Overflow, and none of those players are left around now. Instead, we see Slop, Joker, and wow, I'm blanking on a team. I'm blanking on literally the 3rd greatest team of all time.
Leo Leon.
Leo Leon. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So I was like, the reason I got it mixed up is because I was looking at the scoreboard as I was saying it. And I'm like, oh, it starts with an L, and then I was about to say Liari because I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I'm like, oh, it's not Liari. It's some other L name. And I look down again, it's Lilybun, and I'm like, no, that can't be it either. And then I totally blanked on it. But yeah, Leo Leon, of course, kind of basically an all-time great. I mean, basically, being on so many different rosters and performing on basically all of them. This is a Core Overflow that is strong. This is a Core Overflow that is scary, and you know, this is a Core Overflow that still has, in some ways, its Canadian roots. And I think that that's a team to be scared of, even though, you know, with the interview that Vaughn said earlier, it's a newly formed team, which that means that if it comes down to the fundamentals in those make or break moments, the more experienced teams have been known to come out on top. But that being said, I mean, there's X factors left and right with this team. I mean, Slop and Leo Leon themselves being crazy players, and of course the Joker being basically a mainstay staple forward, of course being in midfield now. But before, you know, some people who are newer to the scene might not know, Joker used to be a midfielder. He's very comfortable in that position. So, I mean, you know, even though we're all expecting Demons Raw to come meet S.A.D.B.O.I.S in grand finals for the sort of textbook finish, Core Overflow is definitely the team to bet on if any upset was going to happen today.
Yeah, especially after, you know, a 2-1 to BunnBunn Bonanza. Like, obviously, BunnBunn Bonanza played incredibly well and are shown to be a really strong team. But this is not, again, like, not seen as a top 3 team. And when you're, like, if you look at the other kind of runs that the other teams have been going through, like, Core Overflow has been kind of going pretty handily through their bracket. Same with S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Or actually, Core Overflow did lose a set to the Fools. So, the Fools, though, kind of a legendary team. You know, they got Zoro in the box, who's been up and coming. But it's just like both teams have shown their like shaky parts, but we know them all to be still like they always come out on top, and they're going to keep coming out on top unless someone can stop them. But we have an interview ready. We got a little bit of a Demons Raw interview coming in, so I'm going to pass on to them. Go listen to some trash talk or something. Maybe words of inspiration. Who knows? But yeah, we'll be back.
Thank you again, Fudgy, and potentially some trash talk here. I'm Surplus, and I'm here with the one and only Snake from Demons Raw. Snake, congratulations again. How are you feeling after that big win, that slog of a game versus BunnBunn Bonanza?
We're feeling good. We're ready to go against Cal. We're ready to see how much Joker has improved at midfield. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup of Kainu versus Joker. And yeah, we're pretty excited for it.
I will say that there was a very interesting stat that Achi actually mentioned before. Everybody remaining in the tournament except for S.A.D.B.O.I.S himself has lost 2-0 to S.A.D.B.O.I.S in the winner's bracket. If you do get that far, do get to the grand finals, do you think that you can not lose, or do you think you'll win?
I'm pretty confident we're going to win. At the very least, if more internet issues happen, we'll at least be in a game 3. We'll make it interesting at the very least. But I'm pretty confident in the win. And more importantly, I'm excited to see them in NASL Season 3, but it'll be nice to see them now and see what they've been doing in this current meta.
I did actually want to touch on that disconnect there. The chat was freaking out. We were freaking out in the water cooler VC. What was the emotions like on your team when that all went down? Do you know?
Well, I was disconnected from the Discord call, so I have no idea what happened in the moment. But I immediately went to go check my modem to make sure my internet was fine. And it was just a PC issue with the internet disconnecting from there.
Gotcha.
It was pretty chill.
There you go. And you got back in. You won the game. A good win at that. And BunnBunn Bonanza, I do want to talk about them. They exit the tournament in 4th place. What are your thoughts on them being ranked 10th in the power rankings before NASL Season 3? Do you think they've kind of showed a little bit more grace here for the upcoming season?
For sure. I mean, I think the main reason behind 10th from the power ranking was that they were a bit of an unknown factor. With all these results that they have now, it's definitely looking more like maybe an 8th or a 9th. I'm not sure how I would power rank them currently, but they are definitely playing better than we expected, so good for them on that. And yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, hopefully your internet stays stable there, Snake. Any last things you want to add about this matchup before we see you again here in a few moments against Cal?
You'll see us in Grands.
Hey, he said it better than me. We're going to go back to the desk. Fudgy Waffles and Brickbat will be waiting for us. We've got Core Overflow versus Demons Raw. Winner goes to grand finals. Loser has to pack up their skates and head on home. So, guys, take it away.
We are back. I mean, we just saw Demons Raw. We're going to see them again, and we'll see if Snake can back up the fighting words that he just said. Of course, no small feat against the side of Core Overflow. Joker, of course, looking to shrug it out against him, and Slop looking to prove that he's got a bigger champion pool than you.
Yeah, it's Slop. Yeah, for a long time, seen as the Luna one trick, and in NASL Season 2 would pick the Atlas when the Luna was pretty much inevitably banned. It was pretty much banned like almost every single game that he was in. But now has this Mako, especially as a secondary, that's been proven to be really, really strong. A lot of teams pulling it out. Some pulling out in the forward position, but I've already expressed my opinion on that. Not a big fan, but the goalie position, definitely there is strength to be had there. And especially with it being a relatively new pick, it's hard for all the teams to be able to adapt to playing against it, let alone playing with it. So interesting to see which teams opt to pick that over the other. But really looking forward to this one. It will be on Denver this time. I didn't talk about it too much last game, but the last game was on Dallas because Demons Raw, a bit of a Westy Central team. So hey, shout out to our Westies out there, wanting to chat it for if you're a Westie, Westie stand up, stand proud.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is actually a really funny thing. I didn't mention it, but every time two West Coast casters, of course, you would be being part of that group. Every time West Coast casters have come up to cast a West Coast team, they've lost against an East Coast team. So hopefully we'll have that curse finally break after a year of competitive Omega Strikers. But we'll see. I'm sitting in suspense here, looking to see what comes out. Of course, the West Coast curse not gripping the side of Demons Raw as strong, only having one West Coast representative. I guess Kainu is West. You can count because if I remember correctly.
Hey, they're all NASL West. They all played in NASL West
true.
season 1, and that's all that really matters.
True. That's true.
And hey, that's your curse to bear, not mine. If anyone's gonna break this curse, it's me. Westies always win when I'm watching because I only watch when the Westies are destined to win. But I think Demons Raw. I mean, everyone. I don't think I'm alone in this and think that Demons Raw have the edge. I think most people have said so far, yeah, Demons Raw is probably gonna win this one. But like there's also everyone is saying this could go either way. So you never know. I'll try to keep the hype up. I'll try to keep my biases off the table. I like Gumi. He's a Westie. We've hung out. We're pals. But I'm also hey, Joker, super cool guy. I haven't talked to Slop and Leo Leon as much, but great players. Kaya Noob. Snake. I mean, it's just great. Like you say all these names, I'm just like, yeah, these are just like the top Omega Strikers players, and they're all great, and they're gonna do great, and I'm excited for all of them to play and have fun and win this game. But we're on Demon Dice. I've started calling it that instead of Demon Dice. I've kind of sold my soul, I think, when I did that. But then, yeah, okay, I don't. All right, I got a correction from production. I'm just gonna. I don't care if I say it wrong anymore. The now is being banned. Finally, this now character is off the table. We've seen it in every game so far that I have casted, which is 3. But still, there's a very popular pick. Makes sense that it's getting banned. Really strong in this map, and we're going to see an Era double brawler come out, it looks like. Which, hey, Joker played a whole season of brawlers, so it's going to be really happy or really fine picking the double brawler comp. And on the other side, we see the Mako Vice. Both teams picking Kazan. This is another character that, I mean, we've seen some, like, kind of hovers from the team so far because it just seems so strong, especially prime time start and heavy impact. It's actually really interesting to see Snake taking heavy impact and Leo Leon taking prime time. So that's a really hard decision to make. I mean, I'm not a Kazan expert, so who am I to say? But I kind of like the heavy impact a little bit more. Having like more primaries is just insane when you have 2 primaries being charged up, so I could just be wrong, but the heavy impact providing more damage is huge as well. I think you can definitely argue either way, as 2 top brawlers are arguing it either way. So, I mean, take your pick there, but heavy impact also extremely strong on the Vice, and the Centauro and Primetime on Era is going to be really nice for buffing up your team as well. So, also Slop just not beating the one-trick allegations. It falls to the Kazan primary, and then that's going to be the first goal to Demons Raw.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about this Era. I'm such a huge fan of, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Era in general, of course, being my most played character, but I'm a huge fan of Era goalie on this map. I think that the way that the map is structured heavily favors goalies that can play midfield or can, increase the size of themselves and others, and that's why we see the Era and the Mako being, ones that can provide size to their team for how claustrophobic this map can get. Of course, the power increase on Era specifically, 70% by the way, is something that can make the difference when damage is so high, especially when you've got that double brawler and essentially 2 legacy brawler players on your team. And I mean, we're seeing the effects of that right now. Look at the health bars from the sides of Demon Raw. I mean, Flip comes out from Gumi, barely keeping himself alive. Snake is probably going to follow soon after, and there he goes. Now, coming into this, we're about to hit overtime, and Kainub trying to defensively use the Supernova, but not going to find anything other than a KO, actually, but the goalie barrier does go down in the end. Gumi now going to find himself sent into the very goal he was supposed to protect and slop. A nice little shrink ray being sent out, hitting the core, getting that tight angle onto the top side of the net. Now we're even 1-1 on our first set of the game.
And Slop is back to beating the one-trick allegations. Really, this Era pick, like you said, the 70% power is just insane. Like some people think Era is kind of like a scaling character. Like you get a lot of good awakenings. Like pretty much everything's good on you, so it's really nice as you scale towards the game. But early on, you're just giving your brawlers plus 70% like power is just insane. They just start with like an awakening stronger than like any awakening in the game when they get beamed. Just having that much more power is ridiculous. So having to deal with that is just super annoying, and the KOs are going to be fine out on both sides though either way.
Yeah, we are going to see that KO, maybe Snake and Kainoob trying to take advantage, but Kainoob has to, you know, basically play defensively, no stagger to work with, but it won't matter. Snake finds one, not able to find two, but that's all right, as now the Joker is back and ready to play. Now Shrink Ray does come out, sending the core downfield. The Joker trying to find core possession, does eventually find it, but Leo Leon not able to totally convert just quite yet, though is able to find enough damage on the Snake to get that stagger. Leo Leon, though, barely able to hold on himself, might find himself off the map very, very soon, and there it is. The flip committed by Gumi for the KO means that now it's a power play situation for Demons Raw. One goalie barrier is now found, and that's going to be an open net. Slop trying to defend. Pass goes up to Kainoob, able to defend again. As now Leo Leon's going to be back up as we enter overtime here. Now Joker able to win a strike war engagement, and that means Leo Leon with a nice little finesse on the pull, able to find that goal against Gumi, and now the advantage in the set goes over to Core Overflow.
Yeah, and that's just one of the Kazan tools that's just so hard to react to. Like, technically, Kainoob should have been ready for that and won that strike war. Like, that's how you play around that, but it's just so hard. It's just so hard to be ready for that. How did that barrier not get taken, by the way? Gumi just played that really, really well. Struck right after, and they get a KO at the same time, so looking really good there. Kainoob, the only one of the forwards to not take Siphoning Wand and to take these slick kicks, which I think might actually have less impact than you'd think. The less damage for more core control is going to be nice. We'll see if that ends up being a big deal, but really, like, either way, both teams are just doing so much damage. It's really hard to quantify how much that's going to do, but it's going to be both players taking. Once again, Leo Leon with the pull. It's just so strong. You have such, like, already is your strike range larger on Kazan. Being able to pull from anywhere to strike it anywhere it's so I am shaking right now because of how annoying it is to play against, and how the BD is going to be taken too. And once you have size, this just makes both your pull and your strike range just so far and so hard to deal with. So that's going to be some big takes. But team players also, I think, really, really good.
Yeah, and Monumentalist on Era, especially on Era goalie, really, I mean, yeah, just general on Era, really good on this map. The core, or the Maelstrom essentially takes up the entirety of the lane now, which makes it so hard. And on top of that, I mean, the extra KO pressure on a claustrophobic map like Demon Dice will make the difference. Notably as well, we are going to see that team player picked up by Gumi, which I think is really critical against the, you know, when you get to that open map. Like, let's not forget, Demon Dice, of course, known for its very brawler, its very mosh pit style of gameplay, but when goalie barriers are down, it's an open map, and that's where team player can really shine and come alive. And wow, even though not a super huge pickup, that extra knockback from the missile propulsion from Kainoob actually finding a KO there, and now we've got a power play for the side of Demons Raw, found kind of out of nothing.
Yeah, I was about to go on a little bit of a tangent about how maybe the missile prop was not the best pick and there's an instantly route. Well, it's an arguably not a great pick. Oh my, yeah, look at this damage, by the way. Gets a KO, and now Joker might be next. But another interesting route they could have went, and I'm saying it's the best one because I think this missile prop is already shown to have value, is that if Kainoob went Super Surge and Snake went Spark, then Joker would have had to pick between Among Titans, some other Useless Awakening, and some like missile prop. So that would have been interesting. Joker wouldn't have been given the scaling potential from the Spark, and you'd have it on your own team. But that's all what ifs. Right now, Snake is not going to be able to find the pull into Strike because Joker's going to block it, and they're going to get a barrier for it as well. But Slop not going to be able to react in time. The pop-up's going to send that one in, and it's going to be Demons Raw getting the first point this time.
Yeah, and I think going into this, we are seeing, I feel like, the tale of two Kazans right now. I mean, Leo Leon already putting on such an impressive performance in that first set, but Snake, of course, no slouch on it either, and I think that's going to make the difference here in this game. Is already we're going to have two goalie barriers go down, but it's going to be at the cost of Snake's life. Now, the Maelstrom not going to be able to find that clear that Slop quite wants, but Gumi is in a good position to defend himself against that 1v2, which he does now. Snake's back up and ready to play. The core goes downfield, but it looks like Snake's going to be the one winning all those engagements. Kainoob has flipped, but doesn't even need it. An excellent angle. Finds that little hole in the armor that Slop put out, and that's going to be a quick 2-0 going to Demons Raw.
Yeah, great dribble with the ulti in order to get that play started. But now Kainu's going to be a big target for damage with the flip, but with the slick kicks, might be able to evade it a little bit more too and set up something to get a barrier or two. That's kind of the goal here. You're probably not going to be able to hold this flip long enough to use it on an open net, but with one barrier already taken, I could be proven wrong. But kind of every time kind of tries to leave their side, it's absolutely destroyed, and a pretty much perfect framed counter flip from Slop is going to take that one down as well. And all of that pressure, honestly, from having flip. Okay, yeah, double KO. But, I mean, looking like a triple KO almost with the timings. It's really hard when you start with flip. You kind of have to find your way to use it early. Otherwise, you're just going to eat up a bunch of damage, not have evade for later, not be able to build up your evade bar. But, honestly, Demon's kind of punished for holding it too long, and both Snake and Kainu get almost owned. But both barriers somehow still open despite all these KOs happening, but the damage is going to the side of Core Overflow, currently doing really well for themselves. Snake looking to be KO'd soon. And another thing about Zentaro plus Kazan is that for a long time, teams were picking Julie plus X, really, was like the staple combo. I mean, if Heavy Impact start, things change, but Zentaro and Kazan just both great characters at dealing damage. Yeah, great shot. Leo Leon 2v1, while they're dealing with Snake, just able to find that really slick goal. And that's another, like, Kazan finds a lot of these goals through strikes as opposed to abilities, which is interesting, but it's because I would still consider Kazan to be like a strong scorer, but yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of that this game. But like what I was trying to get at is that Zentaro and Kazan are really, really good at finishing KOs, especially Kazan now, even with the nerfs, the buffs. I don't consider them work, I just consider them buffs. That those are just proven to make Kazan really, really good at finding KOs. But Kainoob is the one who's going to be able to find the barrier in the reverse power play situation. It's going to be equalized this time, but Snake is online. Slop almost doesn't make it back, but is going to make it back, and that's going to be a combo KO. Flip into the descent from Kazan is going to find that KO. Now it's a 3v2 if Gumi has flip.
Yeah, and the flip's going to come out, not able to find the goal, but it does buy time for Kainoob to come back up, so the power play is over with not too much found for it. Leo Leon with a scoring opportunity, and oh my gosh, finds Gumi a little bit too far forward and is able to take advantage of that mistake. And all of a sudden, I mean, Leo Leon is playing so amazing right now, making up for he wants me to remember his name essentially as we are getting to this, and he's basically finding every single opportunity where Gumi just steps 1 foot to the left or the right, and he's able to punish that basically instantly, while at the same time doing all the Kazan things that we know and love, getting damage onto the field, getting a lot of those pulls and playing, you know, as a very aggressive forward. He's doing all of that and more, and I think that that's making the difference here. And if Leo Leon's able to do that coming into this final point, we may see a huge advantage come over for Core Overflow. But as I'm saying that, that's one goalie barrier down for Demon's Raw, but Snake might find himself with a breakaway. Now, Joker trying to help defensively with Slop, able to keep the core from going in the side of the net, and now it's Kainoob and Gumi's time to be on the defensive, but it might be a little nice. Yeah, there it is. They do have the cooldowns up, the Soundwave assists as well, and now Slop gonna have to use that flip defensively, but Snake calls Slop out on his bluff with a flip and take the set over for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, what? Okay, insane set, because I think they went 2-0, 2-2, 3-2. So now we're 1-1 in sets. So that's a lot of numbers, but here's a lot of awakenings. Twin Drive is on the table for Kazan, but there's also a lot of damage from Prize Fighter or Nice Edge. I would expect to see one of those get taken, if not both, honestly, because you really want to just scale your damage really hard. And here's the Spark take that is going to kind of keep Joker in the game. And again, like, this Spark could have been denied earlier, but now it's just 2 Sparks, and with both other Sparks still on the table. So this is going to be really scary to look at, is that even though Core Overflow lost this, Joker's still allowed to scale in damage. Leo Leon has Prize Fighter, which even when you're losing or like lose a set, like since you won that first one as a buffer, Prize Fighter's just going to get even stronger the more damage you do later in the game. So generally a really strong draft from them. Snake getting Twin Drive makes up for not having that prime time in a way, but it's also just extremely powerful because you get to use more damage and abilities. More often you have Heavy Impact plus Twin Drive as opposed to just having like prime time. So it's going to be a lot more damage coming out, and as we see both, oh, here's the triangle. Oh my, oh, just absolutely disgusting 3v1 situation. Demons Raw played extremely well. They're doing a ton of damage now, and the cast to last is also just super annoying. It makes it so much easier to KO people. You just start slowing the opponents. They're slowed for so long. Like, look how long Leon was slowed after getting hit by one primary, and this could be one of the things that swing this game towards the side of Demons Raw.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it looks like Leon, I mean, forced to play so defensively, able to get one goalie barrier, but only one goalie barrier at the cost of his life, and now it's an open net for the side of Core Overflow. Demons Raw, of course, no stranger to that sort of thing, but a little bit of a back pass blunder, unfortunately, will buy a little bit of time for Leon to get back up, but that's no problem for the side of Demons Raw. They're still trekking forward, trying to find all the holes in the armor present in Core Overflow, and there it is. Snake with a nice little usage of abilities gets that goal past Slop, and I mean, we're talking, you know, I feel like the last series, BunnBunn Bonanza versus Demon Raw, the moral of the story was that you don't want your, you know, ranged goalies to have the core in front of them, and that's basically what happens sometimes when you are that era. She doesn't have any of those anti-stuff capabilities that that other sort of melee goalies like the Dubu or the Atlas might have, and I mean, that's the win condition, essentially, it looks like right now coming into this third set of the game.
Yeah, somehow no barriers taken so far, despite the power play, so good hold there, but definitely super correct on ultimate. Another KO found. Just, oh my, like this twin drive is, I don't know what happened, but things are going crazy right now on these KOs. So Strike War wins, though, against this Kazan, really showing that they know how to space against this Kazan strike range. It's just a little bit larger, doesn't have the build difference. It is Leon who has that, which makes it even a little bit more annoying. But everyone in this game, I would say, showing a really good job doing that. A great evade by Leon is able to dodge the Gumi's ult and is able to get both barriers off of that evade as well, too. And now it's going to be Joker for 1v1 who's going to send that to the top corner and get the goal as well. So extremely great play off the back of a single evade by Leon. So yeah, that's like, that they just immediately capitalized off of the abilities being used from Gumi there and were able to get everything from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you are this high in the Omega Strikers ladder on the, you know, the Omega Strikers pecking order, one mistake, one small mistake that would be inconsequential in any other sort of series will make a world of differences. Already we're seeing so much damage being put on the side of Core Overflow. Snake looking for that KO against Slop, not going to find it. Instead, Slop just going to find themselves in an impromptu midfield position, but finds himself walking back towards the goalie. Snake, though, able to hold, you know, keep himself alive after that play, and able to find the KO on Slop, but he's just going to be yoinked off stage just as that happens. And now Kainu with some dribbling plays, with some back passes, trying to mix up the side of Core Overflow, but Joker and Leon stay cool. Now, Joker has that flip, not going to find any opportunity, though, because of that cast to last. Flip's going to go out, but it's not going to find anything. It's just going to find his own death. And now Slop reading Snake perfectly to keep the core alive, but now it's in overtime. The core is going so fast. Now, Kainu with a flip. It's going to be defended away by Slop again, but you cannot hold for that long. You are just an era goalie in front of the net. They had so many opportunities, so much offensive pressure. You just can't dig it out against Demons Raw. They've got you in a chokehold, basically.
Yeah, I mean, props to Slop for holding it on that long, just really building a wall in the net. But the rest of the team just, it's been like a KO, just hasn't been alive. Just, it feels like Demons Raw are finding the KOs more often, and it's just are able to do a little bit more damage, and specialized training is going to be huge for that. Joker, though, picking up this third spark is honestly like could be the equalizer. But specialized is just ridiculous. You have twin drive specialized, super surge, heavy impact Kazan. So that's just, that makes me want to throw up. Leon does not have nearly as good as a build on the Core Overflow Kazan. So that's going to be, that's just a Kazan gap via Awakenings that you have to deal with as Core Overflow now. And the only thing you have in return is this Secretary in the name of Joker, who's pretty much going to be, like, should be unkillable. It just has so much stagger, but they don't need to kill Joker to get KOs. But both barriers are now open. Slop has Flip to defend and stall for Leon's respawn, which is exactly what's going to happen. So now it's back. Kainu's now the one that's a little bit low. And it's going to be Joker, who doesn't have the cooldown spark yet, but could get really scared if they win this one. Because I wasn't looking at the last draft that closely.
It was on the draft, yeah,
so
unfortunately.
it is off the table, but yeah, you have to take resilience there. But getting their own KO nonetheless. making this one real tough. But I don't know, Brickbat, what do you think? It's 3v3, 3v2. What's going on?
I mean, it just looks like Demons Raw are really setting up a chokehold onto the side of Core Overflow right now. They're playing so well aggressively. I mean, Snake able to stall out, find so many opportunities to score, but Slop's holding. I mean, to be completely honest, Slop is currently outplaying him really, really hard. And if that keeps up, it might be really hard for the side of Demons Raw to convert. But it doesn't matter if you have issues converting. The core just goes back to the enemy goalie over and over and over again. If the enemy team never has an opportunity to score, it doesn't matter how good your conversions are. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean, we're seeing Gumi and Kainu playing so well defensively, making sure that there's never anything too hard for Gumi to clear, and I think that's making a world of difference here. I mean, look how much pressure Slop is under. The damage, having a Kazan sitting in his face, the Mako and snare drums. I mean, look at how much Slop has to work right now just to basically keep the core out of his own net.
Yeah, no, look at that flip into ult. Just not much you can do there to save that last barrier. You can technically evade strike if you do it perfectly, but Kainoob knows exactly what to do there, but they're going to actually find someone getting KO'd. Snake is now off the table. The flip is found though. Crazy angle. I think the team player accelerated that one to go extremely quickly. Another big awakening that Gumi has, and it's going to be the last barrier finally taken, but Snake is now back online. Kainoob is the next one up though on the chopping block to be KO'd, but currently staying in the corner doing a really good job. And actually finds a reversal on to Leon, and now it's a power play in the other direction. Snake is not able to find a strike to get that one in. Once again, Slop and Joker doing a really good job in the net. Joker is the midfielder's team. It is easy to forget, but a KO found the Maelstrom. I don't even know what just happened. That's an insane pickup there to get this power play, and Joker almost finds the goal. The dash is not going to be enough. The slip isn't going to be slipping the goal in this time, but it's going to be Joker looking for something, looking for a dash, looking for some way to get this past Gumi, but Gumi and Kainoob just both standing in the net, and no one's able to get close enough to win the strike where the speed is really annoying that Gumi is able to use that secondary to sweep the entire team, but the flip is just going to get immediately blocked off. So here's another flip being used. Core is going a little bit slowly right now, I think. But once again, that's all it takes. The charge up, Gumi thought that the projectile would be charged up in time to block that shot, but it just wasn't. And it's one of the problems with Mako goalie. Mako is not great on this open net. Does a really good job with the barriers often. Really good at supporting your forwards too, but on the open net, if they just hit it cross from where you're standing and you're not already charging up your primary, then you're just kind of screwed, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a bit of basically the Alice syndrome, essentially. Really good on the barriers, but really bad on the open net. And that being said, I think that speaks to volumes about how good Kainoob and Gumi are, playing on the defensive. Demons Raw, a team that are lockdown specialists. They make it really hard to score on them, and I think we're seeing the effects of that here. Even though it was a situation where Mako was disadvantaged, Demons Raw still made it basically as hard as possible to find any sort of pressure for Core Overflow to find any sort of pressure. And now again, it looks like Gumi and Kainoob are going to be the ones that are looking to score the goal, but it's going to be sent back to the side of Gumi. The Supernova trying to make a little bit of space, but doesn't quite find the KO on to Joker, and now Gumi passed down to Kainoob. Kainoob passed to the self. As we get into overtime here, Snake is having so much trouble finding anything. I mean, look how much damage is going his way. It's not particularly his fault as well, but Slop is going to be the one that's also receiving a lot of damage right now. Almost sent off the map by Snake, going to be yoinked away from his own goal, and that allows Gumi to get it into the top side of the net with that team player speed. Now 1 point away, Demons Raw from taking this map.
Yeah, it's so... really, it was crazy because Core Overflow were looking really good after getting that KO because they really needed that. It was really their way back into it. Okay, double barrier is also another way to get back into it. But Gumi, with the team player, you just can't expect that. You think you're safe. You think you've hit the core. You've cleared the core across the map, and now Gumi has to deal with it in his own net. But instead, it's just team player brings that cross map. But once again, just the pull is just enough. The crooked leverage brings that one in, and it's able to get it to the bottom corner. Once again, we've seen that shot a million times this game.
Yeah,
and we're going to see it a million more times if we get to a set 5.
Yeah, I mean, I just got deja vu watching that. I feel like I've seen that 8 times before. Leon basically playing that meticulous strike on Kazan perfectly. And that's going to be another double barrier. Like you said, a win condition for the side of Core Overflow, but they're going to be on the receiving end on this critical point, 1 point away from losing this entire game. So now, Leo Leon and the Joker have to perform now, and no, the dash goes wide from Joker, which means that Snake and Kainu have an opportunity maybe to score. The team player from Gumi keep the core forward, but not going to be able to be converted into anything just yet. And Snake, one small misstep, one whiff strike, and that's one goal from the forward of Demon's Raw. Hit stunning slop, nothing he could do in that situation, and that's Demon Days going over to Demon's Raw.
Yeah, just this map shown to be a glass cannon. Like, you have to go to these glass cannon comps or otherwise you just get cannonballed. And Era and Mako both showing their inability to be able to defend against the double brawler. But both the double brawlers showing their, or not even double brawler, I mean it's Vice, but showing their abilities to keep the pressure up. And honestly, this Vice kind of doing a little bit of a better job of defending as a second goalie, and like still being able to apply forward pressure, because it was really hard. And this is generally the problem with the double brawler comp, is that when you have two brawlers, you can't just have one like stick back and set up your other brawler. You're both awkwardly kind of like trying to find a way to set up one or the other. Like, most of the goals were found by Leo Leon that game, with honestly Leo Leon setting himself up with just like a good crooked leverage or something like that. But when you have a Vice that's just committed to setting up Snake to get goals, you're just able to find better synergy between that pair on the open net. Just in general, the open net, the midfielder, team of a quote-unquote actual midfielder, tends to just be a little bit stronger, although maybe a little bit weaker on the goal barriers. But that didn't end up being a problem for Demon's Raw, as a really close one, but a big win. Look at that, 14 KOs on Snake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the midfielder difference here. I mean, Kainu playing the actual midfielder character had like 40 more redirects, had like 30 more shots, had 3k less damage, right? 40k compared to the 43k, which at the end of the day, it means a little bit, but really just not much to make up for that kind of core control difference. And I mean, one midfielder had the slick kicks, had that ability to reposition after every strike war, which I think made it really hard for the side of Core Overflow to really convert. Really, the only times they were able to get a goal was when Leo Leon got that 1v1 against Gumi and was able to finesse him with a really good, like you mentioned, crooked leverage into strike combo that we've come to know and love. But we are getting into game 2 now, so out with the old, in with the new. We do see a now an Octavia ban, which makes me think that we've got maybe Castellas or Chronobu start coming in for us here, but we'll see in just a second.
Yeah, it's a lot that can go into building these kind of comps. Slop also looking like not going to pick the Luna this game. Probably going to pick this Mako this time. What Gumi was running last time is going to go to the side of both teams. So we see a mirror matchup here. The Mako era comps that were talked about earlier are being run once again. So both midfielders can be running the era, both goalies running the Mako with an eject button. Oh wow, actually quite a bit of difference in the Awakening picks. The Joker taking Demolitionist, Kainu taking Reverb, and Slop taking Reverb plus eject button, while Gumi takes Powerhouse Pauldrons and Demolitionist. So size known to be really strong on Mako. It also helps give you something, because you're like, look at that, like Slop wasn't able to defend that because you don't have that many tools as Mako to deal with it. If Gumi was in that situation, Gumi would have the size in order to hold those corners really well, which is really nice to have. It's really nice to have, but if Slob can make up for it with the more secondaries coming out and the more forward pressure added by that, then there is definitely a way to justify not having something like the Pauldrons.
Yeah, and I mean, in a situation where you are, playing to buff up that Juliet, making sure that Juliet is as enabled as possible, you do actually, the theory checks out, right? You want that reduced cooldown, but I mean, as I say, it doesn't mean anything if your Juliet's going to be knocked out, as that's what we found with Leo Leon being sent off the pitch, and Snake with an immediate conversion into a goal in that power play means the first point of the game goes over to Demon's Raw.
And I think this, honestly, I'm worried that first point might tell the story of the rest of the game. because S.A.D.B.O.I.S just doesn't have the tools to play defensively, and Gumi will just have an easier time of it. And that's just not something you want to have to deal with for an entire game. It's just having your goalie be a little bit disadvantaged. The flip is used there. Another Maelstrom KO is found this time for the side of Core Overflow. But wow, great call out there. Or honestly, probably was just reaction from that distance and the size bonus. You're just able to kind of react to flips from that range, especially when they're such good players. Like they will just react to that. So, but once again, the snare drum's gonna catch someone, kind of take them out of the game for a little bit, put them on timeout. But Joker, if this flip wants to run forward and kind of become more of a scorer, but ooh, Snake is going to be able to find the KO. Honestly, kind of jump scares about doing the dash of no punch, but the flip's not going to be used in time. But Joker is going to find a KO instead, but at the cost of a barrier. And Kaya doesn't need a brawler in order to score that one. Gets the buff from Mako to keep that speed, keep that size, have a lot more presence in the forward position, and just kind of score that right through Joker and S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, I mean, kind of flashing the little egg emote there, showing what he could cook up and serve to the side of Core Overflow. I feel very proud about that pun. But we are going into this next point here. We are going to see one goalie barrier already down for S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and the snare drums are going to come out, almost finding a KO on Snake, but Snake barely able to survive with the skin of his teeth, and we're going to see now 2 goalie barriers go down. One's going to be found in response, though, by a nice little bewitching beam from Joker. Now S.A.D.B.O.I.S having to play defensively, has the flip, though, so no threat of a goal just quite yet, unless Snake gets a really perfect dash punch, which it wasn't found just quite there. And oof, a little bit of a flip and dip, allowing Leo Leon to come and enter into the play, which buys that reduction of pressure that was needed to get it clear. But man, the side of Demon's Raw are just not letting up right now. It just looks like the core is going in front of S.A.D.B.O.I.S space over and over and over and over again. And I mean, gosh, it's so hard. There's only so much you can do to defend, but a Maelstrom might be enough. No, it won't. Snake with a flip right in front of the net, uses that flip perfectly to close out of the set, and despite a nice little Maelstrom KO, it'll be Demon's Raw securing an MVP spot for Kainoob, and ooh, we've got a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, Castellast Prime Time, probably going to be the first 2 takes for the eras involved in this set. Castellast, the obvious first take, going to be really, really annoying. The shrinks are going to last for a really long time. The Prime Time isn't, it's kind of nice to get that, though, when you have to play against a Castellast era. But like heavy impact when we get on everyone getting some pretty good stuff. It's interesting to look between the twin drive and the aerials, because honestly both are really, really good. I really still think Speed Awakenings are really, really strong in what you want to be taking on Mako goalie. But twin drive plus eject button is going to allow these secondaries to come up very often. But something I was going to talk about anyway, great dash punch for Leo Leon, is that like the Mako is super feast or famine. Like once it gets in front of the net, you can't use your secondary anymore. Your secondary loses so much value because you just use it as like another strike, basically, while your opponent gets to use it to speed up your whole team and make them like huge. And it's a big issue. So whoever gets the barriers first should really, in theory, win each point. So right now, Core Overflow have a huge advantage right now. The only way to equalize is to find this KO, which they do, and immediately cleared out. Great find from Joker and S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Core Overflow looking really good, but even like now, though, S.A.D.B.O.I.S is able to use his secondary with a lot of value, but it gave Gumi also an opportunity to use secondary for a lot of value. And that's what the Makos need to do. Whichever Mako finds more value is probably just going to win the game because of how powerful the secondary is on Mako. But the KO is found this time for Core Overflow, and it's going to be really scary. Yeah, they just have the bonus speed for a bit, able to just put on so much pressure, and Leo Leon's going to be the one striking through 2 people this time instead of Kainoob.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely wonderful plays coming out from both of the teams' forwards right now. I think that, I mean, again, we are in the top 3 of probably one of the largest, if not the largest tournament in Omega Strikers history, so you're going to have nothing but the cream of the crop here, and when one mistake, basically, one misstep from Kainoob and Gumi is going to be immediately punished by the likes of Leo Leon. But speaking of being punished right now, Leo Leon, forced to blow the flip, does eventually able to heal up past that stagger, but this allows Kainoob to play very, very aggressive, and now that's going to be goalie barriers down for the side of Core Overflow, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S is able to hold. Leo Leon not able to find the KO, which means he's going to follow with himself being put in the net. Snake, though, trying to make the core follow Leo Leon into the score position. Not going to find anything. Has that flip to work with, though. Kainu has that pass up. Alexi used the flip in. Boom, bada bing, pow. Snake punches it in for Demon's Raw's first point of the set.
Yeah, great awareness there. Just to strike into flip into punch, so that because you don't have your strike up after you flip. So sometimes people awkwardly like spam strike, but then like realize like, oh crap, I just struck, so I don't have it up, and you're just sitting there awkwardly. But Snake already had the plan in mind. You know, I'm striking, and then I'm gonna flip it. Like it was all predetermined basically. You know, it knew it was gonna work too, and it totally did. So great play from Snake there. But now it's looking a little bit low, and so far like S.A.D.B.O.I.S just has the CDR build, has the twin drive plus reverb eject. I mean, technically like less CDR, but twin drive means it is plus CDR. It's what you need to understand about what makes primetime and twin drive so powerful is that when you're not using your ability, you're still getting more of that cooldown, and that's what's really, really important about these awakenings and why they require a nerf to like cooldown or power in order for them to be like balanceable. Is that otherwise you're just way too strong because you're just getting like, not only are you getting your primary or secondary up more often just by having the second one being charged at all the time. Oh, great Maelstrom to shove that one in. Leo Leon also guides the core along it very nicely. But yeah, but basically to finish it off, twin drive and primetime being on the side of core overflow is going to allow them to have more cooldowns. Maybe not more often, but overall we'll be able to use cooldowns. Like we'll be wasting less times. Like we'll be wasting less time of not using the cooldown, which is really good. But the pressure is on for core overflow.
Yeah, I mean, on top of all of those cooldowns, like you mentioned, you've got a Demolitionist to add on top of that, which means that, I mean, there's so many tools for the side of core overflow, and already as they say that, Joker's going to be sent off the map, no tools to work with to keep him alive. Leo Leon's going to follow him soon after. Now 1v3 power play goes the way of Demon's Raw, and that's just going to make the goal all too easy for Snake, standing right in front of S.A.D.B.O.I.S face, you know, basically putting so much pressure, making S.A.D.B.O.I.S panic, making S.A.D.B.O.I.S sweat. And that's just going to be 2-2 on the set now. Again, a crucial set to win for both teams. You're either going to tie it up now and potentially get a really good draft, or you're going to sink into that very, very hard to get out of 2-0. And now things are looking so good for Demon's Raw, getting a double barrier immediately. And now dash punch from Leo Leon's going to find one back with a nice little strike war against Gumi's. Now they're going to try to find any sort of opening in Gumi's defenses, but Mako with a flip is just going to be so hard to find. And Snake going to be the one to find Joker slipping up, and that's a core flip into a goal. And Demon's Raw now one set away for putting themselves in grand finals against S.A.D.B.O.I.S in a textbook finish.
Yeah, and Gumi's going to be able to get their first pick of the litter. Well, I wonder what's going to be taken here, because there's Team Player and Among Titans. People have been prioritizing Among Titans, which I don't agree with. I think this Awakening sucks, so I'm glad to see the Team Player is taken instead. Among Titans, though, already hovered by S.A.D.B.O.I.S, is really all in on this supportive build, saying, I'm going to give my forwards as much as they possibly can to win this game. But on the other hand, there's 3 sparks on the board. So honestly, is it really interesting to me that we see Leo Leon picking up the Spark of Strength when like Fighter Flight's online? I think that's pretty strong, especially it got buffed recently too. I think it was already like pretty strong before that, but now it's going to be Kainu who gets that, which is going to be really, really nice as a midfielder to get the super slick kicks basically. I mean, moving really fast, especially when you have a Mako on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that allowed them to pick up the sparks is that, I mean, if you get 2 sparks on your team when 3 of them are out, it is going to be unfortunate. It does stop the scaling before it even happens, but it does mean that at least one of your teammates will get something good coming to this next draft if you do win it. And I mean, the Spark of Resilience is the last one that's on the board, which is, you know, I mean, look at Kainu right now, right? That extra stagger might make a world of difference. Then, whoa! Stagger won't make any difference for Gumi as Leo Leon finds a flip dash punch KO against Gumi all of a sudden, and now 5 seconds left before this power play ends. Leo Leon needs to convert now, which he doesn't. Kainu holds, keeps it locked down, but now Joker has a scoring opportunity. Not going to find the strike or win that he needs. Snake has that flip, but it's not going to be found. Leo Leon winning some nice strike wars in front of the net is going to take the point in favor of Core Overflow.
Yeah, and this has been happening a lot, is that like once the forwards get on the offensive and it gives an opportunity for Mako to give the speed, then the other goalie just ends up getting super overwhelmed because it's so hard. It's no longer you can predict things normally as you normally would. You can't predict the situation. You're forced to react in a lot of ways because of how fast the forwards are moving. The forwards get to pick wherever they want to be. They can just outrun your forwards, and your forwards just become so much less of a defensive wall and being on defense. So Gumi there gets overwhelmed. It expects Kainoob to get a chance to strike the core, but Kainoob doesn't because of the speed of Leo Leon, which causes Gumi to do a bit of a misclear in a really tight situation. So interesting stuff there, but now this time it's the other way around. The speed and the size is just too much. Also the abilities, just the punch plus the bewitching beam is the one that finally gets that one through. It's just way too much, but once you get in the offensive position and Gumi is able to use that secondary, it's just too much. And it's the same both ways, but like winning kickoff is so important for the same reason, because like this time Core Overflow wins kickoff and they almost get 2 barriers instead. Flip is used instead, but Leo Leon should be able to use Flip here to get something. Let's see if the punch comes out. Yep, there it goes. Punch plus strike is going to be enough. Oh! Snake saved maybe by either like the punch missed or the goal zone just allowed that one to stay, but Gumi with the double size is able to save that one. And that's just proof that another justification for the Demolitionist Pauldrons there. Able to hold on a little bit longer and play a little bit more defensively, but both barriers are still for Core Overflow. So, I mean, Brickbat, like, how is Demon's Rock going to be able to get these barriers?
I mean, there's 2 flips for the forwards right now. One of them's going to go out. The second one's still there, waiting in the wing. Snake is ready. It's going to be blocked away, though, by Slop, as Gumi does get the forward core upfield. Now Leo Leon's going to find himself in the KO box. Joker maybe following soon, but is able to be saved. But Kainoob doesn't need a brawler to score. Gets it in 2v1 as an era, and we are 1 point away from Core Overflow going home and Demons Raw meeting S.A.D.B.O.I.S, their rivals in the grand finals of this tournament.
Yeah, hey, there's 4 brawlers in this game. Kainoob an NASL winner on the brawler, technically, but yeah, able to get that score off as well and really bring them 1 step closer to these grand finals. But this time, it's going to be Gumi losing the first goal barrier, Slop keeping the speed up, but it's not going to have it for much longer. So this Maelstrom coming in a really good time, forces the flip out, but Slop flips it right back to keep the forward pressure up. And now, ooh, great evade. Now Snake has no dash punch, so even if they get it past, it's not going to have to dash punch in order to break through the opponent's barriers. But the pressure is still on. Gumi is looking for a good pass to the forward. Leo Leon now has flip. Is going to save that for a great opportunity to get this last barrier, I'm sure. Probably has punch up soon, but isn't going to need it. It's able to get past, and this could be 1 step closer to bringing this to another set, but instead it's going to be Slop who's in an awkward situation. It almost gets KO'd, but Snake, I believe, has no punch or something like that. Kind of uses to evade to escape. Is able to dodge Leo Leon, and Snake's the one who's going to be able to get the kill. Has flip now, is going to try and get it. Uses it really far back. It is able, but it's Kind of who gets the barrier with the Bushing Beam, and it's going to be the final shot from Snake that brings Demons Raw to grand finals. The losers run. Was it inevitable? Maybe so, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S versus Demons Raw is going to be the grand finals.
Yeah, and Demons Raw now step over the defeated team of Core Overflow. Earlier, they defeated BunnBunn Bonanza, and now they're going to be staring down the eyes of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S in grand finals. And you know what? If this is Omega Strikers, these are the 2 teams, basically uncontested top 2 throughout all of competitive history. This is definitely the match you want to watch. No other way it could have gone, I think, if this were a true Omega Strikers tournament. S.A.D.B.O.I.S and Demons Raw find themselves in grands off of, a great performance, honestly, from the entire team. Snake finding so many conversions, Kainoob playing, getting so many scoring attempts, honestly. I think overall, the star of the show in that game has, more goalie participation than his brawler. 148 redirects to his name as well. Basically hitting the core more than anyone else in this game. So excellent hats off to Kainoob. You've got to be feeling great going into grands here. And even though you got to beat S.A.D.B.O.I.S in 2 series, which is no small feat, if there is a team to do it, it's got to be Demons Raw, which, again, is the second best, and maybe after today, the best team in Omega Strikers history.
Yeah, just, hey, El Clasico, some might say. We're here. It's Demons Raw versus S.A.D.B.O.I.S. I'm excited. It's always fun to watch these teams because like these guys, like they all played each other like a million times outside of like competitive play, but they only get these opportunities to show like everything. Sometimes maybe they have something hidden up their sleeves, and they have a pick that they've been hiding from each other, because although like everyone talks to each other a lot. Like all the top players love talking about the game to each other. Sometimes like some things come as a surprise to certain people. Like I wouldn't consider it to be like a huge secret, but when like Vaughn pulled out the Octavia in NASL like grand finals, like that was a huge pick that brought them to a win that it didn't really feel like Demons were 100% prepared for. Maybe they were slightly aware of it, but they weren't able to prepare for things like that. And if either team has something like that up their sleeve, I mean, it'd be interesting to see, because with Mako coming in, we've seen a bit of a meta shift. But we've also seen Demons Raw just win 2 games where they mirrored their opponents. So if they have anything like unique to themselves that they've been holding back, like we wouldn't really know, because they're just picking comps that other people are picking. So I'm excited to see if anything crazy comes out, but even if it doesn't, it's just you're about to see the best that Omega Strikers has to offer.
Yeah, and this is a repeat of the North American Strikers League Season 2 Grand Finals. Demons Raw coming in from losers to usurp the throne of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Of course, that went the way of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but Demons Raw looking to overwrite that history coming up. If you want to see quite literally the best that North American Omega Strikers has to offer, stay tuned. We'll be going to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to see some great Omega Strikers being played out. See you soon.
Hey guys, just recording this before I went into work today, but I was just recently asked, what are S.A.D.B.O.I.S greatest assets? And I didn't really want to tell you. I felt like I could just show you.
I feel like our team's greatest asset is our flexibility.
In this set, and an explosive 2 barriers.
We're always ready to hop in anywhere on the map and make it a bonanza.
What a great shot from sight there. Gets both barriers, gets the game.
First asset I want to show you. Oh yes, CECC 2023. Who could forget that?
By far, it has to be playing on S.A.D.B.O.I.S. We have dropped a single set on that map this entire tournament.
Our team's strongest asset, one word, S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Next, big finish. Sweet Slop comes in with the energy burst. Doesn't have the follow-up, and now it's right back up to 3Z Breezy after.
Or maybe you're more akin to the weeklies. Primetime Tuesday, back to back to back to back to back to back.
Open up this window of opportunity. 2 energy bursts here.
I think our team's strongest asset is striking. Okay.
Looking now once more. Joker now able to find it there.
Go us. I mean, I'm feeling like a core overflow right now. I'm taking the phrase, I'm swapping it
back to back to back to back to back.
And for all the casters and slot haters out there that keep saying this, I am not a one-trick. My striker pool is deeper than yours.
Back to back to back champions. Did we lose one of those?
What I think is our strongest asset is the fact that we have the best team comms in the entire world, in my opinion. Ba bomba! Bomba!
Oh my gosh!
To this last one here.
I mean, we're gonna prove that we
this last one. What is this
higher than 50.
What is this one?
We are the best.
They are little cowards.
We're in it to win it.
I'm feeling like a core.
Trying to make it the Dubu Cup.
What is this one right here? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read it real quick. Oh, December 2023 Dubu Cup. Oh, of course. I'm sure that's going to be there.
We have arrived to the finale of the Dubu Cup, where 123 teams entered last week and only 2 remain. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, the perennial favorites, versus Demons Raw, the evolution of the roster that was designed to beat those S.A.D.B.O.I.S. My name is K-Bot. I am joined by Borg on this cast. Borg, one last S tier of the year. Let's send it home with a banger.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like deja vu, K-Bot. I was talking before this. Last time we actually casted together was NASL Season 2 Grand Finals, where the same 2 teams, the same 2 rosters, were competing in. Correct me if I'm wrong, they actually also went to Night Market first.
I think Night Market was game 2, but they did play a game on Night Market. Something of the sort. Head-to-head game count since launch. S.A.D.B.O.I.S 10 games, Demons Raw 7 games. Of course, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S will be looking to close it out in this best of 3. Otherwise, we'll go to a bracket reset. And in order to be victorious, Demons Raw will have to win 2 of the next best of 3s. We'll start on Night Market now in Juliet, both banned away. But Borg, I imagine both these teams have been cooking up quite a couple of comps here on this map. Of course, we saw Demons Raw pull together the double brawler composition with the Aragoli. And now we see this kind of funneling style coming in from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S with Mako Era both picked up from that.
Yeah, this comp, I mean, very, very strong. Actually, my team, Last Call, played Demons in round 1 of this tournament with this comp and beat them with it. So it kind of feels good to be actually, now that they're playing it, in Grand Finals. So I guess we'll get to see how they all perform. And actually, wow, I don't think a lot of people are going to be dying very much this game, K-Bot, because it is a spark of resilience, all 6 people running it.
Here we go. It's a race for the mayoral election, or maybe it will be in a moment, as the players appear to have stopped playing. It seems like it was Kainub that might have some sort of an issue. Hopefully he'll come back online in a moment. But you mentioned the Spark of Resilience start. I didn't get the chance to quite check what the other starter awakening is, but that means that these Spark Spore are going to come a little bit higher in priority as we get later on for some of these carousels.
Yeah, I mean, Spark Resilience probably now went from, I think, maybe the weakest Spark in previous patches now, in recent patches being probably the strongest Spark just to have on its own. Definitely cannot sleep on the 450 stagger just base. Look how tanky everybody is. Round 1, level 1 is a bit ridiculous. As one little, caveat here is the Siphoning Wand on both of the X's definitely going to be helpful here, as it does tick maximum health, and it looks like we're actually going to be getting a remake because Kainub has a bit of server troubles here.
appears to be the case. Unfortunately, Omega Strikers is a game not played on 200 ping most of the time. So
Yeah,
that's going to
ideally
be, it appears that that's going to be a remake. And so much for the Spark of Resilience. I guess the other thing here to talk about, Borg, is, you know, we've seen this composition kind of get played with the Juliet coming out. My question to you is, does it make sense that the X is selected because of that Spark of Resilience, given that extra stagger and given then X's ability to ship damage over time, rather than looking for just those raw KOs off the speed boost?
Yeah, so I think the strength of X rather than Juliet here, at least in my experience playing this matchup, is that the Juliet can struggle to score on the Mako a lot, right? The Mako secondary, very, very strong tool against stuffing. And while X kind of is a stuffer, like you're trying to, you know, stuff it in, most of the time, you're usually getting a lot of goals off of, you know, you get a KO off the midfielder, or you get a fast break, you get a dribble, you get a good shot placement. Most of the time, it's through pressure rather than through just shoving it in with the Juliet. You get a one-time pass, and the Juliet makes a crazy play. Mako's very, very good at shutting that down. So X, you know, why not try to battle it out and try to, I guess, you know, win the carousels, try to get more damage off, win, I guess, the midfield war here. A little bit easier time scoring on the Mako as well, because you can hit stun that Mako out of her secondary, which is another huge reason why the X is so strong there.
And that, to your point, is why we're seeing a lot of the rise of Mako goalie in particular, right? It's because you're seeing that drum and bass ability get used for that global speed boost that it gives to your other two teammates on the map. That in of itself is incredibly beneficial. Of course, you're also using it for the little push away that it does in some niche instances, but if you can get that stun out and prevent that from actually coming out, now with the patch adjustments that came out yesterday, of course, that speed boost is going to linger around for even less time once that Mako gets stunned, which means that speed boost won't be there for the rest of the team. So we'll be getting into game in a moment. Of course, we've got to cycle through everything, make sure everyone's good to go here. So a little bit of a false start maybe on this one, but I'm excited to see what these teams have cooking for us. Of course, these teams, Borg, are incredibly familiar with one another. They're friends with one another. They talk all the time about the game, and then obviously have to, you know, battle it out in these major tournaments. What do you think that's like, going from, you know, hanging out with these guys probably up until late hours of the morning, now to it's tournament time, all lights are on and all eyes are on you. You got to focus up for to face off against your friends on the other side of the pitch?
I think at this point, I don't even think it phases them. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's happened, like you said, it's like 10-7 in game counts or set counts or whatever you said, right? So maybe at first it might have been a little bit weird, but definitely doesn't matter anymore. It's definitely a very friendly rivalry. You know, lots of back and forth between the other, a little bit of yapping, but nothing crazy. No real shit talk or anything. Excuse me, actually, rather. Apologies for that. But at the end of the day, like you said, they're all friends. And just trying to get a good game of Omega Strikers for you guys, the viewers, and also, you know, maybe get a little bit of prize money on the side. So,
well,
I think,
I mean, they're also
does not matter.
They enjoy competing, right? I mean, that's the main reason why they're all here.
That can't be it.
Okay, well,
no, that can't be it.
That's true. Yeah, not like you know a thing or two about enjoying competing or anything, right?
Yeah.
Or are we not going to talk about you competing? Well, we're not going to talk about you competing on this cast.
I threw, so my team qualified top 8, right? I threw the game to get into top 6. Let Team Arc, you know, get a little bit of shine. I can cast now with K-Bot in the grand finals. It's a win-win.
Sure.
Tell me that doesn't make sense, right?
Makes sense to me. I'll take any time you want to be on the casting desk rather than actually playing.
Yeah, you're giving me the hardest bracket of all time, trying to weed me out early so I can cast.
Now, hang on. That was not. That's.
What's that all about?
That was rough. What you all had, it was last call, PPL, EKC, all in the same, like vying for the same single spot or something, which was crazy. I think that was like the craziest bracket to be in, was yours. But you made it out.
We did. Yeah, we did.
So we just believed in you, Borg. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day.
You know what else we made out of? We made it out of that game. We finally got out. We are I think Kainu's going to be restarting. Maybe we're remaking a lobby here.
Yeah.
And then we should get back, and hopefully no more ping issues. We want to get this grand finals underway for you guys and for, you know, the sake of the players, sake of the viewers, and sake of us too. You know, we don't want to be yapping on here for too long. But
well,
as soon as we get the players back in, we'll get
probably won't be here till like 9 p.m. Okay, knock on wood. You know, the whole 9 yards there. Yeah. So we should be getting into things in a moment. Of course, interesting dilemma, right? When you've got people literally from all across the nation, and even across borders. What, B.O.I.S is playing from Canada. We've got Kainu playing from Mexico. So we have a decent spread of where everybody is, and so trying to make sure everyone gets in and gets a fair shot on an equal playing field is incredibly important here. So hopefully we'll be getting into things in a bit. Again, still waiting on a couple players to reset their machines and the like before joining us back here. But I don't know, Borg, what else is there here to talk about? Let's highlight. We haven't heard from B.O.I.S a lot as of late, right?
True.
Vaughn's mostly the talker. He's the yapper for S.A.D.B.O.I.S. When you take a look and when you watch B.O.I.S' gameplay, especially because the S.A.D.B.O.I.S tend to trust in it, right? I mean, I feel like you're not going to not trust in your score if you're playing an era Mako composition, right? You have to have that reliability for that forward whose goal it is to send those shots to the back of the net. What is it about B.O.I.S that makes him such a strong brawler player? What is it, like, fundamentally, when you boil it down, what is it that he's looking for, and what kind of characterizes his playstyle to make him one of the best in competitive play in North America?
Well, there's a couple things. I guess I can talk about this a little bit. I think on day one, if anyone watched the S.A.D.B.O.I.S streams, they know, B.O.I.S has not played since Africa. That was how long ago? A month ago? Like, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
He's literally not touched the game. One time.
He was in Super Surge, right?
Since Super Surge. Not
I think that was
since Super Surge. Yeah,
so
since Super Surge, he has not touched the game. So 3-4. I mean, for a professional, like, as you can see, like I said, from that week one, and this is not an insult. It's turning into a compliment. I think they all know that. No yapping here, but definitely was not looking very strong. Trying out some random picks. I saw him playing the Kazan a little bit. Definitely was not looking the greatest. And then once he kind of went back on that comfort, started getting on that day two, played incredibly well. I mean, I think at this point, B.O.I.S and Juliet are just kind of like a coexisting thing. They just are the same thing at this point. So incredibly good in that character. And one thing that definitely makes him stand out is actually the fact that he plays on MOBA controls, which a couple players do, but he's definitely the one who made it work the best, especially with Juliet, because of the slightly better movement that you get with MOBA, and you can do some really interesting dash punches and dribbles off the side because you're using that control scheme, and he just uses it to full effect, right? So, I mean, just kind of the maestro of that character, Juliet, and when he can get his character, or even the X, he's been playing a lot recently too, still very comfortable as well on that pick. I mean, just feels like in crunch time he performs. I don't really know what else to say, right? And I think he says it best, when he has a lack of sleep, he can perform the best, and we'll see if he slept last night, depending on here, right? I mean, that's what he said. That's his words, not mine.
That's wild. We're getting into game, finally. We're in Striker Select. Reverberation Twin Drive are our starter awakenings this time on Night Market. It'll be the Now and Juliet band away once more, so we'll likely see very similar compositions, I have to imagine. As these, it seems like they want to stick with these sorts of things. And as you talk about, right, with B.O.I.S and the efficiency of his movement on MOBA controls, the one advantage that you get with that control scheme, now buffed up to the maximum when you're talking about two characters being able to speed boost you in. Hopefully we'll see what comes through, but it is going to be the same mirrored compositions on both sides of the pitch. Fingers crossed we're getting into this one this time, folks. And we'll see what these players have got in store.
Ooh, Twin Drive Reverberation start. So, not the most different. I mean, we were Spark Resilience last time, so we got one, I guess, stagger training to start us off here, as the only people taking Twin Drive will be the Makos. Everybody else is on that Reverberation. And as we're getting to game here, already getting one barrier. B.O.I.S feeling pretty strong, but things are just getting started, K-Bot.
Just getting started here, and again, you'll see the general play style of this as all of the speed boosts are going to get used at the same time. Really trying to funnel that forward player. We talked a lot about B.O.I.S, but Snake obviously has the ability to perform quite a bit for this Demon's Raw roster. He's certainly made standout appearances. While he can get overshadowed at times by Kainu, league MVP last year, Gumi, typically gets a lot of recognition as well. Snake can certainly make those conversions when it matters most. And so we'll be seeing whether or not he can do that here in this matchup versus B.O.I.S. As still got these goalies holding on to one barrier apiece. B.O.I.S has an energy burst at his disposal. likely be looking to use it in a moment, but can't quite get close to this core. And the other thing about this Mako goalie is that ability to keep that core away from the goal box. But as I say that, Gumi's not going to hit that energy burst. Now Bells has got his, and the second that he gets out of those ensnare drums, we'll punch it back.
Yeah, I mean, well played from S.A.D.B.O.I.S that point. The composure of you already lose, actually. I think for a while there, Snake was just on top of him, but, you know, just kind of keeping calm, relying on his team to stay calm and everything. Vaughn getting staggered as well, but finding, you know, a little bit of that composure to find that bottom barrier with an insane angle, and Bells obviously with the flip to score. So a great little first point and a good start for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Snake immediately starting out, going over to You Already Lose, but now double barriers taken. Gumi channeling the drum and bass is going to let it drop, and now Vaughn looking for Bells. Back up to this top corner. Bull rush forward. Can't quite find the shot. But it's still possession to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S as Vaughn's going to go for a couple dribbles. Finally, Snake will stand right back up. It's up to Bells once more. Probably has a couple cooldowns available. Sends it to the top side. Can't quite find the strike to send it home. Snake dashes in. Vaughn still with a bit of possession there, but it's sent away. All the same from Demon's Raw. Point now where Mako starts to feel a little bit weaker when he got those open gates. The ability to send it around the Mako is possible, and don't need to send it around the Mako, and you can just stuff core flips back. That one was a beautiful maelstrom from Vaughn. That'll secure it. Bells was ready on that core flip as well.
Yeah, slight mistiming there from Gumi. You know, he's paying too much attention to the X in his face and just accidentally mistimed that magical maelstrom, rather. Just the last tick of that actually hitting that core there is why Vaughn got the goal credit. So well played for that magical maelstrom placement. And Gumi, not quite what you want to see so far, but I mean, it's only the first set. And as you can say, it is a scaling comp. You know, they are running the same comp, I will say, but both teams have an equal chance of scaling here as we get into the carousels after this point. But it's not over yet. Like I said, Snake core flip comes out, does not get it. And Bell's actually the one going down here. So Demons might be able to have a little bit of a comeback.
Power play opportunity, but You Already Lose will find the clear with the energy burst. Send it to the other side of the pitch. Snake now, large on the X Maximus, will find one barrier. Can't find the second. Now, perfect pitch comes up just short. Snake looking for the bottom corner. Vaughn's back in time on the Flutterfly speed. Well done to drop back. It's one of the things that you constantly notice about Vaughn, especially with his ability to go between both roles, is his ability and recognition of when it's time to go back and play defensively, preventing these goals from going in. Now Bells will find a KO. On to Kainu. Power play opportunity. Snake trying to get this thing out of here, but cannot get it around Bells. Gumi will have to commit the energy burst to send it away. Perfect pitch sends Bells back, but they'll lose the goal barrier in the process. Goal gates open, both sides. Drum and base speed trying to come out here. Bells now boosted up and looks for the bottom corner. Can't quite find it there. Still overtime. Snake finally healed back up to full. Be looking potentially for something here with the energy burst. Almost gets it past You Already Lose without it. Now X Maximus tries to punch it back. Can't quite find the hit stun. Still has this. And snare drums out from You Already Lose, trying to buy a little bit of space here as Snake continues to sit around in the enemy goal box. Here's the energy burst. It'll send it right underneath all three. Demon's Raw finally on the board.
You know, I feel like Snake held that core flip for so long, and I'm surprised that one went in there. A little bit of miscommunication possibly for the defense of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but well played to Snake for finding the conversion in the end. And Demons now have a point on the board. They're still in this set as things are starting to look up for them a little bit. We're really seeing the power of the X on both of these teams, actually, just being able to whittle down both of the opposing, really X or eras, the both forwards just kind of brawling it out over and over again. Who can get the best of each other in each little scenario? We'll have to see. Right now, it seems like the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are, but Demons, like I said, it's not over yet. They are finding chances and finding opportunities. Gumi with this core flip and kind of coming up short here with the core flip soon. Could be looking for a play.
To your point as well, this is the only time where the teams will be completely even. Same starter awakenings, same gear selections. Past this point, we'll start to see awakenings getting taken away from one another. And in these mirror matchups, that'll be critical as an X starts to look for a little bit of, or an ounce more damage as we start to look for those chrono boosts and cast the last opportunities to continue buffing up the speed boosts. We'll all start gaining advantages now when it starts in the first set. Power play opportunity is the advantage on the pitch right now for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but Gumi's going to find the clear to the bottom barrier of You Already Lose. Now Bull Rush doesn't quite connect, just to the outside. maybe an opportunity here, but even still, the members of Demons Raw very far back, likely waiting on a couple of those secondaries to come back online for the buff speed. Bell's still in position. Can't quite send that core down, as Demons Raw has also been playing good on the defensive side. Snake takes a little bit of a shot out of that bull rush with a strike. Here's a drum and bass speed. Doesn't linger around for much longer. Now Bell's in the X Maximus, trying to get some work done in this corner, but he still can't find the gold barrier. It's hanging around here for quite some time, but Gumi's been holding it down for what seems like an eternity in this first set alone. Bell's now energy burst, low on stagger, doesn't have much, and now we'll back on away. Maybe an opportunity here for Demons Raw as they start to buy a little bit more space. Maelstrom will come to the bottom side, but it'll go wide. Primary projectile connects up to Snake, and finally, a goal will be made. Snake was in the right place at the right time as that core came straight to him.
We're seeing the power of Mako here, actually. Demons Raw, I mean, really holding it down. Gumi showing already a mastery of the character, it seems, even though the character is fairly new, only a couple weeks old, so well played to Gumi for holding it down there, and Snake for actually finding that goal, but Snake might be going down here, forced to core flip, and actually does not go down. Going to be retreating to get the orb safe for now. Kind of been Gumi walking up, but they don't seem to be able to get anything for it, and now they'll be resetting here into neutral. Demons Raw 2-2 now, so have a chance. Snake looking here for another thing, but again, the Mako goalie just proving that they can stuff all of these forwards so incredibly well. You already lose and Gumi both just playing completely out of their minds.
Get a little bit of that range, especially when you're playing pauldrons on that Mako. Have that ability for that primary hitbox come in. Saves you in a lot of instances, but now Bells will find the top barrier here. And the goal gates will open up. Vaughn in the corner has a little bit of dribbling potential and some of that speed. The core will get out away from him. Snake comes up, finds one barrier. There's the Maelstrom. Gives Kainu some trouble. Snake will hit it back down. Strike War. One looks like by Snake, but you already lose. Has that core flipped. Goes back to the other side of the pitch. Nearly goes in, but Gumi's back in time. Snake, once again, X Maximus. Looks for the hit stun, but it'll get sent away all the same. Now has the energy burst. There it is again, but still defended now by You Already Lose. And now Kainu will find the strike to the bottom side of the barrier, looking for the pass. Snake tries to send the pass right back to Kainu, but it looks like possession's overturned, and now Bells will find the strike against Gumi's core flip. Seeing those denials come out, seeing those reads, marks of players that are familiar with one another. It's going to be the S.A.D.B.O.I.S taking the first set.
And Bell's just absolutely calling Gumi out there on that early core flip hit, just punching with that X Maximus size, just so hard to get around the X there. Has to strike completely away from him if any hope to get away right there. And as we get into drafts now, as you said, K-Bot, when you're winning there, right? The game is now no longer even different. Awakenings are coming in here, so we have Kainu with Rapid Fire, Primetime on to Vaughn, essentially doing the same thing overall. Quick Strike's going to be helping You Already Lose get that energy burst a little bit higher. Heavy Impact going to be helping Gumi with his cooldowns a little bit more. And I guess another big thing here is Snake actually with the 1-2 punch going to be, I mean, doing a little bit more damage, especially with that siphoning one. So you have to watch out for Snake here, but I have a feeling that Vaughn and Bells are already ahead of it and going to be looking to kind of keep him under wraps. But I say that, and Bells is already staggered from an amazing Magical Maelstrom plus a cage from Gumi there with the drums. I actually forgot the name of that ability.
Snare drums coming out
drums,
here.
thank you. Appreciate that.
As that new special, but now Maelstrom's going to take Snake off of the pitch. It's a power play opportunity for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. You Already Lose moving forward. Helps in one barrier getting connected. Bells tries to find the second, but Gumi sends it away once more. Still protecting this barrier incredibly well, and also has that energy burst. But Vaughn with the Bewitching Beam, looking once more, just a bit wide. Hit the corner, and Gumi will find the clear away. And that's the other thing here too. With Vaughn picking up that prime time in the last one, he'll have ability to influence the core more. He'll also have the ability to try to shut down Snake a little bit more on the defensive side, which is something that I know primetime eras really love doing, and especially when you're putting all your marbles on your scorer player. Could be something to look out for. Gumi now finds a shot with a perfect pitch, find the perfect angle on it to hit that barrier. Vaughn, energy burst, buys some space here, trying to kill for time, waiting for Bells to come back online, and is successful in doing so. Now Bells will come right back online, immediate bell ringer, and it'll send Kainu away. Looking for it forward, Vaughn will collect. Here's the Maelstrom, interrupts things, gets right in front of Bells though, and he can't find the strike. It's again, Demons Raw sending it away, continuously protecting this last barrier. Seems as though S.A.D.B.O.I.S have not fully been able to find an answer. Here comes an Energy Burst out of Snake. Immediately there, but You Already Lose has got the save. Limited angles there on the walls that Night Market provides. Down to this bottom side as things will clear out for a moment. Now an opportunity maybe for Demon's Raw, though, and Snare Drums come out trying to turn the tides of battle. Kainu wins the Strike War, trying to get it back the other way, up to Snake, but Vaughn has the Maelstrom, almost predicting that and giving that layer of insurance. Can't quite find the goal there as Snake. And B.E.L.S is in position once more. You Already Lose also has Energy Burst. Snake finds a KO, now down to the bottom corner. There's the Energy Burst used by You Already Lose to get it away. Still power play opportunity. Snake can't quite find the angle. Gumu's looking for that perfect pass, but couldn't line it up there. Now, Bull Rush comes in just a bit too late. Nerves are starting to come online, and finally Kainu will be there for the Bewitching Beam to send that one back. Feels like it's a defensive game here today, Borg. I don't know what to say, but it seems like You Already Lose, Gumi, and the midfielders as well, dropping back and holding things on for an eternity.
I mean, yeah, you take two of probably the best goalies in the region, North American region, if not the world. But hey, hold on here. I mean, Demon's Raw making a play here, already getting both barriers. Kind of with the flip, does not get the goal. And I mean, still a little bit on the offensive here, but calms down for now. Like I was saying, I mean, Gumi and You Already Lose both just showing how good of goalies they are. And with this comp and on Night Market as well, we are in for a long series, K-Bot. So, I mean, get your vocal cords ready, because there's going to be a lot of casting to be had.
I've got my water bottle right here, believe you me. And I'm ready for it. Night Market's been known... Oh my, beautiful fadeaway shot there from Snake. But Night Market's been known to have these long games in recent times. You've got that little bit of extra speed that continues to come up. The era can run around, do quite a bit. And, we've seen upwards of 30-minute games on Night Market. Would be no surprise to see this one go the distance, especially now that Demon's Raw is 2 ahead and is looking to equalize the set score here and get a couple of Awakenings on the board. We still got a lot on the table here for the X's and for the buffing characters on the whole, right? You consider Chrono Boost still online, Cast Last still online, Specialized Training still available for the X's. Plenty of Awakenings to come, and of course each one of those is going to be a denial away from the enemy team. So all going to be a matter of what gets pulled on those Awakenings drafts. Energy Boost economy, though, well, was the favor of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Vaughn can't quite find the core with it. Kainu might have an opportunity here. Uses it. Now we see another one from You Already Lose. Knocks Snake away, but doesn't knock him off of the pitch. Ooh. Barrier will fall on the other side now, and B.E.L.S will find a KO versus Kainu. Looking for the shot. Gumi still got an Energy Burst. And now Snake is looking to bully B.E.L.S away. Vaughn, though, has an opportunity maybe, and Snare Drum's out for a little bit of extra defense, but Vaughn's able to find a way to shove it in regardless.
Yeah, actually getting that shot only because B.E.L.'s able to find the hit stun while in jail, actually, from the Mako ultimate with that Bull Rush. So well played to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S for kind of stabilizing there. And like you were saying earlier, just about the Awakening, so many still on the table. So this game can just go either way depending, regardless of who wins this. Even if S.A.D.B.O.I.S go up 2-0 here, I mean, there's so much on the table that Demon's Raw can still get their pick on whatever they want. So definitely a huge thing here. And one thing that I actually really liked last draft, I didn't talk about too much, was the Spark pick from B.E.L.S. Does not go 1-2 punch, does not really care about the damage too much here overall, and goes Spark just in case this game starts to go long. Has that insurance, has that, scaling insurance even more than I think everybody else has. So well played to B.E.L.S, but I mean, so far with how they're coming back here after getting both these barriers, it's not going to seem like they need it.
You Already Lose. Energy Burst gets it away from the opening goal gates. Kainu, though, looking for it once more. Vaughn, low on stagger, gets knocked away from the Energy Burst, and Kainu will be able to finish the job. Demon's Raw equalize the set score here again. We're in for an endurance battle here on Night Market, which is maybe exactly what Demon's Raw wants to warm up, as they were the ones to select this map. But 2 sparks on the table here, Borg. We thought it might have been insurance for the late game, but that doesn't seem to be the case here for B.E.L.S.
Yeah, and one thing to know here, actually, Chrono Boost going to Kainu, but that does leave Monumentals open for Vaughn. Monument is such an incredibly strong training on this map. It just allows those random era tornadoes to be so much more effective at KOing. So definitely keep an eye on that. Size going over to Yardielu is going to be helping a lot as well. And then that Spark Resilience going over to Bells. 2 Sparks now. Spark of Agility, probably one of the most important ones in this draft right now. Going to be incredibly huge here in the upcoming carousels, regardless of who wins these points. So honestly, nothing crazy really has changed overall. One thing I will say to watch out for is Vaughn's Tornadoes.
I mean, it feels like everybody in that Awakenings draft got basically what they wanted. Bells was looking for that Spark of Resil. Yardielu picks up the big fish rather early in that draft. And look at the size of this Mako now. Able to lock down nearly an entire barrier, keeping Snake away, with the drum and bass being larger than the bell ringer. And those hitboxes will play a fundamental role, especially as we see more shrinks and buffs coming out of the Bewitching Beam from Vaughn. Maelstrom sends Snake away, but right in front of that core. Now 2 energy bursts used. And available for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, Yardielu already going to have one. Now, Bells looking for the pass down to Vaughn. Can't quite find it. There's enough members of Demon's Raw on the way. Snake will get knocked away, trying to find the core. Won't collect it there. It'll fall dead for a moment. Kainu building up a little bit of a dribbling play. Now, gets stuck in the ensnare drums. And that play will be shut down in an instant, but it gets right back up to Snake, pops the X Maximus, and sends it through with a bull rush.
Yeah, and actually dies for it, so, I mean, and one there for Snake. Well played. Great shot placement, and also just layering of the hit stun on X. Very, very well played here. And one thing we're seeing more, actually, is a lot more, I mean, people getting staggered right now. A little bit more damage coming out. A little bit more, I guess, volatility in the matchup. As we see Vaughn already going down, and both barriers going down for Demons. Bells and Vaughn looking a little bit low here. Gotta be careful. Vaughn especially could be dying here. Almost dies, but it doesn't even matter as Snake takes the 1v1, just rams it right through.
Feels like some of these explosive plays are just continuing to come out of Demon's Raw. They are getting in the face of S.A.D.B.O.I.S right off rip from the kickoff. They are going all out and in on things in a moment where it feels like S.A.D.B.O.I.S, typically that team wants to get set up, wants to have that level of composure, set up for these passing plays. Demon's Raw is not letting them do that at all, and once again you see Snake all the way forward. There's the energy burst, flips for the second barrier, and finds it now. Snake with the triple play. Vaughn will send it away in the Bewitching Beam. He'll catch the Maelstrom. The core will get away from Bells, thanks to Gumi sending it away. Perfect pitch from Gumi, wind up. Tries to get things away. Here's the ensnare drums, preventing Snake from getting into position again, but 2 energy bursts are online for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Drone base channeled for the extra speed. Now Snake in position, doesn't have the energy burst himself, and now Vaughn will use his to wait out that Maelstrom. Beautifully done. Will get rewarded with a barrier. Vaughn looking for Kainu here. Has to get it around Snake and will. Bells now on the offensive. Can't find it there. Still up there. Looking for these shots, but Bells just doesn't seem like he can get close enough until a KO happens potentially, as now Kainu's sent away. Snake will kill for time a little bit here. There's the Monumentalist Maelstrom that sweeps through and finds the extra goal barrier, and now Bells, perfect lineup on that bow rush to find the goal.
Hey, as you say, X lore in the community right there. That was an X play for sure right there. Great timing on the bull rush with the ult to punch through. Not even sure if he needed it, but it does not matter as the KO is going to feel great going into this next point. Finally, it's the S.A.D.B.O.I.S getting one back. And I mean, one thing to talk about, I mean, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S definitely battled back after finding a very, very, very good KO. But as we see, Demons already getting both barriers here, and due to the chrono boost from Era, it's just allowing them to rush forward so much more efficiently as the duration of the speed up is so much better, and Snake is just going to put it in because Vaughn is shrunk. The chrono boost, like I said, keeping them small for so much longer, and also keeping Snake so much faster with that secondary onto Era just allows them to bulldoze through S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and they're going to need a good draft to come back here.
But Castellast is online first. That's probably going to be the immediate pickup from Kainu for Demon's Raw, denying it away from anyone else on the other side. Couple of other interesting awakenings online, notably Team Player there as well, which is a favorite, but actually the specialized training denial here, Borg.
Yeah, so spec training, mainly a denial for the X. Very, very strong, especially with 1-2 punch being on the X as well. Bell's getting that Spark of Agility, keep in mind, has triple Spark now, so it's going to be incredibly fast and incredibly tanky. And then Yardielu as well with the Egoist. I mean, honestly, S.A.D.B.O.I.S kind of got what they wanted here. Kainu does get that Castellast, feels pretty bad. But keep in mind, you know, the specialized training with the Monumentalist Tornadoes, they can knock you very, very far, K-Bot. So, I mean, Demon's Raw cannot rest for 1 second, or else they're going to get swarmed.
If that damage can start to come online, especially Bells with that increased cooldown and now has a little bit of extra speed to boot, But again, I imagine it's going to be the same explosive plays coming in from Demon's Raw, especially with Gumi picking up that team player, trying to get that core downfield as soon as possible and getting Snake into a position where he can influence it. Now right there again, is able to send it through that barrier. Looking again. Perfect pitch will take a weird bounce off the wall in the middle. But now there's a KO. Snake sends Vaughn off the map for a moment, and now we'll be looking for the passes back and forth. You already lose. Able to read it once while Snake takes the shot. B.O.I.S buys a little bit more space as well, but Energy Burst all online for all members of the Demon's Raw. Here's Kainoobs trying to look for Snake. Can't find it there. Bewitching Beam shrinks Snake down. Prevent much from happening. Still holding on to this Energy Burst is Snake, but it's back to the other side of the pitch. B.O.I.S will connect with the core flip. Finds the barrier. Now on the dribble. Bellringer. Shot gets sent away. And Snare Drums bounces right back to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S goal, but Vaughn's ready for it on the top side. Still stuck in this corner. Snake has had Vaughn's number so far. Snake looking to bully You Already Lose away, and now the denial comes through with that core flip. Snake has been in position so often to find these goals, boy.
And like I was saying earlier before the game, right, Juliet can't do this to Mako. Mako is struggling so much harder against the X because of how many hitboxes X has to offer, right? That primary with the secondary strike, the strike reset with the ult as well. There's so many things that the X can throw at the Mako that Mako just really can't handle, especially while boosted up by the Era. But, I mean, S.A.D.B.O.I.S doing the same thing as well. Like you said before, I mean, Demon's Raw might have an easier time because of that cast last Chrono Boost, but that doesn't mean that S.A.D.B.O.I.S are out of it yet. Look, the tornadoes having to be dodged here. Vaughn, though, is low in response, but You Already Lose, and in return, can run up the field with that Egoist. Might be able to make a play here, but has to run back in the end, kind of settling things down overall. And, I mean, this matchup is just becoming so much more volatile.
Looking for it again here as Demon's Raw. Snake continuing to pummel into Vaughn's stagger bar. Low once more, stuck in the corner. Bewitching Beam comes out for a moment. Here's a core flip from B.O.I.S looking for the shot, but Vaughn sent away again. Power play opportunity. You Already Lose has to commit the energy burst to save it. Now is able to find it right after the perfect pitch. Still, pressure mounting. Kainu flips it for the barrier. Looking forward again here for Snake. Will take a shot himself. Vaughn's back in time to save it with that Flutterfly speed as well. Perfect pitch from Gumi does not quite connect. Looking for it again here. There's You Already Lose. Again, sending it away. Snake still in position here. Trying to continue harassing these goalies, but the Egoist speed is back online for You Already Lose. Means that he's going to have a decent chunk wider to cover here in front of this open goal gate. Core bounces around once more, right back to the hands of Kainu, passes up to Snake, looking to stuff it back in the X at Maximus, but cannot find the shot. Now Kainu sends it right back up to Snake, who is still in position, harassing the members of S.A.D.B.O.I.S around, and suddenly it's game point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and Snake, I mean, especially with Reverberation and Peak Performance, completely unkillable on the same time. Also, with that Siphoning Wand, the healing from that new buff Siphoning Wand, 150% of the damage that they deal is healing themselves. So, I mean, just showing why it is so strong now on this X character and how you get in the mix, hit all three people, and you're just a menace to deal with so, as soon as you get core flip. Right, that's kind of just the tell the tale, really. As soon as Snake or B.O.I.S has been getting the core flips and getting it in a position in front of the net, they have been getting rewarded with the goal, and now Snake getting rewarded with a KO. Just a great punch off the side. Vaughn not quite ready for that, but You Already Lose does have the core flip, and so does B.O.I.S. They should be able to defend this overall, and B.O.I.S actually finding a KO of his own with the core flip, and now Vaughn is back up, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S have the, they have finally the man up.
Have the advantage. You Already Lose, flips it. Gumis comes out just a bit late, and he'll lose the barrier for it. Now it's Snake's turn, though. Kainu will keep it forward. Now takes a shot up to the barrier. Open gates, both sides. We're about to hit overtime now. And the S.A.D.B.O.I.S have to try to keep it out, but Snake is in perfect position. You Already Lose wasn't there. Has the energy burst. It'll send it home. Demon's Raw will take game one here. Despite the fact that the S.A.D.B.O.I.S took Night Market against them last week, won that match 2-0. Demon's Raw are showing they can make the compositional adjustment, showing that they can adjust to the current meta, and now have a little bit of confidence heading for the later games in this series, boy.
Yeah, and I think really the, I guess, tell of the tale of that match was that second set. Demon's Raw finally, clutching it up, winning that second set, and getting completely rewarded for it with that Chrono Boost, and then afterwards also getting a Cast of Last. So, I mean, great job, Demons, right? like kind of just capitalizing off of the great trainings that they got and also playing incredibly well to get to that point in the first place. So, you know, well played to them. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S, well, I think playing well, it seemed like Vaughn almost got a little bit outpaced there by Kainu because whether it be the trainings, you know, they're the awakenings rather, that Kainu got, the cast last, the chrono boost, the rapid fire, whether it be due to that or maybe it's due to just the wrong side of a tornado here or there, right? Anything can happen in these mirror matchups. So, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, you got to remember that there's still a bracket reset that can still happen. So S.A.D.B.O.I.S should not be worried too much here.
That is true. S.A.D.B.O.I.S have a decent bit of insurance built up. Because this is double elimination, of course, they'll have to lose 2 matches in a row, as they have lost 0 lives up to this point. Other thing I want to comment on, you mentioned, of course, you know, Vaughn maybe getting a little bit outpaced. Well, yeah, he was getting pummeled by Snake the entire time. Snake, by the way, 66,000 damage compared to B.E.L.'s 56,000. 78 shots compared to B.E.L.'s 61 shots, but Snake still has less redirects than B.E.L.'s does, meaning that Snake was in the goal box more, harassing the defense of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S more, and positioning those things around. We're going to have to go for another remake here because we just got Night Market again for some reason. We'll get into things in a moment again. Next up is going to be IME's app. This was this S.A.D.B.O.I.S map pick here, which makes sense to me, Borg, because it seems like Demons Raw have been scared of this map so far today. With a couple of the other teams that they've played up against so far, they also don't really, they're not confident in a Rasmus pick, so I'm expecting to see the Rasmus ban come out from Demons Raw here, meaning that we're probably going to see basically whatever the S.A.D.B.O.I.S want to run on this map come through.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a really strong map for S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Vaughn terrorizing Solo Key in the goalie or forward position with this Rasmus. So definitely do not want to let that through, but at the same time, right, then you allow the Amy to come through for you already lose. And Gumi can play it as well, so can Kainoob, right? So definitely not completely lost. You have a little bit of a crossover there. The now ban coming through for S.A.D.B.O.I.S, obviously with Demons bans, but I am expecting, depending on the bans, probably a Rasmus ban on the side of Demons. Oh, it's actually an Amy ban, so they're going to opt for the Rasmus mirror. I'm expecting Vaughn to hover this right now.
Maybe the change will come out.
There it is.
Starter Awakenings here. Stagger Swagger, Timeless Creator. Your Stagger Swagger is not going to help you in the Rasmus mirror, I'm afraid. But it seems to be what the teams might be opting for. And there it is. Has been opted into here. Very interesting mirror match yet again from these two teams.
Another mirror, but the difference being, look at the gear, right? Pummelers on Vaughn and Bells, and Slick Kicks on Snake and Kainoob. I wonder if that's a mistake or not. I feel like Pummelers usually just universally better on this map, as the speed it gives is actually greater than, or actually, it's the same as Slick Kicks, but it's basically just constant Slick Kicks once you get a KO, and KOs are aplenty on this map. But we'll have to see as we get into here. Bell's almost getting the first barrier, but oh wow, okay, actually Vaughn going down first, but you see now they don't have a kill, and now they don't have that Pummeler speed because they don't have Pummelers.
We'll see if the Slick Kick speed will make up for it. Kainoob and the Whiplash will be able to do it. Now, looking for the pull back to the core with the Death Touch, but can't find it there. Vaughn trying to get it back around Snake. The other thing, Bork, you mentioned the Slick Kick start here from Demons Raw. Look, we've known Demons Raw not necessarily to be the strongest team in terms of theory, okay? Sometimes they whiff on some things, like banning an Octavia when they maybe should have. But it doesn't matter if they can play it. But even still, S.A.D.B.O.I.S now find the double KO. Find the bear on the other side of the pitch. Bell's Pummeler speed doesn't matter. Snake immediately finds that denial with a dash punch away. Fiery Flurry. Snake looks to continue collecting. You're to lose. Send it away. Snake almost had it there. They didn't have the energy burst to finish things off. Now, gut check. You're to lose is ready for it. Bells gets pulled back by Kainoob's Death Touch. Just not quite there. That pit in the center, what these teams are playing around, and you've got to watch out for those Rasmus hooks, as at any level, it can catch you away. You'd think it's the oldest trick in the book, but it can still get fallen for, especially with the mix-ups in these two teams. Bell's able to dodge it there. Now looking for it. It's their drums. Makes things incredibly crowded up here to the top side. Vaughn will pull back Snake with a Death Touch. Another power play opportunity. Gumi, though, has the energy burst, sends it up to the top side, away from Vaughn at all costs. Bells doesn't have the Flying Phoenix to get there in time. Pendulum swing out. Vaughn sends it right through. Quick thinking and reaction there from Vaughn to find that angle.
Yeah, and I mean, you said earlier, you know, the Stagger Swagger might not help too much as, you know, in terms of the healing, but you have to keep in mind it just also got buffed, so it's 12% speed you're getting constantly, and also with the pummelers that S.A.D.B.O.I.S has, that's another 30% speed as they get a KO, right? And also the slick kicks is also 30% speed as well for the side of Demon's Raw. So these, I mean, this Juliet and this Rasmus are going to be running around on both teams incredibly fast. So it really is just, especially in this first set before Awakenings can come into play, a battle of who can, you know, I guess call the other person out, who can get the better mix-ups. And it seems like Snake is getting the better of Bells right now as they find the KO on the bottom side with the dash punch, actually denying the core flip that Bells had. And Yordi Lu's making a slight mistake there with the Mako secondary, actually not reactivating it in time, and it just goes right back into their own net.
Other thing that was critical there, though, I think Bells got KO'd while he had an energy burst online, meaning now that, again, another tool you've been building up for the last 3 minutes of gameplay time, not going to be useful at all. Fiery Flurry comes out of Snake, almost collects it there with the energy burst, but Yuri Luz will send it away with his own. Now right back up to this top side. Pressure starting to mount again. Seen this one before. Kainub in pursuit of the core. Can't quite get there in time. Snake knocked away, and now Bells will finish the job. Power play opportunity once more for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. But Gumi will send it around Vaughn once. Down to the corner. Vaughn is there. Core flip. Gumi sends it back behind the goal barrier. Bells looking for the KO versus Kainub, but can't there. Pendulum swing. Now the pass down. Snake just a bit late on the Flying Phoenix. Won't find the goal. Fiery Flurry out. Snake maintains possession. Beautifully done. Now trying to look for this collapse, but you're to lose. Will find the goal between the two forwards. Now it's Snare Drums comes out in the corner, trying to trap things down. Bells doesn't have the Flying Phoenix again. Or to send it through. Overtime. Again, Drum and Bass comes out. Bells now looking to cover all angles. You see Snake fall once more to the death touch. Bells looking for another dribble. Now hits it off the Fiery Flurry. Right back down to Vaughn. Vaughn trying to gut check it. Can't find it. Almost has an energy burst of his own. Expecting the pass coming down from Bells in a moment. Now we'll have to drop back away. Sits it forward with the pendulum swing. Pulls back Snake. Buys a little bit more space. Bells will send it right towards Gumi. And Vaughn sells the energy burst. Now uses it. Doesn't collect the core. Just cannot quite find the execution right now. In some of these instances. Getting familiar. Bells trapped for a moment. Now low on Stagger. Likely to get sent off of the pitch in a moment unless he can find a way to heal up here with the Stagger Swagger. But he's going all out, all in. Can't find the goal, though. Will now retreat for the goalie orb, and now we'll let it hit the barrier. Here's the core flip out of Kainub. Gets sent away. Still the holds coming through. Gets it past Vaughn here once. Fiery Flurry comes out. Now Vaughn's low on Stagger. He'll drop back for the goal orb. Again, these teams still feeling each other out. Cannot quite seem to fully get that pressure down, but finally there it is. Kainub will find the pendulum swing lineup.
Yeah, finally, one of the goalies, makes a slight error in clearing it right back into the other forward. Gumi was doing an amazing job of actually using that primary and the secondary placement of the recast on the Mako to actually keep it away from Bells and Vaughn from passing between each other. So well played to Demon's Raw for that point. And like you said, some of these points, it is AmiZep, usually a very fast map, but when you're running a comp like this, or you're running that mirror, it's pretty hard because it's all about the mix-ups, right? It's not really about can the Rasmus hook the other Rasmus. It's more about can the Juliets and the Makos on either team distract the other Rasmus enough for your team's Rasmus to actually find a hook. And there is one. Bells kind of keeping Kainub in check, and Vaughn actually finding that KO now. And it seems like S.A.D.B.O.I.S maybe can get a good offensive possession to get a goal here.
Bells waits for a moment. Gumi's still able to send it away. Still in the corner, though. Bells doesn't find the strike board. Perfect pitch charged up now. Goes back to the other side. Bells will elusive for a moment. Kainub in position. Bells trying to collect the core. Vaughn finds Kainub again with the death touch. Another power play opportunity. Looking now for the bottom side of the map with a little bit extra space. Can't find it there. Snake will send it towards You Already Lose. They'll be able to send it away again. Kainub back up to the top side. There's a beautiful Flying Phoenix. Timing it up with that core coming in from the corner. We're on a 5th goal in set 1.
Probably the slowest set of AmiZep I've ever seen in my life. First of all, let me just make that clear. But also, Vaughn and Bells finally kind of coming into sync there. It seems like Kainub and Gumi were just keeping them on their toes, like really making it hard for Vaughn and Bells to get synced up here. But, you know, finding the KOs a lot. Vaughn is definitely doing very well on this Rasmus so far. Slightly outpacing Kainub just ever so slightly as we hear. And Bells actually finding Kainub again with the core flip knockback from the Juliet off the dash punch. So now they have another offensive possession here, but Gumi does have core flip. Should be using it to get out of here. But Bells finding that fiery flurry and getting it past Gumi. But no, gets KO'd in return. This game is going crazy. And Vaughn finds a KO and Kainub right off the respawn.
2 versus 2 now. I expect things to die out for a moment. Vaughn checks the pendulum swing. Gumi's able to react in time. Bell's back online, immediately coming forward with a little bit of extra pummeler speed for about 2 seconds before Kainub respawns. Pendulum swing comes out as Vaughn looks for the connection up to Bells. Can't quite find it there. Now it's Kainub's turn. Whiplash, Death Touch, tries to use everything there. Can't find the goal. Overtime again. Back down to Snake, who will punch it. And snare drums come out. Core goes all over the place. Goes back to the red side of the pitch. Vaughn looking for the pass down, but again, Kainub intercepts it. Snake almost in position, and now Vaughn pulls back Kainub again, just barely, enables Bells to get in position. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S will take another set 1.
And notice how, I mean, I hate to bring it up again, but the pummelers, right? Vaughn finds that KO. Bells says, get out of my way. Vaughn almost went to dribble, but leaves it to Bells with that increased speed to get that dash punch combo. Gumi, with just using that secondary a moment ago, does not have that cooldown to get here. And now look at this. You got, for those in the audience who have not seen Knife's Edge on Amy's app, you're in for a treat here. It's absolutely disgusting because Vaughn now will have extra power and extra speed in more places than not in this map because the middle of the map counts as the arena's edge, which Knife's Edge does, right? It gives you 40 power and 30% speed when you're within 400 range of the arena's edge. As you just keep an eye on Vaughn, and you will see what happens here. Another thing to note here, Gumi getting that among Titans, making Snake and Kainub a little bit bigger, but that could also mean makes them a little bit easier targets for the hook.
Very true. Other thing worth noting, recent buff on Fight or Flight. Picked up by Snake here, but Vaughn, there it is, finds the Death Touch. 8 KO streak right now on the Rasmus, and we just got out of set 1. Looking for it again on the bottom side. Pummeler speed activated. Bells tries to keep it forward. Looking for Vaughn, but enough members of Demon's Raw are there to cut out the passing lanes. Gumi forward, perfect pitch. Gets it up to Snake. Vaughn finds another KO. That's 9. Bells forward. Can't quite find the connection, but Gumi tries to send it away. It's right into the waiting hands of Vaughn. And he's feeling himself a little bit here, I think, with the Knife's Edge speed.
I mean, when you're diffing the Rasmus mirror this hard, you gotta feel yourself a little bit, right? And keep in mind, he's on a 9 KO streak, but he did die earlier, and he did get kills before that. So I think he's well over 10 kills at this point, and it's only set 2 first point. So I think the game is going to be going a lot faster now, especially that the Awakenings are coming into play. Bells and Vaughn, both with Core Flip here, should be getting the barrier, but great defense from Kainub there. Pendulum Swing actually helping out a ton. Vaughn forced to use Core Flip defensively now to keep it away from Snake, who has a Core Flip of their own. The energy burst coming through from everybody, it seems, as Snake almost is about to go down, but gets the orb just in time, and Vaughn just can barely not KO him with it. No, he does, with the pullback into Pendulum Swing, finds it, and they're able to. See the Knife's Edge, notice the Knife's Edge with the pummeler speed. Vaughn is 1,000,000 miles an hour right now, 827 movement speed.
Still trying to find a way to get it up to Bells here. Almost was successful in doing so, but Snake is back online. Kainub trying to send it back down to Snake. Now we'll find the barrier strike. Back up to the corner, and now everything comes through. Demon's Raw feel like they're at their best when both Snake and Kainub are standing right on top of each other, and they're both able to just send it back. I don't know why that's the case or why that's fully working here, Borg, but that seems how most of these goals are getting scored right now for Demon's Raw. That was including the last game, too.
Yeah, it seems like Demons, like, offensively, they're able to just crack the code of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, right? Crack, you already lose his code a little bit, as maybe it seems like Vaughn's spending a little bit more time trying to KO and focusing on that offense rather than defensively, right? Whereas on the other side, Kainub is just playing so well with Gumi to keep it out of Bell's hands overall. And as you see again, right? Snake doing so well with Kainub to just get it, that barrier quite early. And now Snake using that core flip early, but still is in trouble here a little bit, but you already lose. Looking to clear it. Bells and Vaughn should be safe for now, but it's not over for the offensive position yet for Demon's Raw. But as I say that, Snake running in dash punch, not quite going to make it through. Bells missing a KO as well. This is just craziness going on. Gumi coming up with that core flip, but a great save from You Already Lose again on the goal line. Again, one more. How many can you get, Caleb? Oh my goodness, you're insane. Hook's going wide. I mean, Vaughn trying to find some heroics here, trying to keep it stalled for now, as just holding it down for the goalie of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Well done.
Now it's an opportunity on the offensive side of the pitch. Can't seem to find it. Everyone from Demon's Raw has dropped back. And there's Gumi sending it away with the perfect pitch as well. Bell's low on stagger, though. Has to be incredibly careful here and will be opting into a more defensive positioning. Stagger Swagger regen comes back online. Vaughn, by the way, level Omega already in this game. Kainoob, level 8. Gumi, next closest, and you already lose. Just ticked over to level 9. Typically something we don't talk about, but that shows you who's having the most impact on the pitch right now, and certainly is Vaughn, but the core continues to travel incredibly quickly. Passing plays coming through. Kainoob looking for Vaughn that time of the death touch. Can't quite get the job done. Here's the energy burst. Vaughn using it defensively, trying to get it sent away. And now Bell's used it to find a KO. Power play opportunity, a little bit of extra speed. Here's the ensnare drums trying to buy a little bit of extra space and time. Is successful in doing so for just a moment. And that moment's all they need. Snake right back off the respawn. Finds the KO. Kainoob now. Pendulum swing, trying to come through. Almost gets it up to Snake, who has the punch, but can't send it home. You already lose. Still has an energy burst. Now send it down to the bottom corner. Gumi's there in time. Gets it right up to Kainoob. Snake still in position. You already lose. Reads it well. Death touch repositions Snake for a moment, but the core still slips past. And Snake's able to find the punish.
It seems like Kainoob is almost just reading what Vaughn and Yordilis want to do. Just feels like right there, every single clear that happens, keeping it up to Snake, giving his forward as many chances as, humanly possible to get the barrier. And right away, already getting another one. Hook comes out a little bit wide, hitting the core, not quite the target that was intended, but it doesn't even matter as the dash punch comes through, denying Vaughn his life, denying Vaughn the core flip, and it's just a simple strike to put it right past Yordilis. Snake and Kainoob are playing incredibly well this set to bring it back 1-1.
Finally, the KO streak has been reset, but to your point, Kainoob's ability to constantly give his forward more opportunities to find those scoring chances is incredibly important, and the reason why he was selected as MVP in the North American Strikers League in Season 2. But now another Awakenings carousel come through. The rest of the size Awakenings are on the board here, and it's going to be first picked up by Snake on that big fish.
Yeah, actually double size coming through for the forwards of Demon's Raw, which means, like I said earlier, they're going to have a lot better time core controlling and finding a lot more opportunities to keep ahead of the core. But if they blink for just a second, Vaughn is going to have quite an easy time hooking these huge targets. And Bell's, finding the dash punches on these big hitboxes will be a little bit easier. So keep that in mind. It is a bit of a risk reward here. As another thing, Yordilis getting that egoist, which matters here, and boom, the double KO. I think that was just both hooks, but it doesn't even matter as Gumi actually finds a KO off the side with the snare drum plus the primary on Mako, and now it's just down to you already lose.
2v1, Gumi incredibly far forward. You already lose, finds the hold. Vaughn comes back in, but not in time to save the barrier. Gumi will drop back as everyone comes back in off the respawn, and Kainoob with that double size is able to find the pendulum swing. That is one long pendulum, and it gets the job done.
Yeah, the 15% size from Among Titans and the 25% size for a total of 40% from the Built Different. I mean, Rasmus is very, very good character when it comes to size, but it doesn't matter if you're getting hooked just like that. Vaughn finally getting into his groove a little bit, finding a KO onto Kainoob. That's just what they needed. Now Bell's trying to harass Gumi a little bit, but Snake finds the KO counter as Bell's trying to get the KO, the core flip rather, from Gumi, and it just kind of backfires a little bit, but Vaughn pulling some heroics, stalling for as long as humanly possible. Bell's coming right back up. The hook going wide, but it doesn't matter as Bell's is now respawned. But you have to be careful. Anything could happen on this corner of the map. Snake looking for a dash punch, cannot find it, and Vaughn gets away scot-free here.
Despite all those KOs, both goal barriers remain online. On either side of the pitch. Here's Demon's Raw in position. Two people in the corner again. Not able to find it yet. Snake has the core flip. This time, able to connect with the barrier. And there's the pendulum swing forward from Kainoob to finish the job once more. Demon's Raw starting to pull ahead. Once they get this snowball rolling, once they start feeling themselves on yet another map board, feels like it's going to be very difficult to stop them. We might be heading to a bracket reset here.
It looks like Bell's is almost like feels out of his comfort zone here in some of these, struggling to find a lot of these KOs with the dash punches and then playing incredibly far back, really used to the Bells playing really far up, playing super aggressive, you know, punishing the goalie's mistakes, but just struggling here. But there we go. As I say it, maybe Caster Bless there, not a Caster Curse, finding that solo play there off the dribble, and Kainoob does not really find the core flip as they get stunned by the dash punch. So well played to B.O.I.S to bring that one back.
But to your point, what was the difference there? B.O.I.S a little bit further forward, felt more comfortable doing that as S.A.D.B.O.I.S had possession of the core. He likely looking to replicate something similar, but now Snake finds the opening to punish it. Takes the barrier. Well, he already might have an energy burst, losing that barrier. Not exactly what you want to see. No. B.O.I.S finds the KO. Maybe you just had to say his name once.
Maybe, yeah.
Finds the KO. Open goal gates. Looks for the punch. Comes up just a bit shy. On now. Sends it back to You Already Lose. Looking for it again here. Snake trying to find ways. Neither one of these two wants to take a strike war right now. Opting away, and now Vaughn will find the KO with his own energy burst. B.O.I.S tries to get in position. Now looking for the corner. Vaughn forward, but Gumi will send it away with a perfect pitch. Death Touch pulls Kainoob back for a moment. Vaughn looking to build up a little bit more speed. Here comes the Whiplash. Now denied by the Fiery Flurry. You Already Lose. Down to the bottom corner. It's passed around. Death Touch will pull it back for a moment. Vaughn looks in pursuit. Gets stunned away. Overtime again. S.A.D.B.O.I.S want to keep this thing close. They don't really want this to go to a bracket reset. They'll take it if they absolutely need to. But now it's a power play opportunity for them. You Already Lose. Sour spotted that perfect pitch. Doesn't quite get it the way he wants to. Now B.O.I.S. My goodness, B.O.I.S! Whoo!
That's the B.O.I.S we know and love right there. The absolute mix-up off the primary. I call that one, I mean, actually, I don't even remember what I call that one, but that's definitely a B.O.I.S certified move with the primary off the wall to get the core back up. Just quite not in your strike range, so you use that primary instead. And then the mix-up shot onto Gumi. Just well played to B.O.I.S there, tying it up 2-2. That's exactly what S.A.D.B.O.I.S needed here, but B.O.I.S has to watch out in those snare drums. Not quite going to get KO'd, though. Kainoob now looking under fire for that dash punch, but nothing going to be happen for it. Vaughn in the corner here, looking a little bit dangerous, but finally managing to clear it. You Already Lose, and Vaughn finally, you know, feels like they're in sync a little bit better on this defensive side as B.O.I.S playing so much more aggressive now. Like you said, maybe we just needed to utter his name, but it doesn't matter as Snake does what Snake does best. Hits it 1v3, core flip, doesn't even need the punch, strikes it right past You Already Lose. That's 2-1 for Demons.
Slips right there in position in the goal box and is able to find the energy burst in front of the open goal line. It'll be Kainoob getting first pick in this draft, and this was the awakening I was looking for, Borg, that I thought about for a moment. Prize Fighter is online. Kainoob will opt to the extra special, but I am curious to know where this Prize Fighter goes because we're seeing a ton of KOs.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky to run it on the Rasmus. It feels like definitely more of a Juliet training, as the power will help a lot more, but none of them are actually going to be running it, which I don't mind personally, as B.O.I.S getting another Spark here with the Spark Resilience, Spark of Focus, going to be helping get more dash punches online here. Honestly, in this draft, the biggest thing, besides the extra special on Kainoob, more hooks equals good, right, is watch out for the team player on You Already Lose. These goalie clears and the passes over to the offensive side are going to be so much faster now.
And especially on Imy's app, where You Already Lose can cover half the pitch and let Vaughn take care of the top half. As we're seeing come out time and time again, maybe it'll translate into more goal opportunities as well. But these teams attempting to play incredibly safe. You mentioned the risk potential of the Prize Fighter coming out. Now you mention, or you watch the games, these teams feel like they don't want to take strike wars when they can avoid them. Certainly respecting each other, giving each other space, and now Snake does not want to give any space over to the defensive side of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Once again, in the goal box, uses everything, and gets that core back.
Yeah, and actually one more thing to mention that I just completely forgot about as well is the Super Surge on Nagumi actually is going to help out the speed buff with the secondary, as you can see right here, right now, as we see how fast and how long that one lasts, right, from Snake and Kainoob. It didn't really amount to too much there, as well the hooks just go wide and the barrier's not quite taken. You Already Lose forced to core flip here, but that Super Surge, I mean, just watch out for when Gumi secondaries, because they're going to be a menace here, and they don't even need it, as Snake and Kainoob once again just feel like they're in sync way more than Vaughn and B.O.I.S right now, as they're getting these shots, they're getting these offensive possessions just so much more consistently.
Match point for Demons Raw, sending us to a bracket reset. Another best of 3 here. Potentially in just a moment, they have been playing out of their minds, able to capitalize on the moments when it matters. And now they find a KO against Bells. Kainu up to Snake. It'll hit the barrier as it goes behind You Already Lose. Gumi up forward in position. All three members of Demon's Raw going forward at the end of the game to send us to another best of 3. This is a rare moment in Omega Strikers, it feels like, Borg, but we're heading to a bracket reset.
Yeah, and I mean, what a way to do it, too, for Demons. Both, they just, I mean, on their map pick on the Night Market, right, and on the S.A.D.B.O.I.S map pick on the Amy's app, take the complete mirror comp. And I don't want to say absolutely diff S.A.D.B.O.I.S, because S.A.D.B.O.I.S definitely had some great moments, definitely were looking pretty strong, especially on that Night Market game. But, I mean, stats don't lie, right? They won 2-0 up here in this first bracket, right? In this first, I guess, series. So, well played to Demons, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S kind of has to go back to the drawing board here and see what other maps they're going to be drafting up.
But do the stats lie here, Borg? Vaughn, 14 KOs in that last game. It certainly tapered off towards the end there.
Oh, 100%.
Once you saw more coming through from Demon's Raw, but it feels like even still, they're playing pretty well. To your point earlier, it's kind of about those couple of opportunities where especially Kainu able to read some of those clears for You Already Lose. Gumi starts to come forward and get involved in some of these plays and, able to send things back the other way. And try to, again, I think Demon's Raw feels like they're a momentum team, right? Once they've got that momentum, once they've got that confidence, it feels like they're able to snowball some of these games out of control, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S have not been able to find an answer yet today.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't really matter about the Rasmus KO, even if you're the worst Rasmus, even if you never use your hook to KO on Amy's app. If you keep it forward on the defensive side for the enemy team, I mean, they can't hook you if the Amy's app middle is behind them. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't work. That's not how the hook works, right? It pulls you, it doesn't push you. So definitely well played to Kainoob to just say, hey, I might not be getting as many hooks, I might not be finding as many kills, but I'm keeping the core forward much, much more efficiently. So well played to Demons for recognizing that and playing around that. And kudos to Snake, too, I think, who played incredibly well, had a lot of 1v3 plays almost, dash punches through, finding so many different plays, I guess, and really just making it seem like S.A.D.B.O.I.S was almost outmatched that set. I mean, really just that game in general. It felt like game one, that Night Market game, was a little bit more close, but that Amy's app, I expected S.A.D.B.O.I.S to be taking that almost, like, especially after that first set, right? I mean, what did Vaughn get, like 12 KOs in that first set alone or something? So yeah, I mean a little bit heartbreaking there, but I mean, I'm a personal friend of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, scrim them, friends with them in the Discord, so I definitely do not think this will phase them at all. I think definitely just back to the drawing board, check your breath a little bit, come up with a slightly new plan, or just come right back at them and play better, right? I know they have it in them. They've done it before. They've proved it. Just like Vaughn said, what don't they need to prove? They've won so many times. So I'm excited to see what they come back and start swinging with.
At the end of the day, it all comes down to who's going to play better and win more today, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S is certainly hoping to be the team that comes out victorious in the next best of 3. The teams will have to take a moment to reselect the maps for the next match as they go through a little bit of process. Don't know that's been talked about, so let's cover it here a little bit, Borg, and maybe you can give insight as a bit of a player here as well, what these teams think about. Each team will have the opportunity to ban one of the maps out of the 7 in the overall map pool. Then each team will be able to select one of the remaining 5 maps. Then they go through another round of bans to result on the 3rd map that they will play if it ends up going the distance. Borg, what kind of is the decision-making process like if you're a team that's looking to come out on top in the map pick phase of the match before you even know what the starter awakenings are? Before you know what strikers you might end up playing, what does that kind of look like at the beginning while you're going through this map picking phase?
It really just depends on the team, right, and what team you're playing against. I think, I'm not really sure. I don't have access to the pick ban, so I'm not sure what S.A.D.B.O.I.S or Demons maps are banning on that first round, right? I'm assuming S.A.D.B.O.I.S might be banning Demon Deus, right? That's what I would assume. Maybe not. I mean, Demons are all definitely on the Demon map. It's kind of like their home court. They win almost every game on it. It makes sense, right? They're very, very comfortable. But first thing you got to think about is like, what are you not comfortable with? What do you not practice with, right? And for these really good teams, that's almost none of the maps. I mean, as they're pretty practiced with all of them. The rotation might change, but give them enough time, as we've had a couple weeks now, especially with that week break in between week one and week 2, right? So lots of practice. I know both these teams. I'm actually pretty sure I scrimmed with both and against both teams. this week, and they've been playing all of the maps and trying to find new strategies on all of them. So I'm excited to see possibly maybe a couple shakeups here. Can't really say what it might be, as, I mean, even I'm not sure. I have a couple ideas, can't really share too much, but I think, you know, we might be seeing something different. I don't expect it to be a Night Market Amy Zap again, as probably, you know, S.A.D.B.O.I.S wants to stray away from that maybe, especially after last set, but who knows? Maybe they come back stronger and just start diffing them. It really just depends, K-Bot. I mean, you got to think so much into this. You know, what characters, what do you want to do? Do you want to mix up the enemy team? What do you think they haven't been practicing?
All right, Bork. I'll spill the beans. Because I happen to know.
Please.
S.A.D.B.O.I.S ban Demon Days first.
Okay.
Demons Raw ban Otten City first. Fair enough. S.A.D.B.O.I.S select Taiko Temple for game 1.
Okay.
Demons Raw selects Clarion Test Chambers for game 2.
Okay, now we're talking.
And they're going through the second round of bans. So we're going to see 2 completely different maps here come out of these 2 teams.
It's looking like a last call map draft here. I mean, these are both maps that I personally incredibly enjoy. I think Taiko, for those that don't enjoy it, I mean, play better, win more. That map is so much fun. It's a little goofy, for sure. The drums knocking things, but it is consistent. If you hit it in the same place every time, it's really consistent. So if you learn the angles, you can actually do some pretty cool stuff. So definitely recommend going in a custom lobby and trying that out. Just play around with it. It's pretty fun once you actually learn it and figure out where the bounces go. So excited to see that. I know that I think both these teams have been trying out some real fun stuff on this map, so I'm excited to see what both of them kind of take in Taiko. Clarion's a little bit more normal. It's definitely it's more like a funner night market. You know, I'm adding funner there as a word. You
That's not a word.
It's a word to me. All right, and we're gamers here. Who cares? But at the end of the day, it's just a cooler night market, in my opinion. You know, some maps people don't like, some maps they do. It depends on the person, but I definitely think it is more fun. There you go. Sorry. It's more fun to watch than Night Market, so I'm excited for that. And then what was the map 3, if they made that decision?
They have yet to pick.
Gotcha.
I think Vaughn had a bit of a boomer moment and forgot what maps were still in the pool, so had to go back to remember. And I think they're discussing what map they want to ban next. There are ideas of, you know, they're talking in the chat right now. They want to play like Iggy's in game 3, which is just funny reference. Ha ha.
Who said that? Gumi? Did Gumi say that?
I have to go back and look.
It was Gumi that said that. There's no way it wasn't.
It was Kainu.
Okay, I mean, Gumi and Kainu were the same person. They share the same mouth. Everything that they say, the other person says too. So I mean, yeah. Oh, looks like we're loading into game as a mistake. Vaughn forgot to change the map again. So we'll hold, or we'll be getting into Taiko Temple very soon, everybody. So hold your horses a little bit. You got to deal with our faces a little bit longer. Might I say, looking quite handsome today, K-Bot. I mean, I don't think the audience minds looking at us a little bit longer. Let me be honest.
You know what? We're here to please, I suppose. Actually, really excited. I don't get the chance to show off like a tie like this. It's snowflakes.
Hey, Christmas.
It's wintertime. It's wintertime. Happy holidays, everybody. Safe travels to those of you that might be traveling. Yeah, normal. It's kind of wintry stuff, right?
It's blue.
Little gray, blue sort of thing. We are heading to Night Market Game 3. Will be if we go the distance, which again is something that both teams probably feel pretty comfortable with on the whole. So now Taiko Temple loaded in here. Starter Awakenings. I'm looking over built different egoist here for this one.
I'm so excited, K-Bot. I'm so excited. I want to leak so bad. Just to put in perspective, I did warm up S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and I have scrimmed them this week as well. I know exactly what they're going to pick, unless they even throw a curveball to me. I'm not going to say anything until they pick it, because I don't want to... Okay, there it is. Okay, the Rune. The Rune is a pick that I have seen, been practiced. This is not a first time. If you think about it, it makes sense. It is the Rune Asher, and I believe this probably will be a Mako as well, yep. And it's going to be actually X-Era, X-Asher Mako. Almost like that X-Julie era, if you guys remember that comp, but Mako just allows a little bit more size and speed. Just a little bit better than the era, but a little bit less debuffing overall. But I'm definitely very excited to see the Rune. We haven't seen this pick in competitive play in so long. But if you think about it, the pillars block the lanes on Taiko Temple so incredibly well. So, and Vaughn, I mean, used to play Rune extremely much. You know, used to play with Ginger Pop, kind of the old master of Rune as well. So definitely very experienced on the pick, and I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Channeling the beta days here is Vaughn for one last S-tier tournament in 2023. As we kick it off here in our bracket reset of Grand Finals. Once again, S.A.D.B.O.I.S versus Demons Raw. They go back and forth again, but this time it looks like it's S.A.D.B.O.I.S getting the first laugh of the goal barriers as it'll fall. And Vaughn getting the double banish here as well, maybe buying a little bit of extra space, still has to find a way to get it up to Bells. Now the extra speed from the drum and bass comes through. Vaughn, beautifully done down to the bottom side, through Obscura, and he'll find the goal.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at what the rune's already doing, even just on that first point, I mean, Vaughn using that teleport, look at how he places his shadows, right? Uses them, puts them on one side, and he's instantly running towards a different side, trying to space out where he has the portals. But wow, actually, Gumi and kind of tag teaming there, trying to take out Bells. The Asher definitely not immune to knockback, but, you know, slightly immune to damage, as the secondary on that character is a little bit insane. But regardless, goes down anyway, but doesn't matter too much. All it matters is a core flip from You Already Lose, who has the Egoist. Keep in mind, it is an Egoist start. The only two people with build different is Gumi and Bells. And we see now, I mean, Snake getting bounced off of the map. This is the cool part about Taiko Temple. If you are staggered and you hit a bouncy pad, you are going flying.
Snake will find that out the hard way here. Though, assuredly already knew that. Looking for the goal barrier here is Bells. Gumi will send an energy burst to flip it away. Perfect pitch used by You Or Lose. Gets it out here and now finds the drum in the corner. Bells on the dribble, will dash in, finds that goal barrier, and it's open gates on both sides. You Or Lose can't quite seem to find it forward. The Vanish comes through here, denies Kainu an opportunity to send it over to Snake. Vaughn looking to pass it forward up to Bells again. Doesn't quite have the speed this part of the game to get back. Now looking for a beautiful pass there from Kainu right off of that barrier, getting creative, but can't find the shot, still gets sent away. Energy burst from You Already Lose on the table. Now though, Snake is going to go down with his own. Kainu might have to get something done here. Uses it, now looking to stuff it through. Can't quite do it there. And You Already Lose will respond in kind with a core flip. Now, my goodness. Goodbye, Kainu. Comes right back out of the banish and gets sent away. Bells is in position, and he'll put the core back.
And beautiful pillar placement on the bottom. I don't know if you caught that. Actually puts it so the core gets into that little pocket and sends it right back up to Bells. Actually pretty hard pillar to actually manage every time consistently, right? But like I said, you know, that rune in the back pocket, and with some recent practice on it, I think the character, you know, definitely not the strongest, I will admit. It's definitely has not been in a great place overall, but just recently slightly buffed, so has a better place than it's been since, I guess, basically launch, when they kind of buffed and made it a KO character for some reason. But already looking pretty strong here, and the Asher Walls too, finding the KOs, finding the barriers there, is feeling so incredibly good, and Snake now has to watch out for their life.
One goal barrier down on both sides. I was shocked that You Were Losing Vaughn were able to hold on to that one at the opening for so long. Core flips available. Kainu will use his, tries to find a little bit of extra space. Bells looks for the KO with his. Now Kainu has the pad splitter. Looking to try to get something done here. Gumi has to react. Bells still in position. Vaughn will collect. Dribbles to himself. Up to Bells. Gumi sends it away once. Snake has the Egoist speed here with the energy burst. Now finds the ensnare drums. There's the energy burst. Still gets sent away. Well done on the dial. So many hitboxes out on the defensive side for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Going to be that much more difficult for Snake to find opportunities to stuff it back. Kainu saved by the bell there. Doesn't fall to the drums this time. Shadow swap. Oh my! Surprise comes right out from that shadow swap once more as Vaughn makes the play, finds the pass, and Bells takes the shot. 3-0 already here in the opening for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, and I mean, getting rewarded with that first pick, an extra special coming in for the rune. These banishes are so incredibly important at not only, you know, defensively keeping it out, you know, giving you time to set up your pillars, but also offensively. Like we can see throughout the game, they're getting, S.A.D.B.O.I.S rather, are getting a lot more damage and a lot more kind of KOs racked up over time than Demons are, just because the rune is so evasive and the banish has set up so much more damage than the X and the Asher can do by themselves. Another thing to note here, Gumi getting that Super Surge again, helping, you know, the two big melees kind of get a little bit faster. Kainu as well with the Knife's Edge going to be helping a lot too. So, you know, kind of some good stuff on both sides. Bell's also getting the quick strikes, helping with the energy gain here overall. The pillars coming in, and Snake already, like I said, already half health.
did opt into that Spark of Resilience, so certainly looking potentially for that, stacking those sparks online and continuing to scale into the later stages of this game. See whether or not that ends up panning out, but for right now, that instantaneous 450 stagger is not helping him too much. Vaughn will banish him again. Perfect pitch. Well timed from You Already Lose, but it doesn't find the KO. Snake low on stagger. Kainoob now looking for the dribble. Has the energy burst. You Already Lose tries to buy some space, and now the shadow swap from Vaughn will send him forward and leave an anomaly behind to protect the barrier. Goomy starts to come forward again. Channels a perfect pitch. Here's the core flip in from Kainoob. Still finds a way to get it around the anomaly that was there. And opens up the goal gates. And snare drums coming out of both Makos. Vaughn looking to try to send it back, but a bit unfortunate there. I didn't even catch exactly what set the core back, but Snake gets the final touch on it.
So actually, yeah, so they went to clear up, but the pillar that Vaughn placed down hit Snake up where they were clearing it, and Snake just kind of fade away while getting knockback, struck it in that top side. A little bit unfortunate there, not quite what you want to see. And, I've been talking up the rune a lot. Obviously, I think the pick is very, very cool, and I'm enjoying seeing some new picks in the meta here. But you got to keep in mind, Kainoob and Snake, the X and the Ash are both just absolute tanks. Especially now that they have the Stagger Awakening. Egoist is basically a Stagger Awakening as you get so many more evades, so it counts for so many more hits, and then the Spark Resilience from Snake. It's just so much harder to actually remove them from the map, and with the speed up from Goomy, with the size from Goomy, able to just block off so much space. But as I say that, Snake going down from the Snare Drum on You Already Lose, as well as the Pillar coming in. Now Bells' turn might get KO'd here, but has an evade, has a little bit of health left, and able to survive for now.
One goal barrier up on both sides. Bells retreating back. Snake in pursuit. Now we'll heal right back up. It'll be Snake now low on stagger. Goomy channels to drum and bass. You Already Lose. Core flips try to get it away, but Kainoob will stop it immediately. Snake still low on stagger. Bellbreaker comes out, but it's just a bit shy. It's right back up thanks to Goomy sending it forward, but Snake and Kainoob both low on stagger. Kainoob drops back, looks for the dribble. You Already Lose is ready for it, and Bells gets in position. Now sends Kainoob away. We'll be looking for this core flip coming out in just a moment. Gets it around the anomaly. Goomy tries to send it back. Buys a little bit of space here. S.A.D.B.O.I.S couldn't quite find the setup they wanted to that time around. Banished, lands on a 1. Snake still low on stagger. Bells will finally find the goal barrier. It's You Already Lose, down to Vaughn, looking for Bells. Comes up just short that time. Kainoob still in position. Now looking for it again. With that knife's edge speed, Vaughn, beautiful once again, coming forward out of that shadow swap. It's so hard, it feels like, to react, because they probably haven't played against a rune like this in some time, where you have to track exactly where that shadow clone is.
I won't lie, when I was scrimming against this earlier, it was so incredibly hard to evade this. I used to be so good at it, I feel like I had that down, and then I didn't dodge a single one. It's such a weird thing to tune your mind to when you haven't seen it in months, literally. So definitely not the greatest thing there overall. And great play there, by the way. Just want to point out before we kind of move on to what's going on now. Bells using the bongo, the drum on the side, right? Dribbling it off of that right to where the clone was from Vaughn, allowing Vaughn to make that offensive play. But hold up, Snake now with that Egoist speed taking both barriers here in the core flip. Oh, but a great banish there. Can he get a pillar in time? No, it doesn't matter. The Kainoob and Snake double flip. It's going to get both KOs, and they're going to get that next point. Great banish from there, but there was no pillar to be seen.
All right, hang on. Demon's Raw might have found an answer again. As it turns out, the answer is still just walk forward and try to get it around the rune pillars.
That's the comp, yeah.
I mean, that's what the Demon's Raw game plan always is, right? To send Snake and Kainoob as far forward as possible. Goomy can hold it down on the back. Goomy hasn't really played super far aggressive. We used to know him for going in for a lot of these plays, getting super hyper involved on things like an eject button Kai. Now is just channeling that extra speed on the Mako for the forwards to go in. Here it is again. Pat Splitter out. Kainoob and Snake both in position. Demolish both barriers. The banish comes out. Anomaly from Vaughn will buy some space, and now You Already Lose will flip it, get it away. Will get rewarded with one barrier. Sour spot hit again. Vaughn looking up to Bells. There it is. Dives in. Goomy still holds that final goal barrier. Bells forward once more, but can't find it. As the defensive holds are there once more. Channeling the drum and bass for just a moment as the repositioning comes through. Here's Vaughn, hits both Banish. And now that gold barrier will finally fall. Snake, though, has the Egoist speed, has the energy burst. Vaughn will win a strike war, though, to get it away. Now it gets right back down to the bottom corner. Bells maybe in position. Gumi will send it away with the perfect pitch. Energy burst used, meets with the anomaly. Kainoob there, but Yordi Luz is ready. Once again, Kainoob looking for the shot here, walks all the way forward and finds another KO with the energy burst. It's 1-1.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all 3 of those demon points were from them just finally getting energy burst, running up, and then killing someone with it.
At least 2 out of the 3.
The last 2 were, I don't remember the first goal, to be completely honest with you. That set felt like forever, and wow, okay. It should be spec training here for the X, yeah. The knockback is way too strong, especially on this map, to pass up overall. Demons want to keep that aggression, want to keep killing. That's the biggest thing between these comps right now, is that they're finding a lot more kills onto Bells specifically. So one thing to look here, Kainoob actually, yeah, getting that prize fighter, staying with that theme. Actually, Bells is going to be picking up... Oh, actually, rather... Excuse me, that was actually Bells getting the prize fighter. Glass Cannon onto Kainoob. Wants a little bit more movement speed when off ball. I can definitely see that. And Gumi getting aerials now and Super Surge. Look how fast they are with that secondary active. Going to be very, very, very strong. S.A.D.B.O.I.S are going to have to manage actually track that cooldown to make sure they don't get caught off guard by it.
I mean, Demon's Raw getting what they wanted, but that hot shot falls all the way down to Vaughn as the last pick on this rune. An incredibly strong awakening for this striker. And again, we talk about it being difficult to react. Now you'll have to react to the anomalies that are coming out time and time again. Snake flying forward. Here's the Banish. Finds it there. And now Bells dashes in, finds the barrier, looks for the shot, goes off for the barrier as it's going away. Another pass comes through. Bells trying to find the dribble to himself. Wins 1 strike war. Now uses the arc beam, but Gumi's there in time. Anomaly will interrupt any additional pressure from Snake, but Yordi Luz still has that energy burst. Never bite. Already uses it. It's Snare Drums comes out, sends Snake away, but Kainoob is still in position. Looks like he won't have the pressure that he wants, as now the beautiful anomaly there from Vaughn to shut out any opportunity. Shadow Swap Clone comes through, looks for the shot. Beautiful angle. Almost finds the goal, still sent away. Bell's in position, tries to use that energy burst. It's right back up to this corner. Vaughn now in the Egoist. Here's the energy burst, immediately denied by Snake. Goes back forward, tries to win the strike war, can't do it there. Anomaly will save it that time. Kainoob looking for Snake once more. Doesn't find it. Banish. Here's the anomaly, trying to block the passing lane. Kainoob finds a way to slip it around. The Ensnare Drums come out. Here's the energy burst from Yordi Luz once more to send it away. Bells now, his turn in the corner. Pat Splitter comes out, denies the energy burst there from Kainoob, I think it was. Still forward in position here. Bounces around quite a bit. Gumi forced to commit that energy burst as it almost went in. Perfect pitch in position. Shot is blocked. There's the Banish for a moment. Here's Snake now. Egoist. There's the energy burst, and there's the X Maximus to send it through.
You know, it feels like Vaughn, I mean, so proactive with these pillars, trying to, you know, keep up with the core here, that every time he banishes, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen him actually combo pillars onto it. Maybe he's purposely doing that knowing that the damage or the KO potential is not quite there, but just feels like he almost never has pillar up for it just because of how much he's spamming it. Actually double banish there. Great job keeping it forward. Takes a pillar out there. Was definitely a good point to not waste a pillar onto the members of Demon's Raw. Their Bells trying to get in position to use this core flip right now. Kind of has to use it to get away defensively. Bells now running in. It gets the second barrier. Looking for a core flip here. Might get it through. Just a strike through Gumi and Kainoob. No one was there quite ready to strike that. So well played. S.A.D.B.O.I.S kind of coming back into it, and that's the type of play they need to stay in this game.
Equal here, 1 set to 1, 1 goal to 1. And the score is even. Both teams on their last life in the bracket in game 1 here. On the S.A.D.B.O.I.S pick of Taiko Temple with the rune coming through from Vaughn. Energy Burst once again sends the core away, but a KO comes through. Snake next to go, and Yordi Luz will find that KO. It's just Gumi trying to hold it down for another 5 seconds. He'll lose 1 barrier, doesn't have an Energy Burst, and now the Anomaly will keep it forward again, and Bells will clean it up.
And the difference between that point and the other ones that we've been seeing, especially last set as well, is that when Snake and Kainoob were actually funneling down on that bottom side, down on top of the core as they were doing to each other, Vaughn finds an amazing banish, and also Bells playing above them, finds a KO as well, and just playing for kills, playing to displace the members of Demons rather than to try to stay ahead of the core. Definitely a good answer that they have been finding as B.O.I.S comes back up now and looking to keep this set and this game relevant, trying to secure this third set so they can get great draft order.
S.A.D.B.O.I.S again, looking for something here. Both Ashers have already ticked over to Omega. YordiLu's next to follow, incredibly close. Vaughn will find 2 banishes. And the ensnare drums will come out of YordiLu's again. Now, top corner, B.O.I.S tries to stuff it through, but 2 energy bursts are committed from Demon's Raw to prevent that from happening. It's now Snake's turn to get sent off the drum and sent away. Drum and bass channeled from Gumi. Trying to buy a couple of extra hitboxes. The Anomaly, though, keeps this in the corner, and now Kainoob responds with an energy burst to send B.O.I.S away. Still, the goal barriers will hold. Now, dashing in is Kainoob. Snake is in position. The Anomaly won't let it get to Snake. B.O.I.S will come back online. X Maximus out now. We'll find the way to strike it down to that barrier. Looking for the top corner. YordiLu is ready for it. No! Kainoob slips it right through. A little bit maybe of a miscommunication there, but even still, a great shot placement, and now it's another goal 5.
Yeah, I believe just maybe less of a miscommunication and more of just a strike placement gone a bit wrong there, you know, kind of let Kainoob get a hold of it. And B.O.I.S, I mean, once again now going down early on in these sets. It's been happening on a lot of the ones they've been losing. B.O.I.S needs to stay alive as long as they can, because while the Rune and the Mako can hold for a long time, if it keeps happening, the pressure will just keep going over to the side of Demons, as we're seeing here. And now Vaughn, for the first time this game, actually goes down to the pressure from the Demons Raw composition. These big melee characters are just proving to be so hard to hold, but the Mako, I mean, and whoever else is up, whether it's B.O.I.S, whether it's Vaughn, they're managing to hold for now. The pillar keeps it forward as well. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S somehow, by the skin of their teeth, keep it going. But another KO now. Demons are just constantly on the aggression.
The defensive holds have continued to come out from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Here's another Anomaly, there to prevent things from going awry. Path Splitter's out. B.O.I.S back online. Snake, energy burst. Will find the barrier this time, though. X Maximus tries to get a little bit onto YordiLu, but now we'll have to back away. So he was low on stagger. Looking for the pass up to Kainoob. Vaughn's there to intercept. And snare drums out here, but it's in the corner. Now, rebound's going to mean that barrier falls. Vaughn over to Kainoob, who once again steps up to take the shot. Demons Raw pull ahead in set 3 for the 3rd game in a row.
And hey, I said earlier, you know, in the first set, there's probably not too big of a deal. They've been here before, right? And they've seen, you know, they've seen this team over and over again. They've been in this grand finals situation, but now, you know, they're down a set, and they say S.A.D.B.O.I.S comfort zone, but, you know, Timeless getting denied here from the Rune, but he still will get his hands on the prime time, which is going to be very good. Not opting for the Monumentalist, as it is easier to actually deny the pillars by staying on top of them, and that is basically what Demons Raw is doing with how big their size is. Mako for Gumi is getting that heavy impact, more cooldown reduction rather for that. And then the Twin Drive actually is going to be huge for YordiLu, allowing Vaughn and B.O.I.S to possibly just kind of stay in the game just a little bit more with those buffs. So we'll have to see if it plays out at all. And one thing to mention here is Snake with that team player. Not going to mean too much, as Snake usually is just in the face of the enemy, not passing too much, but maybe will matter a little bit. We'll see if Snake pulls out a couple crazy passes.
You say in the face of the enemy, and right there was in the face of all 3 members of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but what stood tall was that Anomaly, prevents that barrier from going down. Now Snake hits it up to the top side. Here's an energy burst from Kainoob. YordiLu saves it with his own in the nick of time. Snake now knocked away. Here's the banish. Vaughn doesn't have an Anomaly to send Snake away by the looks of it. Kainoob has a little bit of space to work with, but his partner gets KO'd. Still will find the goal barrier. B.O.I.S' turn. Gumi sends it back into this corner, but that's exactly where Vaughn wants it. Keeps it there with the Anomaly. And B.O.I.S tries to send it through, but there is just too much pressure there with Kainoob stepping back in his own Path Splitter. KO comes through, but a double banish prevents this goal from going in for just a moment. Here's the energy burst. YordiLu already commits his. It's off the top corner. Finds the post, but doesn't find the net. Now Kainoob wins the strike war. YordiLu sends it up to Snake, who's able to send it right back up top. Pressure once again gets overwhelmed in that goal box with 2 members forward. Vaughn was trying to buy some space to the other side of the pitch, but it didn't end up working out.
Hey, and I mean, the primetime hotshot's very strong on the rune, right? Lots of cooldowns all the time, but it doesn't matter if your forward is just always dead, always succumbing to the pressure of Demon's Raw. And I mean, I can't blame them. It's really hard to be in Bell's situation here, right? Asher just sitting alone with 3 giants kind of standing on you. And then again, there you go. Another KO onto Bell's. It's so hard to position as this Asher in this game here. Now you already lose, and Vaughn needs some more heroics, and we're seeing him right now. One barrier goes down, double banish coming through here. Ooh, Snake almost dies there, but going to stay alive for now. The pillar not quite able to kill him as Kainu flips, but the pillar's kind of just unlucky, unable to do anything for it. But now Gumi's turn to come up with the core flip. Can he find it? Can he find any success? And he does! Finally, the rotation from Demon's Raw and killing Vaughn now. The pressure, they've succumbed to the pressure. The second point of this set here, possibly the last set of the game coming through for Demon's Raw, and possibly, you know, game point here, putting them a clean 1-0 on the series. S.A.D.B.O.I.S are gonna have to pull something out of the hat.
Have to try to find something soon. The rune looked good in the first set, but it starts to falter as things go on. Now, there's both anomalies used onto Snake. Doesn't pick up that much damage, all things considered. The other thing I wanted to comment on the execution of that last goal, Kainu passes it back to Gumi, and that allows both Snake and Kainu to get in position further forward, exactly where they want to be in the enemy goal box. Having the stuffing tools to send it back, stepping on top of those anomalies and the like. Now, though, Snake maybe it's an opportunity to work with. Tries to send it off of the bass drum in the middle. Can't find it there. Now we'll use the dash punch of an X to take Bells off of the pitch. Vaughn will step forward, gets a cheeky little strike to send it towards that barrier, but it's all Snake and Kaidub now. Both energy bursts online. Everything's getting traded here, and you already lose a hold onto the barrier. This Bells will come back online. Snake dashes forward again. Can't find the core this time. Anomaly will protect things for just a moment. Now the Banish will collect the core. Pat Splitters used by both Ashers. Now it goes back up to the other side. Gumi did have energy burst there. Still has that get out of jail free card. Snake, though, steps forward. Able to find it there. Using the speed of the channel in the drum and bass. Now dashes forward. Yordilu sends it away. Kainu, though, in position in response. Almost finds the shot, but it's once again denied. Now it's over to Vaughn. Looking for Bells, looking to try to just buy an ounce of extra space. Yordilu's trying to find the KO versus Snake. Couldn't there. Snake low, still low on stagger, still sticking around. Not afraid of any possible damage coming his way. There's one anomaly. Has an elusive. We'll use it there. And the offensive pressure just is not quite there for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S right now. Vaughn feels like he has to sit this far back when the goal gates are open, and now that's why, as it slips right past Yordilu's again on the Mako. That is the third game in a row going to Demon's Raw. They are one away from picking up the last S tier of 2023.
And they're absolutely on fire right now, but I mean, I think I've said this a million times now. It's not over yet, right? You definitely can never count S.A.D.B.O.I.S out. They've done it before. They have come back from these opportunities over and over again. But Demons, like you said too, to what your point earlier, they are definitely a momentum-based team, and they have all of the momentum. And whether S.A.D.B.O.I.S can halt that momentum or not, and keep in mind, on now I believe Demon Raw's map pick, right? So it's even more stacked against the S.A.D.B.O.I.S here to finally pull something out of a hat and just figure it out. It felt like that game, they had maybe a couple pieces, but they weren't quite able to put them together. They weren't really able to find that offensive pressure as the Asher X, if Vaughn, like you said, went forward for just a minute and the core went past them, it felt like Yordilu's would just get overwhelmed with how big the hitbox is and how many abilities are being thrown at him in melee range from that Asher and from the X. So, I mean, well played to Demon's Raw to kind of read what was going on in that draft and kind of put their foot down and stomp the rune in his tracks. Maybe the character is dead for good. Maybe I'm calling it too early. But, I mean, hey, well played to them. I think there's some teeth on both sides, but Demon's Raw kind of took the cake on that one. And I believe it is Clarion for game 2, right? Yep, so team's taking a second. That was definitely a... I mean, that was actually a longer Tycho game, believe it or not. That was definitely a slightly longer Tycho game than most of the time happens. Gumi holding it down incredibly well, not letting anything random go in. But Clarion, this one's going to be a little bit interesting.
Certainly will be the case. But again, to your point, your Demon's Raw, you're feeling pretty confident. That was the first surprise that Vaughn pulls out of the hat, and it didn't end up panning out. Worked the same way as the last couple, with the first set going over to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, next couple all Demons Raw, and now we're heading to Clarion. It's the Demons Raw map pick. S.A.D.B.O.I.S now have their backs against the wall, and this time it is a fight or flight quick strike start here, Borg, making things incredibly interesting.
Well, sorry, I was drinking water. I'm good. Now ban coming through. Actually, Octavia ban. I was actually expecting Vaughn to pick the Octavia here with the fight or flight or the quick strikes. Definitely, I mean, had a great performance against Core Overflow with it earlier, but it looks like the Era X is going to be coming through. And because they banned the Octavia, the Amy comes through for You Already Lose. Probably one of his best picks. Oh, actually, they changed it up last second. No Era X. Vaughn says, I am not your kitten any longer, Bells. I'm taking this game into my own hands. Locks in the Kai to get a little bit more of that offensive pressure. Maybe he just feels that they need a little bit more of that offensive pressure. They need to keep the core forward. And with the Amy, I think it's a great pick to fight against this Mako. X is going to be locked in for Bells as well. And Era X Mako going to be locked in for Demons Raw. Kind of, I guess, the core control stability comp of Demons Raw against the volatile Kai Ford with the Amy as well for S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They're trying to storm the gates here. Can they break down the walls? I'm not sure.
I mean, here's the other thing that I have to think right now if you're S.A.D.B.O.I.S. You've been getting overwhelmed in the goal box, right? The second that both Snake and Kainoob get up there, and while that might be less true, of course, with Kainoob going back to the era, you still figure that's going to be the Demons Raw playstyle. That's ingrained in their DNA. Potentially here, with You Already Lose on this IME, they can create more forward pressure and forward presence. This is a striker that You Already Lose is known to pilot incredibly well, especially in clutch moments. But he'll have to be incredibly clutch here to pull it away on the Demons Raw map pick. One goal barrier falling on both sides as we get started in what is colloquially known as the fun house, the bounce house. Is going to be a KO though. Spawn gets sent away. Power play opportunity. Bells will win the strike war versus Kainoob, buying a little bit more time. Snake takes a shot. You Already Lose is ready for it. Kainoob tries to get it back up to Snake. Now looking for the bottom corner, but You Already Lose is dropped back in time. Dashing in is Snake, trying to keep this thing forward. And now finally that gold barrier will fall. Glitch pop, going to buy some space. Vaughn takes a weird angle here. Bells almost finds the collect on the core. Now has an energy burst, but has to be a little bit careful. Snake almost finds the punch to send Bells off of the pitch. And now Bells will use that in order to take Snake away. Hits the barrier. A little bounce. Gets the extra momentum. There's the barrage, trying to find this mix-up on Gumi, but it's a weak shot. Now You Already Lose. Forward on that eject button, exactly what I was talking about. Looking for the opportunity, can't do it there. Snake drops back. Prevents the passing lane from coming through. Now weak shot. Bells almost finds that shot. Can't quite get there in time, and now will pay for it with his life. 8 seconds. Now until he comes back online. Now the Maelstrom comes through. There's the forward pressure that was coming from the Demons Raw, but this time we see the hold is almost made. Kainoob's able to drop back one more time to pick it up.
Yeah, You Already Lose made some crazy saves there, actually, to keep that out. Most goalies would have folded fairly quickly, but unable to really finish the job, I guess, as unfortunate timing. Bell's just not quite able to convert on a couple of those shot attempts and ends up going down for it. You know, not the end of the world here. Snake now gonna be slow, needs to be careful. Stuck in the goo and just used the mobility of the secondary on X, so Bell's going to be taking advantage of that and getting a free kill on to Snake. Gumi is probably going to be the target of this X, as they do have a core flip. So be careful, Gumi. You might need to get this orb here. Should be safe for now, as Snake is respawning. Vaughn and Bell's playing a lot more forward now. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, K-Bot, as they're just putting so much more forward pressure, letting Caleb defend the net as much as possible and just keeping Demons on their toes.
We'll be hoping to do even more of that now. The goal barriers still remain online as we head into overtime. There's the ensnare drum, incredibly far forward from Gumi, but can't find the goal barrier as a result. Snake gets stuck in what we call the Obscura Jelly for a little bit, but he'll find his way out. Now, my goodness, You Already Lose. Blinks forward, finds both barriers. Bell's, though, not in position to capitalize. Bellringer sends it back. Vaughn still in the corner. There's another KO with an energy burst. Bell's going to dash in with the bull rush, but Snake, what an angle on the Bellringer. Able to send it through. takes care of business.
You know, I'm not sure if Snake even tried to do that or not. We'll say he did just for the narrative, right? I mean, great last-ditch effort to try to just hit the core forward, knowing that Vaughn was positioning to take him out with the barrage, right? Snake getting that middle here, that buff up, the cooldown reset, and the size is going to be so huge, especially on a character like X. But Vaughn and You Already Lose playing very good defense away from it. Snake now looking incredibly low here. Needs to be careful. Bell's a little bit forward for now, so can play safe. Snake staggered now in the middle of the map, but lucky for him, this map is very easy to survive on. However, you won't be able to provide much offensive pressure here, as Bells is providing all the offensive pressure in the world, gets both barriers with the help of Vaughn. Now Bells going to be getting that middle and getting the cooldown reset with the size, trying to take advantage of Snake, trying to get the goal here. Vaughn bringing it up slowly. Bells, can he get it? But no, Demon's Raw gets possession and brings it back.
Now Snake finds one barrier. Tries to pass it back, maintaining possession for Demon's Raw, but gets punished with it from the cyber swipe of You Already Lose. Maelstrom Orb is out. See which team elects to take it here. There's a Coral Drift back that way. Bell's now Energy Burst sent away from by Gumi. The Snare Drums won't help as much that time. Picked up by Bells this time is that powerful orb, but the core is not getting up to him. Kainu trying to maintain some possession here for Demon's Raw despite being completely staggered. Has an evade and will use it there in order to get away. Now gets knocked away by Vaughn's barrage. Giga Blast will send it back to You Already Lose. Bells, though, not in position, and Snake will find the punches to get him away. Vaughn will still be able to step up to take the shot.
Yeah, I mean, lots of stuff happened right there, but mainly the thing to focus on here is the insane play there from You Already Lose, noticing the clear on top, preemptively blinks to keep up with it and gets it right down to Vaughn, who's in position to score. Gumi does not have the mobility on this Mako character, especially with no secondary, in order to save that. So well played finding that angle to pass to Vaughn there, and Bell stalling enough time for that play to happen.
Now we're on Project Expanse. Last one we've yet to see is Project Xeno. The Side Streets rework. Remembering our roots back from Beta. This celebration tournament, after all, at the end of the year of Omega Strikers. Goal barrier now going to get taken away from 5 Bells. You Already Lose. Forward again. Has that cyber swipe. Vaughn will find a punish once more with a barrage. Snake taken off the pitch this time. Now dribbling play opportunity. Here's the bull rush. Gumi able to evade, clear away. Beautifully done. Drum and bass buys a little bit of extra space, and he'll be able to send it through. Now Kainu, beautiful bewitching beam on the other side of the pitch. Catches You Already Lose off guard. Snake tries to play ping pong for a little bit, but Bells this time is able to find the shot before getting KO'd.
And one. I mean, that's the second one we've seen now, right? Snake with the first one, and now Bells finally gets it through with that. I believe that was just a strike, right, with the core flip. So well played to Bells for finding that last-ditch effort. And, I mean, K-Bot, I just realized something thinking about here. The narratives here would go crazy if S.A.D.B.O.I.S can win this game. If you remember in CECC, all the way back in, I believe it was May, what caused S.A.D.B.O.I.S to win going through the reset, coming through? I mean, it was through losers that side, not through winners, but it was the Kai forward. But at that point, it was the first time we'd seen it, right? The Kai forward, not really a thing on release kind of here, and Vaughn busting it out now in this dire situation they need. And if they can, I mean, take the cake with this Kai forward here and prove success with it, it almost just shows, you know, at the beginning of the year and the end of the year, the Kai forward can carry them through all, but they still got to get through Demons here. It's still not over yet, as Snake just puts it into the top corner there with that dash strike, getting it, putting away the chances of S.A.D.B.O.I.'s hopes on this first set. And now I believe Kainu will be getting the first pick on that draft. We'll have to see what's coming here. A lot, rapid fire, monumentalist, demolitionist, spec training. There's so many good trainings here. I mean, what do you see here, K-Bot? What catches your eye first?
Monumentalist is online, but that rapid fire 2 here for Kainub is there. Other thing, though, what's You Already Lose going to be able to pick up? Actually,
it's going to be the demo, yeah.
Deny the Demolitionist. Doesn't pick up the aerials quite yet, and it leaves here Snake picking up that knife sash.
Yeah, and keep in mind also, you know, spec training, not only is it a great denial, right, from Snake, but also Spec Training Giga Blast hurt. They hurt real bad, so gotta watch out. Maybe Vaughn getting a couple more damage, a couple more KOs from these Giga Blasts, but also keep in mind the demo from You Already Lose isn't just a denial. Think about how much offensive pressure, and pause as we see the offensive pressure coming in from Demons there, but as I say that, You Already Lose now with the Demolitionist coming in and getting that cooldown reset actually from the barrier take that was from the Amy, right? So Demolition is definitely actually a very strong training on this Amy goalie, but no, Vaughn did not have a strike back in time. I thought it was safe, so I kept yapping, but it just went right through him. I'm not sure if he had a strike or not for it. Probably not. And Snake, I mean, I guess yet again, playing super well in this series, finding all these clutch conversions to get the goals.
Oregon feels like a scary place to be right now if you're a S.A.D.B.O.I.S fan. Demons Raw finally find a way to take the first set in a game. Haven't done that so far. It was all S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but now haven't even been able to find that. Maybe a breath of fresh air here, though, as both goal barriers fall. Snake, though, in position, now coming through. Has an energy burst. Bells will reposition, send it up the top side. Vaughn doesn't have the blazing pace to reposition. Now will elect to use it. Dance around for a little while. You Already Lose. Flips down, looking for that bottom side. Kainu back down there on the side street. Here's the energy burst. Now sent up to Bells. Gumi still has his own core flip, though, and will be able to send it away. Now Vaughn's turn on the blazing pace again. Bells gets it forward. Ooh. Bells finds the double KO with the bull rush forward. And again, maybe that's the little spark you need if you're the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but they need a lot more where that came from.
Hey, I mean, Gumi and Kainu just got their bell rung by Bells there with that bull rush on top of the X Maximus punch. Well played there from Bells. Like you said, that might just be the little kickstart that S.A.D.B.O.I.S needed to kind of come back into this game. Snake now looking incredibly low and going down to Bells through the bounce house bounce. So well played to that. Now Bells and Vaughn trying to get both barriers, but no, a missed strike from Vaughn actually takes their own barrier. Not going to matter too much if they can get something here with this power play, but no, Gumi denying everything from Bells and Vaughn right now. And denying again, Gumi just playing so incredibly well. Nothing that Bells can do will go right past Gumi as Demons just feel so in control. But yet again, another KO, the Spec Training doing wonders right now for S.A.D.B.O.I.S. But a KO on both sides slows the game down a little bit here.
Now Energy Burst comes through. Vaughn slows it down. Double KO. Moment of silence, but Gumi will still find a way to hold the barrier. Glitch pop. Strike War won by Kainu. And it'll get around Vaughn again. Almost gets caught by the Maelstrom. Giga Blast forward, right up to Bells. What a pass, what an angle. You Already Lose has the Energy Burst. We'll have to use it there. Kainu, though, in position, trying to get it back up the stake here. Still, looks like possession maintained from Demons Raw, and the perfect pitch comes out. Snake off the bounce house barriers here, looking to continue this forward on Project Base Drop. Doesn't find it. Bells, maybe an opportunity, gets stunned for a moment, now trapped in these snare drums. Bells knocked around for a bit, gets his own bell rung for a moment. You Already Lose blinks back on the eject button to send it away. Vaughn drops back as well. The forward pressure has collapsed, and it feels like it's all for Demons Raw right now. Bewitching Beam will push Bells away. Now the bell ringer sends him through, and still can't do it. Gumi, though, was getting thirsty for the KO. Steps a little bit too far forward, and You Already Lose will get credited with the goal.
Hey, maybe, Demons might be getting a little tired. They had to run through, the whole loser side, keep in mind, and this bracket reset. It's game 2 of the second, of the bracket reset here. There is the possibility that Demons might start, the time's catching up to them here. They might start getting a little tired. S.A.D.B.O.I.S, especially if they can get a second wind. And this is exactly what they needed. Bells, the Heroics are getting a last barrier and almost getting the KO, but Vaughn does go down. Snake does not want to go down without a fight. Gets the second barrier. Kainu is trying to get to Snake over and over again. Bells has to flip and keeps it out for now. Vaughn is coming back up in 1 second, but Snake wins the crucial strike war. You Already Lose. Just blinked black in time and just could not, I guess keep composure to win that strike war here. Difficult stuff here, but the Heroics again from Snake does not want to go down without a fight.
Another goal 5. May I remind you, this would be the final game that Demons Raw need to take this tournament. 123 teams entering at the end of December. Demons Raw would love to add this one to their resume with nearly everyone in attendance, but once again, there's that specialized training. Giga Blast finds a KO onto an unsuspecting Snake. Bells now trying to take it, but still Gumi holds. So many hitboxes coming out of this Mako, and Gumi's able to use them all to an incredible degree of proficiency. But Bells has picked up the Maelstrom Orb. Now will use that energy burst in order to find one barrier. Can't quite find the second just yet. Vaughn will send it up. Doesn't connect with a Giga Blast. Now we'll look to collect this core. Doesn't have a lot of speed here at this stage of the game. Still trying to get something done. Can't quite find a way to get it up to Bells, and now Snake's turn on the Project Maelstrom Orb. Bells low on Stagger. Here's the energy burst from Gumi. Sends it away once more. Yuri loses ready. Bells bullied around. Still in position, though, potentially for passes to come forward from Vaughn, who has his own energy burst. Now it's both Vaughn and Yuri lose with energy burst. Finally, the barrier is going to fall. Here's Yuri lose forward. Vaughn will flip, but it goes behind everyone as Gumi sends it away again. Snake will still get KO'd, though. But now it's Bells' turn to sit off for just a moment. 2 versus 2. Kainu will get it around Vaughn. Yuri lose back in time. Saves that barrier. And now Yuri lose blinks forward again on that cyber swipe, exactly where Gumi wasn't expecting, and ties things up 1 set apiece.
So incredibly crucial. This is exactly what they needed. You already lose, right? Just such an integral part of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S roster, you know, mainly known for this Amy, right? We talked about it a ton. We talked it up a ton throughout the game, right? Beforehand. And I think showing up, right? The performance that S.A.D.B.O.I.S needed, and now looking at the draft here, they're getting rewarded a little bit. Nothing crazy, but the extra special with the specialized training on to the Kai is very, very nice. Super Surge going to be denied from the Amy, but it's still nice to have on the X, a little bit more dash range, a little bit harder hitting abilities, can catch some people off guard. The 1-2 punch going to be doing a lot more damage for Yordi Luz as well. And another thing to note here actually is Bells with that big fish now giving 30% size, actually going to be very important in getting things here, but that doesn't even matter if Snake is going to be doing that to your goal barriers, but they can clear for now as Bells getting a bottom one from there. No, Gumi actually gets it away and keeps it up for now. Snake should be putting this one in. Oh no, a great save from Yordi Luz!
Yordi Luz at the edge of his strike hitbox. Able to send it just before it goes in the goal. Now forward will take one barrier. Vaughn's dropped back on the defensive side, but a beautiful strike from Snake out of the bull rush to send it up to the top corner. Another opportunity here for Demon's Raw to build up some momentum.
Snake, I feel like, I mean, I don't know who this guy is. I mean, he's always been such an incredibly well-performing brawler, right? But it feels like just outpacing almost this entire game, right? But as I say that, right, the other caster curse, it feels like, you know, lack of more what Snake did there, but Bell's kind of bringing it right back, you know? But I mean, they have to get past Gumi. They get the core flip. They lose a barrier of their own, but they get the final one. Can Vaughn and Bells put it in? The core flip's going to make it easier for them, but it's not quite enough as Bells is low. Vaughn is low. You already lose. Might have to do something soon. Might need to help their forwards get this core in as Bells trying to stabilize, getting both orbs here. No glitch pop. Needs to be careful as Snake tries to set up a play here. Needs to be careful as the strink comes in, but the great clears off of the bouncy house, getting it away. Needs to get it to Bells, though, as you can't just keep getting it away forever. And Bells with the great strike down low onto the bottom bumper. Hits it right in. Gumi cannot reach.
The adjustment Yordi Luz is making right now, especially something he's going to have to be comfortable with at this point in the game, given by the fact that 2 out of the 3 dash trainings are down, is he's going to have to step further forward if you want that offensive pressure coming in from your Imi. Because all the meanwhile, the speed's going to be overwhelming from the other side. The Mako and the Era combination continuing to buff up the speed of Demon's Raw, continuing to fly forward and looking for some of these explosive plays. Doesn't seem to come out to fruition this time, though, despite getting a KO earlier. 2 energy bursts online for them as well. Snake, though, in position. Vaughn will send it away. Bell's trying to get this one up to the corner, but it continues going back and forth up on this top side. Snake dives forward. Now Bells commits his energy burst for a gold barrier. Open gates for Demon's Raw. Kainub still in position, tries to keep this one in the corner, does so. Now Bull Rush comes in, Snake buffed up with the Project Maelstrom size. Gonna be looking for something there, but now gets KO'd. So I think that was a Giga Blast coming in from Vaughn, looking for Bells, up to the top side, but Gumi's able to strike it away. Ensnare Drums out. Bells trying to get something done, but now gets punished by Kainub's Maelstrom. It's off the corner. Gumi will react in time. Another KO comes through. Both X's off of the pitch. Kainu gets it around Vaughn. Now down to the bottom corner. Couldn't find the goal barrier. Yordi Luz will hold the second shot. And now forward again is Yordi Luz on that cyber swipe. Has to walk back. Didn't have anything else to find the shot. B.O.I.S down to the bottom corner. Not able to put it through. Once more, in position is B.O.I.S. Vaughn trying to find a way to get it up to his forward that he loves to continue duoing with. Almost does it there. It's going to go around the world after his energy burst and the empowered strike that comes with it. It's Vaughn's turn with the increased speed and size, looking for this top corner, trying to stuff it through with the barrage. You already lose now. Tries to get involved, bounces it off that corner wall. And now a power play opportunity. B.O.I.S looks for the KO against Gumi. Can't find it there. And the hold's still there for Demons Raw. Vaughn now. Barrage up to B.O.I.S. Has the energy burst. It doesn't collect the core. Snake's there in time to send it through. And Kainu once more gets it past Vaughn. Giga Blast used once. Connects with Gumi. Vaughn gets the increased size again. The core somehow finds that barrier as the Maelstrom starts to collapse in on things. Snake dives in once more. Almost gets in position again. Vaughn will save it with the barrage. And there's Snake again with the top corner shot between what feels like the two goalies of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. And now we're on set point for Demons Raw again.
Is this peak Omega Strikers? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think probably 90% of all of the points in every single map of this entire series have gone super long, but I say that, and this one's going to be short soon, but as I say, you know, not quite there. The heroics from S.A.D.B.O.I.S, as we've seen almost every round, and the heroics from DMX, I mean, both teams just playing so well. None of them want to lose. They're playing their hearts out right now. Yoraduz has to burn core flip in order to survive, but jumps into the middle and gets punished for it. Now Gumi gets it to Snake, and Snake puts it in the bottom corner. They're a set away from taking Dubu Cup.
That is not the point you wanted to lose this set on. For you already lose. Dives for the wrong spot. And now another carousel here. But we say that it feels like not much online for the Demons Raw composition here. Looking at this Awakenings draft, they'll take the Twin Drive, of course. Maybe you'll take the Team Player in a bit if it's left online. But you don't get a lot of buffs here for Demons Raw, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you'd be surprised. The Twin Drive on Era, very strong, even with the nerfs to Twin Drive. Doesn't really matter too much. A lot of speed for the X is always huge. Size also huge now. The stack, I mean, kind of has fallen down under the wayside a little bit because damage has been so strong, but you cannot sleep on size, especially when it comes to an Era X comp. And also the heavy impact, probably one of Mako's best trainings. As we see here, the size and the speed. As we see right now, Snake allowing him to come forward, get that double barrier, and almost get the goal already.
There's the bell ringer. It sends bells away. Firewall Sentry used forward, trying to buy once more this offensive pressure, but Snake is continuing to be a menace in the S.A.D.B.O.I.S goal box. He's still there, has the extra speed from both of his supporting teammates. Bell ringer comes up just shy that time to poke it through. Gumi steps forward, looking to try to find this connection. Another time is Demons Raw. Snake once more has energy burst. Here's the X Maximus that comes out as well, looking for the dribble up to the top side. Gets knocked away from the glitch pop. Sour spot. Here to lose will send it away. B.O.I.S comes up just shy. Doesn't have that extra speed to help him get into position. And now that's so close, and Snake will be in position to send it home again. Just 2 goals away for Demons Raw.
I mean, I don't even know who's having an MVP performance. I feel like all of Demons Raw is having an MVP performance this entire series as Snake once again finds the conversion. Feels like over and over and over again finding these conversions and putting S.A.D.B.O.I.S on. I mean, just making them nervous here. That's 1 KO here. Snake finding another one, playing out of his mind right now. Probably some of the best Omega Strikers I've ever seen this player play. As they get another goal, it's 1 point away from taking Dubu Cup. K-Bot, what can S.A.D.B.O.I.S do?
It is championship points. Borg, I don't know what S.A.D.B.O.I.S can do, but they're going to need to find an answer right now, because the second that the drum and bass cooldowns come online, and the second that the Flutterfly comes back online, you're going to see Snake dive into the S.A.D.B.O.I.S goal box once more. It looks like they're trying to rack up some of this extra stagger right now onto Snake, but at what cost? Here comes the cooldowns already from Demons Raw. Maelstrom trying to make things that much more oppressive. Jordy Luz sends it away. B.O.I.S finds maybe one. Still looking for an ounce of hope. Trying to dribble it to himself. Doesn't find it there. Snake will use the bull rush to get out of this Obscura realm. And now B.O.I.S will be stuck there. Gets KO'd himself. And the power play opportunity goes to Demons Raw. Snake on the dribble. Will get knocked away from the firewalls by the firewall sentry. Kainoob's turn to step forward. Looking for the shot here. Finds that barrier. Open goal gates. Demons Raw. This could potentially be it. Kainoob tries to read that energy burst. You already lose. Waits patiently. Glitch Pop is going to be what secures it. But Snake in position. One-on-one here potentially. Vaughn's back in time. Kainoob still tries to collapse on things. And Snake's going to dive in to send it home. Demons Raw will pick up their third S-tier title at the Dubu Cup and equalize the score with the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
And Snake, I mean, how fitting, flashes the S.A.D.B.O.I.S emote at the end, whether in disrespect or out of respect for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. But Demons Raw, I mean, it was just their day today. If you watched their losers bracket, it felt like it was almost effortless, dropping one set, actually, I think, to BunnBunn. And, you know, I mean, I think that was a little bit of a cheeky little comp they tried on Amy's app, but I mean, it's just all Demons now that they win the S tier. They win the last tournament of the year. The Dubu Cup goes over to Demons. Demons Cup as just, I mean, heartbreaking for S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but you can't help but think what was happening, but it just felt like Demons, I mean, like I said, it was just their day. They were playing so incredibly well, and if you take a look at some of the stats in that game, Snake, almost 50k damage. That is 20,000 damage more than Bells had.
Incredible performance from Snake. You mentioned the 47,000 damage, 9 goals, 1 assist, 10 KOs, matching Vaughn on the Giga Blast there. And overall, beautiful execution. And again, that funnel style, feeding the forward, was a composition that the S.A.D.B.O.I.S showed last week against Demons Raw and was successful. Demons Raw take that as potentially the more practiced team entering last week. Now all they have to do is learn a new composition rather than, you know, figure out dusting off the cobwebs even still. They're able to come back through here and they're able to become victorious. As I said, it is now 3-3 for S-tier titles between these two teams. Say what you will about Nassau West Season 1 for Demons Raw, but even still, it's the resume. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S, if you know, Vaughn likes to show all the trophies. Well, Demons Raw now arguably has just as many.
Yeah, and I mean, after NASL Season 2, right, and also Afrika, you'd think, you know, maybe the rivalry's dying down. Maybe S.A.D.B.O.I.S is kind of pulling ahead here. But after this, I feel like it's kind of reawakened. It's probably reawakened something in S.A.D.B.O.I.S too, and they're going to be hungry now coming in to NASL Season 3. The rivalry's back. I mean, I don't think it really went anywhere, but for officially, I mean, they're tied now, I think, completely, or at least very close to it in set points and in game points. So definitely well played to Demons today. It was all them. I don't know if there's an MVP this tournament. I don't think I could ever decide who gets it. I'm a bit Brawler favored because as a Brawler player myself, so I might give it to Snake. I think the amount of conversions he was getting in every single one of these games was absolutely insane, but at the same time, Kainoob, the amount of chances he was giving his forward, right? And Nagumi, the amount of saves he was getting last minute while being left alone probably 90% of the time, right? So, yeah. I mean, give it to who you will. I think they all deserve it. And I think we'll actually be getting an interview with all 3 members of them coming up shortly.
We'll get that set up, but in any event, obviously all 3 of them played incredibly well. You mentioned, of course, you're not going to play this kind of Mako era combination if you don't have reliance in your brawler to actually be able to score in the moments when it matters most. If you got all that speed, you got to be able to convert on it. Snake did that beautifully. Kainoob continued to feed Snake the core time after time after time. The reason why, again, he was voted for Nassau Season 2 MVP there. And Gumi, how many times, as you mentioned, did he hold it down on the back lines? So often there was able to get the job done. And, well, I mean, I'm actually kind of curious to know if they have an opinion on who performed better, if they're all just going to try to claim it for themselves and be the egoists that they might be. So maybe that'll be a question that ends up getting asked of them. But in any event, Borg, what a fantastic event this has been.
Yeah, I mean, what a pleasure to cast this one. We talked about it beforehand, K-Bot. We haven't seen very many bracket resets in Omega Strikers history. I mean, hasn't happened very often. I literally said, I think this would be the time to do it. To round out the year, let's get something hype. You know, we're hoping, obviously, for possibly, you know, a couple S.A.D.B.O.I.S wins here and there, too, to keep it real competitive. But it was all Demons today as they went up, I believe, just 2-0, 2-0 in those 2 games, just pulling off the insane losers run and bracket reset after, you know, not really, not bad showing, but not the best showing to what I think they're capable of in week 1. They came up, they found maybe the holes in their gameplay, they found a couple adjustments, started practicing some new comps, and they performed on the day. So that's all you can ask for. And I think, if everything's ready, that's, we're kind of heading out of here.
They're
Kayla,
not ready yet.
I'll let you in that. Oh, we're not?
Yeah, they're not ready yet. Are you
they're
kidding
not ready.
me?
All right,
Of
we'll stall
course
for a
they're
little
not
bit more.
ready.
We'll stall
Why
for a
would
little
they be ready? Come on. Let's...
man.
They're taking their sweet old time.
Deserve. They should.
Yeah.
They
right.
should.
Let them soak it in a little bit, and I'm sure we'll hear from them in a bit. But of course, a lot of folks came together, and you'll hear Dylan shout them out in a bit. We also got a bit of a credits roll. So many people came together to make this event a reality, from Bastion Slot to Striker Central to even A.S.A.B.O.I.S helping us out and getting us on the Odyssey Interactive stream. We hope you enjoyed our final send-off for the year of Omega Strikers that we have had. But believe you me, 2024, Omega Strikers, the competitive scene is not going anywhere. We will still have people playing the game, and we will still be bringing these matches to you as best we can. So be sure to look out for continued channels from both the Omega Strikers folks as well as the folks at Bastion Slot and Coscord and Striker Central for more updates on so many more things to come. Borg, I'm sure you're excited for the next chance that you can get your team to really get back in there and get competing.
Yeah, as a caster and a player, I am extremely excited for 2024. Lots of things coming your way. Omega Strikers is not done yet. The game will not die if we don't let it. Ladies and gentlemen, remember that. If you have fun with the game, keep playing it, because I know I will. So amen to that. And I'll see everybody in 2024. I'm excited to play. You'll see me on the field as well as in the casting booth, possibly with you sometime soon. Hopefully again, K-Bot. This was a blast, as always. So, that's all I got to say.
Always is a blast, of course, Borg. Saya has been manning production the entire day. We've gotten a bunch of TOs to help us out over the course of the day. Of course, Dylan's been standing by with interviews and is now getting the members of Demons Raw settled before they get dragged in here and dragged on broadcast for an interview. But again, so many people have come together to bring this event and put it on for you all. And so many of you showed up for it. We had 123 teams of 3 participate in this event, which is quite a hefty number of people, making this probably the largest one since an event shortly after launch. So thank you all for showing up, not only to watch the broadcast, but also to play in the ladder. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves and hope you got something out of it in this competitive environment that we have. So has been a lot of fun, of course, to bring this one to you all. And it looks like we're going to get ready here soon to actually hear from some of the members of Demons Raw. I am incredibly excited to hear what they have to say. But Borg, that's going to do it for us. I don't think there are any final shout-outs that you or I have to give. So on that note, we're going to send it over to Surplus, who is standing by with all 3 members of Demons Raw who have just taken it in the Dubu Cup. Surplus, take it away.
Thank you, K-Bot, as well as Borg. Amazing casting. They have done it. The Demons have finally overcome S.A.D.B.O.I.S and in 4-0 dominant fashion, 3-1 each matchup as well. We've got Snake on cam here alongside Gumi and Kainoob. Guys, how are you feeling? Let's start with Gumi.
My mind is a little bit fried after playing like 10 games of Mako in a row or something like that. I think I played Mako almost every game today except for 2 Juno games, which were fun and a little bit of a break from the Mako grind. But yeah, it feels really good to win the Dubu Cup.
Kainoob, I know you were experiencing some ping difficulties earlier on in the day. How are you feeling right now after winning North America's biggest tournament?
It feels good. Like, I don't know, but it doesn't feel real that we beat S.A.D.B.O.I.S like this, like 4-0. I didn't expect us to be this dominant. Like, we played really good today. Like, it just felt so good.
It feels great. And of course, last but not least, Snake. The chat is saying you're the MVP of this tournament. Snake, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. Beating S.A.D.B.O.I.S, always a pleasure to just play them in bracket, grand finals, whatever the hell. Really tough game. even though it was 4-0, like at the end of the day, that's not like the end of the story. Every set we had to fight for, and at some point, I feel like they did get there was a little bit of like endurance at the end where we were feeling a little bit dominant, and I think that might have played into a little bit of that. And also these Mako comps they make the game very like stressful and intensive because not only are the players moving fast, but the core is moving fast. So that's a big thing for that.
Absolutely. And Snake, I do want to remain on you as well. You have won both Odyssey Interactive online tournaments, starting with Omega Strikers Pro League back in the summer. Now in the winter, you are on top once again. How does that feel? How did you think you were going to be able to win both of those tournaments?
OSPL, to be honest, when I went into OSPL, I was not the most confident. However, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you have to play it out and you have to boss it up. So that's what I also did today. I woke up on 1 hour of sleep, was not feeling too well, was feeling a little bit sick, went back to bed, woke up, another hour of sleep, went back to bed, woke up, another 2 hours of sleep. So definitely a bit stressed out and tired from the lack of sleep and all those games. But I mean, at the end of the day, you have to just boss up.
Oh yeah, I mean, you get some sleep here, man. Get some sleep right after this broadcast. Kainoob, going into that game one of the reset there, both of y'all were playing that wall comp on Taiko Temple. I do want to ask, what was the strategy going into the reset, picking up the Taiko Temple as well as Clarion going in there?
So my teammates wanted to play Taiko Temple against S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and about the comp, I think it was Gumi's idea, actually. I don't know where he tested this comp, but he told me to go Azure midfield. I was hesitant at first, but it worked out pretty well, actually.
There you go. Yeah, it did work out in the end. And Gumi, you were streaming today. You put in one of our Discords. We're in Stream the Winner's POV. How does it feel to actually be the winner's POV this time?
It feels really good. Usually it's kind of like a joke, but hey, it's panned out today. And to go into what Kainoob said about the Asher X comp, big shout out to Cloak Oak. We tested it together in the Seraphim tournament with the Pro League coaches, and I was like, wait, this comp is really strong. I was like, Kainoob, Asher midfield, X forward, let's run it. And they were like, we're down. Let's try something new. We have some games to spare. Let's try it. So, and it worked out.
Well, there you go. And it worked out indeed. $1,500 going y'all's way in this one. Before we wrap up with some, housekeeping business here, anybody you want to shout out? We'll start with Snake.
My teammates, Gumi, Kainoob, and Gravity. I don't know if anyone knew, but Gravity subbed in for us a bit on day one and won some really insane matches against like Core Overflow and I think another NASA EKC. Okay, so Core Overflow and EKC, Gravity bossed the fuck up. My bad, bossed the F up on those games, and yeah, big shout outs to them, and most importantly, big shout outs to S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They played amazing. Nothing but respect for those guys. So really happy to be able to play them and play with my teammates.
Absolutely. Let's go to Gumi.
Shout out to Zay Forever. He told me to stream our run today, and I think having that stream honestly like helped me play better because I knew people were watching and I wanted to win and make the winners come true. So shout out Zay Forever. Shout out Gravity, of course. He clutched up when I overslept day one, and shout out to Cloak Oak for helping us test that Taiko comp.
Gosh, I love Cloak Oak. Congratulations. And Kainoob, anybody you want to shout out?
I want to shout out to everyone watching the Odyssey Interactive stream right now. I want to say all of them, los amo. Muchas gracias por estar viendo esto. And yeah, that's it.
That's it. There you go. From Kainoob's mouth himself, I believe S.A.D.B.O.I.S is right now giving out some Sony emotes in the chat, so try to grab those as fast as you can. And before we close out 2023. I do want to say that this year has been the best year of my life. I want to thank everybody who's made Omega Strikers this amazing, and we're not going anywhere. 2024 is going to be just as exciting. We've got a few things from some of the TOs coming up. CCL will be back in session for the spring semester in 2024. Registrations will be opening soon. You'll see this guy, Kainoob, as well as some other familiar faces, not Kainoob, sorry, Gumi on the desk with me, Vaughn, 3Z, and K-Bot, as well as some other familiar faces in the CCL season. So stay tuned for that. That will be streaming on Striker Central. And NASL Season 3 will start Saturday, January 6th. So if you want to see Demons Raw, S.A.D.B.O.I.S, a bunch of these other teams here playing in the top league in North America, tune in. That will be on twitch.tv/BestieInSlot. We've got some fun credits and a fun little video coming up before we end the stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 2024. Happy holidays, and have a great night.
Bye.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the opening day of the North American Strikers League.
We fly, baby. Joker gets the A.
3Z back up towards the top, but the core flip comes across once again. But going in for the dash punch, can't find it, and the res comes on through, but it's gonna resolve the
Oh my god.
All right, Gordo, it is the first match of the North American
I'm muted there.
Strikers
Thank you
League.
very much to everybody there, K-Bot, as I gotta remember to unmute my Discord. Coming on up, gonna be knocking on through that first goal barrier, and now here it comes Mystic, trying to receive on the bottom side, pendulum swing to try to clear it on out, but the pressure is mounting here for Core Overflow, as Streak is all the way here on the other side of the field, and is gonna be able to force it through for goal number 1. Another flip comes through from Mystic, doesn't quite find the core, but does knock some of the foes away from him, and now, oh, a little bounce shot there, just sneaks right past Streak, wasn't quite ready for it, didn't expect the angle, but managed to save himself. Core flips it back down, Streak stacking up the movement speed, knocked up towards the top side, Treddy ready to receive, and it slips past Luke again. 3-2 in the final set. Core Overflow with a 2-0 win in the first match of the NASL.
Let's just say this: I'm better than all of the forwards below me right now.
You're better than Lumos? Can you say I 3Z Breezy Gap Lumos?
Yes, I did it in beta, in solo queue, and I do it again now. I'm better. I 3Z Breezy am better than Lumos.
Not getting into the goal. Obscure Breads keeps the game alive, but he's not done yet. Hook resets, is coming forward. There's the core flip from Lumos down into the bottom, into the sentry turret, and Lumos will find the goal.
Core flip coming from Spencer, but it's blocked now. But an XKO onto the goalie now, as we see Gramilla with the ego is trying to run up and get the barrier down.
I 3Z Breezy am better than Lumos.
As Lumos has another core flip and is able to end the game and end the series.
2-0 sweep for Orbits.
So everyone has their opinions about who's going to win this matchup. Like S.A.D.B.O.I.S, the roster, the peak roster that they've put on as the best of the best players.
Yeah.
And they're getting, a lot of people are saying that they're going to get challenged here. Not able to find the goal. However, Vaughn is online now, and this is a really good opportunity. If they can just get, no! The stop from Joker, what?
Wow. Really nice, although not like that. Caleb. Wait, Lilybun goes down on the side.
Oh, Lilybun goes down.
Backbreaker power play.
And if there's any plays that I know can capitalize on a power play like this, it is the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They have done it. They have proven their mettle. Finesse going down to the 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboard. And the Dubu MVP.
Goats Esports versus Chikara chatting. Mystic, who you got here?
I'm a chatter.
Daftgrass, who you got?
I'm just gonna go with chatting here.
Seems to be the case overall.
Worth going.
Is defending
against these corners if need training or something like very aggressively trying to get her, and your defensive core flip able to danger will be. Those are things, but we might be seeing some more deaths come out. Unfortunately, the Casticker strike. Hey, a little bit of lethality. Back at it again. Oh!
Whoa!
Very good draft-wise, but not score-wise as Killy is able to force that core flip defensively. But ABBA being the red card already, but it looks like they will be playing. Gabriel Drew, Dangerous scored alongside with anything, so opts in for that big fish.
Holy, I could not have seen a worse pick from this X.
Through Evil Drew Danger just not able to react in time from the Summer Assault, and the game goes over to Ghost Esports.
Asher and Rune coming out from Liari. This is interesting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Asher Rune versus, I mean, Era X, right? So you got a classic kind of versus, you know, a little bit of a curveball. Both going down right away. And ABBA getting both of them and the goal as well. A little bit of a steppy roll there.
Appa and Liari are both alive. Appa in front of the net. The flip will send it away for now. But Appa has so much hit stun. You have to worry about it. And Obscure Breads gets caught up in the center. Cannot make it to the top side. Obscure Breads. The flip comes out. And the KO as well with the banish. The Toku Forces will send it forward. Appa in position, cleared away by Obscure Breads, but the pillar taken. Obscure Breads has to put up the defense here, but Liari's in position, sends it through, has the pillar, but it will not cover the corner. Liari again wins the strike war down to ABBA, and Obscure Breads is not there in time. An unfortunate clear creates an opportunity, and Chikara chatting keep their playoff dreams are basically kept alive by this series.
Here. This is where we are in the league so far. You can tell a couple different things going on, but the thing that probably will jump out most to you is that Demons Raw and S.A.D.B.O.I.S right now are clear favorites and establishing themselves at the top of the standings.
Professor K-Bot, I have a question. Is there a way you can make this easier to understand? It's super cluttered. There's like a million lines. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, there's way too much going on there.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Hold on, let me. Okay, there. That's better. This should be a little easier to actually understand.
Wait, so are there only 8 teams in the league?
Yeah, you only need to know these 8 teams. So as I was saying, Demons Raw look like they're on cloud 9 before falling from heaven, and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are expectedly on top of the standings right now.
That means they're happy boys, right? I'm sorry.
Just working. Somehow Appa is... Okay, never mind.
Yep, not very long for this world. Down towards Joker, who can't get their hands on it, and the center black hole really disrupting some of the action here. But see what they're able to do. LilyBun has access to the core flip, though, and Joker down towards the bottom where Drew...
I think the most interesting thing isn't Joker and me, it's Joker and Drew. They have like their own like
That's true. That's real.
them. I'm definitely excited to see the chatting that might come out of this match.
Not going to find it. Joker sitting there, ready with the core flip. Double core flips come through. Liari's on the wrong side of the map, and we're all just all hanging out here waiting for it to end. Finesse picks up game number 1. Path splitter, but gets snuck past it by Liari, who will continue to receive. ABBA has the core flip, gets it past LilyBun, and Chikara chatting are taking us to game number 3. Going to have the assistance of ABBA the whole way through. Joker still staggered, has to go evasive for a little bit longer. LilyBun flips it back away. There's the counter flip from Buffy and gets it right past Evil Drew Danger, snags it first, and wins the match for Finesse.
Orbits versus Winterfall coming in here. Kai Noob, I'll send it to you first. Who you got?
I will go with Winterfall. I still believe on them.
You still believe, Daftgrass?
Yeah, they're gonna come back again.
Look, I can't ever root against it. 05 comfort zone, baby. You can only go up. You can only go up.
To prepare for this summit, they're going to have to try and work so hard. But there's a timey turret and hack and slash, and that's going to be 3-0 Only 2 goals scored for Orbits on this Obscura map.
Oshi had the hardest beginning schedule. So even though the number of remaining scenarios for them to make playoffs is less than Winterfall, I believe that it's more likely. Still not very good chances, but more likely. Mega saved away by Kilius. Mega trying again, has the cooldowns, has the Luna nuke the crater, will force it in, an Oshino core flip will take the second game in 3-0 set back.
It is the return of some kind of duo, and we're going to see how this goes. It's Mystic and Gravity on the mic for this match coming up. Gentlemen, take it away.
I'm muted. Okay.
Hey, we're muted.
Yo, bro,
Okay.
I was also muted. Non-biased, have zero affiliation to demons, but demons are gonna smoke these noobs. Yeah, I mean, you can see it there. Those and Vaughn have the 2-on-1 versus Gumi. Ooh,
Oh, a
it's safe
little
from
bit of
Gumi,
a misstep there at the goal line. Good save from Gumi. Good strike shot and the Giga
Blast.
Kainu, the Giga Goat, coming through, flashing the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Evo. Wasn't enough to save it. Vaughn using his flip right over there to give it over to Bells. Bells able to pick up the barrier and get his own flip right there, pop it. But wasn't able to secure off of it. Bells has to pop his flip, not get anything out of it, and it is Demons Raw securing game number 1 against S.A.D.B.O.I.S. We're going into a game 3 here as the players get ready and load up. It could be any map. There's no map selection. We could get a repeat of any of these 2 maps or see something
Inkies,
funny.
baby.
I do not want to see Inkies again.
And it looks like they're gonna get it.
My God. And returning it with
series
such a point.
Yeah, okay. Snake, he's got the flip again. If they get able to take this first barrier fast as they've been doing it, there it is, there's the barrier! Caleb's got no flip, he wasted it, but Snake, oh! Caleb!
There it goes!
Let's go!
Oh my goodness. Bringing it down to the final point of game 3.
As actually our next match, I'm extremely excited for. It'll be Finesse versus the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers. This is, you know, game time for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers, right? They are backs against the wall. They need these wins. So it seems like John Odyssey themselves does not want to see Finesse win this set. Want to see this go on. Can Puffy save it? Forwards in the net, but no. 3Z hits him into the core, into the back of the net. That's a goal. That's the first set there for S.A.D.B.O.I.S in the start, possibly of a reverse sweep. This last goal, can they secure another game? Can they have a chance in this series for Finesse? It's another power play. This is the same thing that's been happening all game. They get the power plays and they get the goal. S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers take game 1 against Finesse.
On to Grimella now, as they have to hold out, but it seems Obscure Breads, the goalie, is gonna charge forward and get the last goal for this game.
And Finesse just unable to stop the bulldozing S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers making a play for playoffs.
Chin. Ultra Danger coming on down towards midfield. Miramac looking for the score and just finds it. 1-on-1. Drew Danger can't get to it. Oshino core flip take the series.
The playoff race is officially interesting as Shikoma does find the kill, punishing the positioning, and Miramac just wins the 1v1 and gives Oshi a 2-0 in the series and another win on the board, keeping their hopes for playoffs alive.
Gonna try to keep that streak alive and see if they can end things, having only dropped 2 games total. I think Finesse, though, if anybody's gonna take an extra game in there, Finesse is definitely a team in contention, but they do decide you gotta respect that pick on this map. If there was ever a time for it to be busted out, it probably would be on Imi's app, just to try to rack up those kills. Octavia already locked in here, though. I assume that's Joker's Octavia. We've seen a little bit of Octavia goalie in and around the league, but doesn't strike me as a big LilyBunn selection, and there's the Kai for Lily.
Yeah, so one thing that you definitely didn't point out, Dubu forward.
Oh, true, true.
Move. With a Rune goalie and a Asher forward for Snake. Top left area, as we see now, and somebody has died. There we go.
Here we are. He called it out, but Joker, 1 versus 3, just pushes it right through, goes in for the core flip, knocks it past everybody while they're stunned away, with a chance to shoot. Blocked away by LilyBunn, but the support coming in from the goalie. Another KO found by Kainoob. This Dubu taking on all comers, looking for another shot on the goal. Can't find his way onto it. Rollout gonna block it and pushes forward for one more. Ra will not drop a game here, and now they win it at the very last moment.
But it doesn't matter. She's been holding for her life, but it's just not enough as something finally goes in. But this is Finesse's chance. They find a KO, but Demons find one of their own. However, Joker is stacking here on that secondary here, so might be able to find it as Kainu finds the double barrier and finds a kill. This is in, and Demons Raw with the 2-0.
A lot of great fight back from Finesse, but Ra are going to complete their perfect season, 9-0.
Feel the power. Just feel the music. Feel the power. In your soul. You gotta feel the power. Just feel the music. Can you feel it? In your soul. In your soul.
S.A.D.B.O.I.S, don't ever doubt them.
There it is. Another score comes through for Core Overflow.
It is finally time to end this thing. Welcome to North American Strikers League Season 2 playoffs.
You'd hope that they'd look to win it here. The great save from Gumi, increasing those chances. Another great save, but Leo is just keeping track of everything. Except for a great save from Slop. The Demons Raw is going to be taking the series 2-1. Bells has that dribble on the bottom side with the dash into the punch. Almost there with the core flip. Can they do it with the ult? And oh my gosh, Bells!
Boxing Day for the Canadian team, but it's saved once again by Grammel or Fred, but it's not going to be enough.
Everything Joker saves it. Joker keeps it away.
The forward that every goalie dreams of. Can Joker find this one? Has the open goal, has a breakaway, has the ability to burn, has Joker comes back, claws his way to victory. This is Finesse at their strongest as Joker's trying to get people into the back of the goal box. Has the core flip. There's a beneath period of time. Leo Leon, the forward that people try and model after because of this in the corner, dash punch.
It's crazy that you can win like 10,000 tournaments, but with disrespect for perennial second. Yeah, my bad.
Hey, no.
Snake and Kainu both burning flip, but now Rocks that Egoist has the quick strikes, flipping to get past Gumi looking stalwart after Vaughn has that core flip, puts in the top side punch into the bottom corner, not quite there as the glitch pop manages to keep it forward, but Bells goes down from the gravity well. Can Vaughn find the barrage? He does. Ult from Kainu actually scores on themselves into that top quarter, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S takes it 2-1.
Now as they're trying to convert this into last barrier in, the dash is gonna come through. All that damage on them, but they're still holding this barrier with their life. Snakes, but it's not quite able to grab the core, but it doesn't matter because the gravity well is gonna be able to just do the work, stuffing power as Gumi makes his core flip, his guest appearance in the goal box.
And again, so the black hole is going to be the thing that sends Bells away. Power play opportunity. Gumi dives in, racks up the damage, and now we'll find the KO there. Map 1 will go to Demons Raw. Back up to the top side.
Just feel the music.
Vaughn able to win the strike one, get it up to Bells. There's a two-quarter, and he'll send it home. Now once again, there's the energy burst committed, and now the core goes right behind Bells. He's staggered. Vaughn looking for the pass forward as well. Bells gonna look to the corner, but Vaughn will take it himself. We're heading to a game 3. Sometimes here, Gigablast comes out, weird bounce, but Gumi's got the energy burst, and get out of jail free card nonetheless. That's an opportunity here from Bells, who will send it up to the top corner, and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S will be the North American Strikers League Season 2 champion.
It's me! Share this!